I tricked my deskmate into becoming my wife. Lin Zhou died. After striving his entire life, he had achieved success in his career and amassed a fortune, becoming an enviable bachelor. But only after his death did he realize that, having lived alone, no one bothered to arrange his funeral. How ridiculous. Later, he saw a woman rush into the hospital room. He saw her crying uncontrollably while holding his lifeless body. He saw her carefully adjust his appearance and organize his funeral. Then, with the gift he had once unknowingly given her, she jumped into the river. In that moment, Lin Zhou understood. Someone had loved him so deeply, with such effort. Reborn, he looked at the timid yet adorable deskmate sitting beside him. Lin Zhou smiled. Chapter 1. Lin Zhou died. This was the conclusion given by the doctor 10 minutes ago. At this moment, he was floating as a wandering soul in the hospital room, watching his body being covered with a white cloth, listening to the doctor and police give their final summary of his life. Lin Zhou, 37 years old, died from sudden cardiac arrest caused by a traffic accident. He had no family, and we couldn't contact any friends. His assets were all donated to charity organizations as per his will. As for the funeral, let the charity handle that as well. Lin Zhou watched everything, feeling an immense sense of sorrow. Since he was rejected by Yunruoshi, the girl he'd loved for 6 years, when he was 18, he had never been in a relationship again. Later, his father passed away because of him, and Lin Zhou had no relatives left. After finally achieving great success in his career and becoming one of the most prominent entrepreneurs in Jiang City, he never expected that, after a night of heavy drinking, he would die in a car accident. Now, not even a single person was there to handle his funeral. Such a miserable life. Lin Zhou. Suddenly, the door of the hospital room was pushed open, and Lin Zhou turned to see a woman stumbling into the room. The woman was beautiful. Perhaps because she was in such a hurry, her hair was disheveled, one of her shoes was missing, and there was blood seeping from her foot. But she seemed oblivious to the pain, clutching her hand tightly, her body trembling as she slowly moved toward Lin Zhou's body. Lin Zhou. She called his name softly, and her tears flowed silently down her cheeks. The woman stared wide-eyed, letting the tears run down, never once taking her gaze off the hospital bed. When she reached the bedside, her trembling hand lifted the white cloth. Her already unstable body suddenly seemed to lose all support and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Lin Zhou felt an overwhelming sadness coming from her. So this is what it's like to mourn silently. But who was this woman? Lin Zhou didn't he remember knowing her? The police, who had finally reacted, asked the question on his mind. Who are you? The woman slowly turned her head, wiped away her tears, and forced a smile as she stood up. I am his lover. Lover? Lin Zhou was stunned once more. He had never been married in his life. When did he have a lover? The woman seemed unwilling to explain too much. Her voice carried a plea. Can I arrange his funeral? Perhaps moved by her sincerity, the police officer thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay, but our people will need to accompany you. The woman covered her lips, tears once again flowing down. Floating in the air, Lin Zhou was in shock. She actually wanted to arrange his funeral. For the next 2 days, Lin Zhou followed her. He watched her personally adjust his appearance at the funeral home, change him into a handsome burial outfit, and cremate his body. He watched her stand in front of his gravestone, not saying a word for an entire day. He watched her, after the funeral, that evening, in a lonely rented room, holding her frail body and crying her heart out all night. When dawn broke, he saw her, holding a small wishing bottle, calmly walking out of the rented room. She then arrived at a secluded riverside. She opened the bottle. Lin Zhou saw that the bottle contained the wrappers from Big White Rabbit milk candies. Why did those wrappers look so familiar? The woman couldn't hear his question. She lovingly touched the wrappers, as though making up her mind, stood up, and raised her hand, letting the wrappers fall into the water with the wind. She kept smiling, but it was a smile filled with sorrow. Standing on tiptoe, she closed her eyes. Lin Zhou, have you already forgotten me? I am Xu Nianchu. Lin Zhou was struck with a jolt. How could it be her? It wasn't he that he had forgotten Xu Nianchu, but the girl he remembered was so different from the woman standing here now. Though aged, she still had an undeniable beauty. Back in their senior year, Xu Nianchu transferred to Jiang City No. 1 High School and became his deskmate. Lin Zhou remembered that Xu Nianchu was so fragile looking. She always wore old black rimmed glasses, had thick bangs, and spoke softly, never daring to raise her voice. She was considered the ugly duckling by the boys in their class. She seemed worlds apart from Yun Ruoshi, the elegant and popular school beauty. At that time, Lin Zhou liked Yun Ruoshi. Knowing that Yun Ruoshi liked these milk candies, he would prepare them every day. Once, when he angered Yun Ruoshi and she confiscated his candies, he casually tossed them to his deskmate, the one he didn't even want to look at, Xu Nianchu. Unexpectedly, she kept them until now. She even said she was his lover. She liked him. These candies, they were from you. Did you know? These small candies saved my life. Without you, I would have been dead long ago. I always thought, when I became strong enough, when I could catch up with your steps, I would confess to you and be with you. But how could you die? How could you not even give me a chance? Xu Nianchu's voice was filled with sorrow. As she spoke, she suddenly smiled. But it's okay, I'll come to accompany you. Realizing what she was about to do, Lin Zhou went mad. He screamed hysterically. No. Don't. Xu Nianchu, no. The woman couldn't hear his desperate cries. She slowly took a step forward, a single tear falling from her eye. Lin Zhou, in the next life, could you look at me one more time? His head ached. The blinding light made it impossible for him to open his eyes. Lin Zhou rubbed his eyes and heard a loud noise from nearby. Lin Zhou, what are you doing? Come down. The flag-raising ceremony is about to start. If you don't, Zhang Bapi will peel your skin off. Yun Ruoshi, why don't you talk some sense into him? How am I supposed to talk sense into him? Didn't she just call your name? He's holding roses, he must want to confess to you. You don't know he likes you. Tell him to come down. How do you know he is going to confess? What if he's just? A loud angry shout interrupted. Lin Zhou! What are you doing? Get down here. Was that Teacher Zhang Shuqin's voice? How could that be? This man, known as Zhang Bapi, at Jiang City No. 1 High School, was their head teacher and Lin Zhou's math teacher in senior year. But after graduation, Lin Zhou hadn't seen him again. Was this a dream? Lin Zhou opened his eyes in confusion, and what he saw were students crowded below the stairs. The one closest to him had a chubby face. It was his best friend from high school, Liu Ximing. Lin Zhou clearly remembered that Liu Ximing was nearly 40 years old now. But now, he looked only 17 or 18, his face still youthful. Beside Liu Ximing stood a familiar girl. She had her hair down and was wearing a school uniform skirt. She was looking up at him. Yun Ruoshi. Further back, Zhang Bapi, with a belly as large as a pregnant woman's, was rushing over with a group of teachers. Lin Zhou, if you don't come down, I'll call your dad. Lin Zhou looked down at himself, and saw that he was holding a bright bouquet of roses, standing on the flag-raising platform. This was the senior year oath ceremony. He had been reborn. Chapter 2. Lin Zhou instinctively took a step forward and slapped Liu Ximing's shoulder forcefully. Hey, Lin Zhou, are you crazy? Why are you hitting me? Lin Zhou looked at him calmly. Does it hurt? Of course, it does. How about I punch you back? Come down now, and confess to her privately later. The college entrance exam is coming up. It's better to avoid trouble and just get through high school first. He really had been reborn. Lin Zhou almost laughed out loud. This year was 2004, Lin Zhou's senior year in high school. In his previous life, it was on this very day, during the 100-day pledge ceremony, that he had made all the preparations to confess to Yun Ruoshi. But he had been publicly rejected. And it was on this day that Xu Nianchu transferred to their class. Lin Zhou ended up being her deskmate. But just 2 days later, due to her poor academic performance, always at the bottom of the class, and her frequent fights and skipping class to surf the internet, she caused a huge misunderstanding with her confession. In an era where early relationships were seen as poisonous, the parents of the senior class collectively complained about him, claiming that his existence was affecting their children's studies. They pressured the school to expel him. At the age of 18, Lin Zhou began his life as a delinquent, but still couldn't forget Yun Ruoshi. He often went to the school gate to try to please her, and Yun Ruoshi would drag him along, saying she would think about it after graduation, but once she graduated, she cut all contact with him. Later, Lin Zhou, unwilling to accept it, tracked her down to the university she was attending, only to see her with a rich second-generation boyfriend. Lin Zhou returned home in despair, feeling even more rebellious. It wasn't until his father passed away that Lin Zhou finally woke up. Thinking of this, Lin Zhou silently cursed himself in his heart. Idiot. For a woman who didn't love him, he ruined his future, destroyed his family, and missed out on a woman who loved him so much. He was truly sick. Number 1 high school was a key school in Jiancheng. Even if he was at the bottom, he could have gone on to attend a good college. In 2004, a college diploma was still considered a decent level of education. He would never make the same mistakes again this time. But the current situation clearly seemed tricky. If, as Liu Ximing had just said, he had already shouted Yun Ruoxi's name, then it was likely that the next thing would be that loud, "I like you," that would ruin everything. Just then, a group of students who were eager to watch the drama and didn't care about his life or death began to cheer. Confess. Come on, confess. Don't mind Zhang Bapi. We'll block him for you. But Lin Zhou knew that he absolutely could not say that sentence that would ruin everything. The blocked Zhang Bapi was furious. Lin Zhou, why aren't you coming down? Move aside, all of you. Lin Zhou looked around and suddenly had an idea. He grabbed the microphone that he didn't know where he had snatched from, cleared his throat, and spoke into it. Everyone, quiet down. The students who had been chattering immediately fell silent. No one wanted to miss this exciting moment. Yun Ruoxi nervously fiddled with her fingers, not daring to look at Lin Zhou. Today. Is he really going to confess to her? Although just a few days ago, she had casually told him she admired the public confessions in campus love dramas. She never expected that Lin Zhou would actually dare to do this. What should she do? She wasn't ready to end her single life yet. Although Lin Zhou was indeed great. But what if she met someone better in the future? Yun Ruoxi, Lin Zhou's voice came through the microphone once again. Yun Ruoxi nervously looked up. At this moment, she couldn't quite describe her feelings, expectation mixed with anxiety. She was looking forward to the romance but nervous about how to reject Lin Zhou in front of so many people. Zhang Shuqian, standing outside the crowd, was going crazy. Lin Zhou, you? He pulled out his phone and immediately called Lin Zhou's father, Lin Changjin. Hello? You need to come to school and check on Lin Zhou. Yes, Lin Zhou is going to rebel, I can't control him anymore. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Lin Zhou on the stage saying, "Your shoelace is undone." Zhang Shuqian's eyes widened instantly. Huh? Yun Ruoxi, who hadn't figured out how to refuse, suddenly froze. What? The entire crowd gasped. What's going on? Whose shoelace is undone? Lin Zhou ignored their reactions and looked at Yun Ruoxi. I said, Yun Ruoxi, your shoelace is undone. With so many people today and everyone so excited, be careful not to trip when we finish. After saying that, he turned around without hesitation and addressed the thousands of students below. Everyone must be wondering why I'm holding this bouquet of flowers. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not going to confess. Our age is the time to focus on studying. Today is our senior year's 100-day pledge ceremony. In just 100 days, we'll be donning armor to participate in the most important battle of our lives, the college entrance examination. This is something very important to us, who have worked hard for many years. But, our lives are not just about us. There are others who have silently contributed, and that is the teachers who have diligently taught us. Teacher Zhang, don't you think so? Zhang Shuqian, holding his little phone, felt like he was hallucinating. On the other end of the phone, Lin Changjin anxiously shouted. Teacher Zhang, what's going on? Hello? Teacher Zhang, if you don't say anything, I'll come over. Don't come. Zhang Shuqian hung up the phone, still confused. Realizing that all the students' eyes were on him, he had no choice but to nod in confusion. Yes. Lin Zhou smiled. So, this bouquet of flowers is for all of our teachers. Thank you for your dedication to us over the years. The entire crowd gasped again. What? Flowers for the teachers? Although it doesn't sound wrong, something about it feels off. Was this his real intention? I don't believe it. The teachers behind Zhang Shuqian exchanged glances. Lin Zhou saw that he had stunned them and pushed the flowers forward with a big smile. Teacher Zhang, could you please accept them on behalf of all the teachers? Confused students automatically made way. Zhang Shuqian, in his suit pants, suddenly became the center of attention. He felt a bit awkward. Usually, when managing the school's discipline, Zhang Shuqian knew he was the most hated teacher by the students, no exception. But as long as their studies improved, what did it matter if he was cursed by thousands? He didn't care. What Zhang Shuqian never expected was that one day, he would receive flowers from a troublesome student he had fought against for almost 3 years. And it was a bouquet of roses. This scene felt so weird no matter how he thought about it. He awkwardly looked at Lin Zhou, considering how to refuse. Lin Zhou, your kindness is appreciated, but this flower. Teacher Zhang, you're not rejecting my flowers, are you? Lin Zhou interrupted him. Without a doubt, Zhang Shuqian, who usually never smiled, probably wished he could disappear into the ground right now. But in his previous life, Lin Zhou had been so mischievous that Zhang Shuqian had punished him for 3 years. Now that he had finally found an opportunity for revenge, Lin Zhou wasn't about to let it go. I was going to buy carnations, but the flower shop only had roses. You said we mustn't be late today, and I didn't have much money, so I could only afford this one bouquet. Hearing this, Zhang Shuqian couldn't dare to decline. He hurried forward to take the flowers, his face full of panic. Lin Zhou, what are you saying? How could a teacher reject your gift? The teacher just thinks that students should focus their energy and money on their studies. You can spend the money for flowers on study materials, all right. Finally passing the hot potato, Lin Zhou nodded earnestly. Got it, Teacher Zhang. I'll do that. All right, now go back to your seat. The pledge ceremony must begin. Okay. Lin Zhou turned around, suppressed his smile, and deeply bowed to Zhang Shuqian. After all the setbacks in his previous life, this boy was sincere. Although he was often scolded by Zhang Shuqian, he was a very good teacher. Before Zhang Shuqian could respond, Lin Zhou quickly turned around and went back to his class. Zhang Shuqian awkwardly held the bouquet of roses, beginning to advise the students not to follow Lin Zhou's example, but he didn't say a word of blame towards Lin Zhou. After a long lecture, the pledge ceremony officially began. The students, led by Zhang Shuqian, recited their oath with great momentum. Liu Shiming, standing behind Lin Zhou, curiously patted his shoulder. Bro, that rose really is for Zhang Shuqian. He had thought it was for Yun Ruoshi, and had been nervous for Lin Zhou. Could it be that he guessed wrong? The students stood in alternating rows. One class had 2 rows of boys and 2 rows of girls. Lin Zhou and Liu Shiming were in class 2, and right next to them were the girls from class 3. And Yun Ruoshi was standing right there. Hearing this, she stopped reciting the oath, turning her ear towards Lin Zhou, wanting to hear his answer. This wasn't the first time Lin Zhou had confessed to her. But it was the strangest one. Clearly, the flowers were for her, so how did they end up with Zhang Bapi? Was Lin Zhou just playing it safe? He must have been afraid of being reprimanded by the teacher and made up an excuse. Chapter 3. Of course it's true. Do you think I would lie in front of so many people? Lin Zhou's words shattered Yun Ruoshi's hopes. She turned her head in disbelief and looked at Lin Zhou. What did he mean? Wasn't the flower for her? Had he not planned to confess to her today? How could that be? Since high school, Lin Zhou had confessed at least once a month, and by senior year, it had been once a week. The last confession had been 2 weeks ago, and she thought he had been preparing for this confession ceremony. How could he suddenly not confess? Liu Shiming was also confused. Unable to help himself, he walked over and touched Lin Zhou's forehead like he was checking for a fever. No fever. Get lost. If you want to get scolded, don't drag me into it. Lin Zhou joked as he cursed, and then the voice of Zhang piping came from the front. Hey, class 2. Do the oath properly, or I'll deduct your class points for gossiping. Liu Shiming quickly went back to his place and started reciting the oath. Their 100-day oath ceremony concluded amidst the loud cheers of over 1,000 students. Next came 10 minutes of free time. After 10 minutes, it would be class time. Lin Zhou remembered that this was the class when Xu Nianchu was brought to the classroom and sat next to him. He turned and headed toward the classroom. A girl who had liked him for many years and was willing to die for him, he didn't want to miss her again. Hey, Lin Zhou, wait for me. Liu Shiming quickly caught up, wrapped his arm around Lin Zhou's neck, and whispered. Yun Ruoshi is right behind us, walk slower. Why walk slower? Liu Shiming looked at Lin Zhou in disbelief. Aren't you going to wait for her? This way, you can walk with her. This was something Lin Zhou had always done in the past. Every time he saw Yun Ruoshi nearby, he would find a way to accidentally run into her. Even if she wasn't nearby, he'd try to get close. As Lin Zhou's best friend, Liu Shiming often covered for him. Lin Zhou shook his head. No need. But you used to. That was in the past, Liu Fatty. We should go back to studying now. Huh? You and Yun Ruoshi. Lin Zhou slapped him on the back of his head. Let's go. What Lin Zhou didn't know was that after he left, Yun Ruoshi stared at his back and bit her lower lip. Ruoshi, what's wrong? Wait, isn't that Lin Zhou? Why isn't he waiting for you? Her best friend, Li Xiaowan, asked in confusion. You see, in the past, Lin Zhou had made many awkward attempts to accidentally run into Yun Ruoshi. His acting was so bad that people could hardly watch. It had become a joke among their friends. Who in senior year didn't know Lin Zhou liked Yun Ruoshi? It's nothing at all. Let's hurry back to the classroom. Yun Ruoshi gave a dry laugh and linked arms with Li Xiaowan. On their way back to the classroom, she glanced toward Lin Zhou's direction, casually but with a sense of urgency. He never turned back to look at her. Lin Zhou seemed a little different today. Lin Zhou, what's going on? Did Yun Ruoshi make you mad? As soon as they entered the classroom, Liu Shiming stuck to Lin Zhou's seat. Lin Zhou pushed him away. Don't sit here, get up. This was the seat for Xu Nianchu. What if she didn't want to sit here when she saw someone else in the seat? After all, the fact that Lin Zhou had been reborn had become reality. He was worried something might go wrong. Liu Shiming didn't listen to him and plopped down in the seat. Come on, tell me what happened. Do you need me to apologize to Yun Ruoshi for you? Lin Zhou shot him a glare. Liu Shiming, don't you think I look like an animal chasing after Yun Ruoshi every day? Huh? What kind of animal? Lin Zhou made a motion as if to stick out his tongue. In this era, there was no term for a simp. A dog. Liu Shiming scratched his head and recalled how Lin Zhou had been so eager to please her every day. Actually, yeah, it does seem like that. Exactly. So, I'm not going to chase after Yun Ruoshi anymore. Huh. I don't want to be a simp. In this life, Lin Zhou just wanted to live with dignity, to have a sincere relationship, and a happy, fulfilling family. That was his wish. Simp is a good word, bro, it really suits you. Liu Shiming gave a thumbs up, but when he saw Lin Zhou's murderous glare, he quickly laughed nervously. Still, bro, even though I don't understand what you mean, I think you're right. I support you. Thanks, but bro. Lin Zhou sized him up. I think you need to lose some weight. 18-year-old Liu Shiming, at 173 centimeters tall, weighed 160 pounds. He was definitely a chubby guy. Liu Shiming was startled. What are you saying? That's too difficult. You sound just like my mom. I can't give up soda, chips, or ice cream. Friend breakup. He quickly ran back to his seat, as though afraid Lin Zhou might actually try to make him lose weight. Lin Zhou. Ding ling ling tilde tilde. The class bell rang. Lin Zhou quickly straightened up, thought about it for a second, then quickly grabbed a piece of paper from Liu Shiming's desk, which was on the other side of the hallway, and wiped down the desk and chair next to him. He often got in trouble for not paying attention in class, always talking and messing around. The teacher had given him a desk all to himself, sitting in the back row. He didn't have a desk partner. That was why Xu Nianchu had been assigned to sit next to him. Lin Zhou, are you crazy? Liu Shiming couldn't understand Lin Zhou's behavior. Lin Zhou had been acting strange all day. Quiet. Their homeroom teacher, Liu Qingyang, entered the classroom, wearing a short down jacket, a half-length skirt, and high-heeled ankle boots. The students were astonished and murmured in surprise. Lin Zhou also looked up. When he saw Liu Qingyang, he was momentarily stunned. In his memory, Liu Qingyang always wore simple tops with jeans and white sneakers, without any makeup. Today, however, she was wearing lipstick. In his past life, Lin Zhou had been one of the loudest people who would jeer at her. But today, he quickly looked beyond her. Standing behind Liu Qingyang was a small girl who seemed to try to blend into the background, so thin she looked like a piece of paper. Just like when they first met in his past life, she wore a grey-pink backpack patched up with stitches and a school uniform that was one size too large for her. Her hands were tightly clasped together, her head lowered, walking carefully. Her skin was pale, but her thinness made her look somewhat unhealthy. She wore large black-framed glasses and heavy bangs, making it hard to see her face clearly. Xu Nianchu. Lin Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He remembered the scene from his past life when she had finished arranging his funeral and curled up in a corner, crying her heart out. At that moment, he had wanted nothing more than to hold her in his arms. But back then, Lin Zhou had only been a wandering soul. He couldn't do anything. And at the very end, without any hesitation, she had jumped into the rushing river, unable to be stopped, no matter how loudly he called her. Lin Zhou felt a sharp pain in his chest. It had been so long since anyone had cared for him like that. He even forgot that such strong and sincere feelings existed in this world. Although he didn't know why she loved him so much. Now, at 17 and a half, he had plenty of time to slowly find out. Today, our class has a new transfer student. This is Xu Nianchu. Everyone, give her a warm welcome. Liu Qingyang cleared her throat and brought Lin Zhou's attention back to the present. Come on, Xu Nianchu, please introduce yourself. In his past life, Lin Zhou had never paid attention to Xu Nianchu's introduction. He had been too focused on Liu Qingyang's sudden change. He didn't know why, but this teacher, who was considered one of the two great pains of their school along with Zhang Shuqin, and who was most likely to take over the position of the head of the teaching department, had suddenly started dressing up. It was quite shocking. Later, when Liu Qingyang told him that Xu Nianchu would sit next to Lin Zhou, he had sneered, which led to Liu Qingyang scolding him. Now, he wanted to listen carefully. Xu Nianchu stood in panic, only managing to say one word before lowering her head again. Lin Zhou saw her hands, which had been tightly clasped, nervously shifting her thumbs. Was she afraid? He realized, too, that even though they had only been desk partners for 2 days in his past life, he had hardly ever heard Xu Nianchu speak. She was very shy. The students around them began whispering. What's going on? Why isn't she speaking? Liu Qingyang also noticed something was wrong. Xu Nianchu, what's the matter? Lin Zhou saw Xu Nianchu's tiny body visibly shake. He couldn't sit still any longer and immediately stood up. Liu teacher. Chapter 4. Liu Qingyang furrowed her brows and looked at Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou, what's going on now? She had missed the morning's 100-day pledge meeting due to some matters. When she arrived, her colleagues had already started talking about Lin Zhou's big blunder. Though Zhang Shuqi said he wouldn't blame him, by this time, Liu Qingyang had received several calls from parents. All of them were complaints about him disturbing discipline, having a crush too early, and interfering with the students' determination to succeed. Liu Qingyang didn't know how to handle this anymore, and her head was starting to ache. This year's new students were a real treasure, and Lin Zhou must not bully them. Liu Qingyang slightly turned her body, putting herself between Xu Nianchu and the others in a protective manner. The young girl took a step back, her head lowered even further. Lin Zhou smiled, glanced at Liu Qingyang, and casually said, Teacher Liu, you look really beautiful today. The students were instantly stunned. Then, they burst into a wave of astonished murmurs. What was Lin Zhou doing? Flirting with the female tyrant? How dare he? Everyone waited eagerly to see Lin Zhou get thrown out of the classroom for punishment. Really? Liu Qingyang's face flushed. She quickly adjusted her glasses, lowering her head. Everyone? What's going on? The female tyrant is blushing? Even if she didn't kick him out, she should at least scold him. Perhaps realizing her reaction wasn't quite right, Liu Qingyang quickly wiped the smile off her face and cooled her expression. You little brat, what nonsense are you saying? Her tone was much gentler now. Lin Zhou saw that his goal had been achieved and added, I'm speaking from the heart, Teacher Liu. You should dress up more often, then you'll definitely get married. Liu Qingyang, 30 years old, still unmarried with no boyfriend. It was said that her parents had been urging her so much that they were almost about to sever ties with her. Liu Qingyang's face flushed again, and after hearing the second half of his comment, she turned slightly pale. Enough, Lin Zhou, stop talking nonsense. I heard you gave flowers to all the teachers today. That was a good gesture, but you can't keep causing trouble. A lot of parents have complained about you, and Zhang teacher and I have explained things, but you need to remember to focus on your studies. Otherwise, we won't have any explanation to give those parents. Of course, I'll study hard and won't let you down. Teacher, even though you really look beautiful today, we've already been in class for 5 minutes. Should we start with the lesson? Liu Qingyang, slightly flustered by the compliments, nodded. Okay, let's get started. Everyone, take out your papers. Oh, right. Xu Nianchu, please sit in the empty seat next to Lin Zhou. We'll see if we can change your seat during class time. Okay. Xu Nianchu, who had been ignored for a while, finally escaped from her plight. She hurried off the podium and walked toward Lin Zhou's direction. There was only one empty seat, so she guessed the teacher meant that one. Her new deskmate, Lin Zhou. Sitting at his desk, Lin Zhou looked up and unconsciously smiled as he watched her approach. 18-year-old Xu Nianchu, so socially anxious. So cute. He saw her walk to the side, cautiously stretch out her foot to test the space, then quickly retract it. Oh, excuse me, could I sit here? This is it, this will be your seat, Lin Zhou said, holding back the urge to pull her into his arms and trying to smile kindly. Thank you. Xu Nianchu carefully expressed her thanks and sat down. She opened her worn-out school bag, took out a stack of books, and carefully arranged them. Then, she took out her exercise book and fell silent. All right, everyone, take out yesterday's test papers, Liu Qingyang's voice rang out. Lin Zhou rummaged through his desk for a moment and finally pulled out his test paper covered in red XS. He couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. His grades were really bad. With only 100 days left, he wasn't sure if he could improve. And he had no idea what level Xu Nianchu was at. Could they even go to the same university? If not, how could he stay in touch with her? While Lin Zhou was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a weak gaze intentionally or unintentionally glancing over at him. He turned his head and saw Xu Nianchu quickly look away, lowering her head and doodling on a piece of scrap paper. This girl didn't have yesterday's test paper. That made sense. They had a test every week in their senior year. The test they were reviewing today was from yesterday, and she just transferred in. It was normal that she didn't have it. But looking at her, it seemed like she wanted to borrow his paper but was too shy to ask. This girl really had social anxiety. Lin Zhou sighed inwardly and then looked at his test paper again. At that moment, he regretted not having studied harder. They say first impressions are crucial. What if this girl doesn't like him in the future? This was really giving him a headache. But no matter how much he worried, Lin Zhou couldn't bear to see the cautious, shy way she was glancing at him. He had originally planned to just invite her to look at his paper, but since it was their first time meeting and she was so timid, he didn't know if it would scare her. After thinking for a moment, Lin Zhou purposely placed the test paper between them. Xu Nianchu, as if discovering a new world, smiled briefly before quickly hiding it, carefully peeking over at Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou was quite satisfied with the situation. But soon, he noticed his new desk mate frowning, seemingly confused about what the red XS meant on his paper. Lin Zhou just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He definitely needed to figure out how to improve his studies. Otherwise, should he ask Liu Qingyang to talk to Zhang teacher and get the other teachers to give him some extra lessons? As Lin Zhou was pondering the feasibility of this idea, he couldn't help but wonder why others in the world of reincarnation got golden fingers, but he didn't. If someone with photographic memory had appeared right now, he wouldn't have to worry at all. The more he thought, the angrier he got. Forget it, he'd just focus on the lesson. Learning something was better than failing the next exam. With that in mind, Lin Zhou focused on his test paper. To his surprise, as he glanced over it, all the knowledge points that Liu Qingyang had discussed were clearly absorbed into his ears. And he had memorized everything. For the first time, Lin Zhou felt like his brain was so clear. Could it be the benefit of reincarnation? Lin Zhou quickly looked down the test paper, and after seeing all the incorrect answers, he grabbed the Chinese textbook. Xu Nianchu raised her eyebrows slightly. What was her new desk mate searching for? Why was he flipping through the book so messily? You. I'm looking for the original text for this question. Xu Nianchu glanced at the question he was pointing at, then at the chaotic Chinese textbook he was flipping through. She felt a bit sorry for him. This poem is on page 103 of the second semester of sophomore year. Lin Zhou quickly threw the sophomore first-year Chinese textbook back into his desk and took out the sophomore second-year textbook. When he turned to page 103, he indeed found the poem. Lin Zhou was stunned and glanced at Xu Nianchu. This little desk mate wasn't he simple? Xu Nianchu, feeling embarrassed, quickly lowered her head, not daring to speak again. Lin Zhou didn't mind, though. He started reading the original text in the textbook. After reading it once, he realized that he had already memoized most of the content. Without wasting time, Lin Zhou read it again, and this time, the entire text was embedded in his mind. Lin Zhou was shocked. This was truly a huge benefit of reincarnation. This was fantastic. It was like a study cheat code. Chapter 5. Liu Shimin felt that something was wrong with Lin Zhou. Not only because of the flag-raising ceremony in the morning, he inexplicably gave flowers to the teachers. But also because in this class, he not only praised Liu Qingyang in public, but also didn't say a word to him. He was either flipping through a book or reading a textbook. He was completely different from the usual Lin Zhou. You know, in every class before, Lin Zhou spent half of the time chatting with him across the corridor, and when he couldn't chat, he passed notes. Although they often cursed each other because of who was the father and who was more stupid. But that was the normal Lin Zhou. Moreover, he actually whispered to the new little deskmate. It's okay to say it, but he actually looked very happy. That deskmate was dressed so rustically and looked so thin, like a bean sprout. According to Liu Shiming's understanding of Lin Zhou, he should like the type with big breasts, thin waists, and big butts. For example, Yun Ruoshi. After all, Lin Zhou once whistled at a few skinny girls in school and said to Liu Shiming, who would like this kind of bean sprouts. Liu Shiming wanted to say that he liked it, but because he was afraid of being beaten, he finally agreed with Lin Zhou. But now, what is Lin Zhou doing? Changed his taste and suddenly became interested in bean sprouts. This is incredible. What is going on? Liu Shiming had a big question in his mind. This question lasted until the end of Get Out of Class, and he finally couldn't help but burst out. The reason was that Lin Zhou's deskmate went out as soon as the Get Out of Class was over. Liu Shiming originally planned to call Lin Zhou to the toilet, but found that Lin Zhou didn't intend to pay attention to him at all, so he stood up with the bean sprout deskmate and walked out. As Lin Zhou's best brother, how could he not accompany him in such a major event in life as going to the toilet during class? Lin Zhou. Liu Shiming quickly followed and hugged his shoulders. Lin Zhou did not stop. What's wrong? Liu Shiming followed Lin Zhou's gaze and found that his new deskmate was indeed in his sight. Liu Shiming was getting more and more strange. He also looked at Lin Zhou's deskmate, who did not dare to raise his head and walked cautiously to the women's restroom alone. Brother Zhou, have you changed your mind? After all, since the first grade of junior high school, Lin Zhou had threatened to marry Yun Ruoshi. At this time, his eyes were obviously no longer on Yun Ruoshi. Otherwise, even if he did not go to the toilet during the break, he should have gone to the door of class 3 and waited to meet Yun Ruoshi by chance. Instead of following his deskmate. Lin Zhou rolled his eyes at Liu Shiming. Speak properly. What do you mean by changing your mind? I mean to turn back and stop the loss in time. Liu Shiming was shocked. He looked at Lin Zhou with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Oh my god, you don't really like classmate Xu, do you? Lin Zhou did not rush to answer. Seeing Xu Nianchu's figure getting farther and farther away, Lin Zhou fell into deep thought. He found that this rebirth had a big drawback. That is, he knew nothing about Xu Nianchu except that she liked him very much. In the previous life, he sat at the same table with Xu Nianchu for 2 days. Later, after his death, he watched everything she did for him as a soul, even committing suicide for love. He really didn't have the opportunity to understand. Lin Zhou regretted that he should have asked other classmates in his dreams what Xu Nianchu was like. Now he was in the dark. So, he didn't listen to Liu Shiming at all, and nodded mechanically. Yes. Liu Shiming felt like he had really seen a ghost. But, isn't this the first time you saw her today? How come you fell in love with her? Lin Zhou finally reacted and looked at Liu Ximing like an idiot. Why? Can't I like her? Yes, but. Yun Ruoshi. Fatty Liu, don't you understand what I'm saying? Didn't I say this morning that I don't want to be a bootlicker anymore? Are you serious? When Lin Zhou said this before, Liu Ximing always thought that Lin Zhou was joking. After all, Lin Zhou used to skip classes and fight for Yun Ruoshi, and he could do anything. Last night he was still talking about giving Yun Ruoshi a huge surprise. Make sure she can never leave him again. But Liu Ximing didn't expect that after a day and a night plus 100-day oath-taking meeting, this oath immediately turned into a bunch of nonsense. Is this the legendary scumbag? What a high level! Of course I'm serious. While talking, Lin Zhou looked at the crowd again. Finding that Xu Nianchu's figure was no longer visible, he sighed, alas, it's all your fault. My little classmate lost me. Liu Ximing looked at Lin Zhou in shock again. He took a step back and muttered in disbelief, You, don't scare me. Are you possessed by a ghost? Are you still my brother Zhou? Even if it was love at first sight, this is too exaggerated, right? How come he is like a pervert? Lin Zhou raised his hand in annoyance and slapped Liu Ximing on the shoulder, starting to use force. What are you talking about? Liu Ximing wailed after being beaten, and realized that if he didn't change his words, his arm would be broken. I said, let's go to the internet cafe for the night this weekend. Brother Zhou, it hurts. Lin Zhou let go of Liu Ximing's shoulder. No overnight. But you said you'd take me to play games last week. I've quit. Then what are you doing? Brother Zhou, I can't win without you. Of course I'm studying hard with my deskmate. Liu Ximing looked at Lin Zhou with disdain. Brother Zhou, why do I feel that the word study sounds so empty when it comes out of your mouth? It's as empty as your body. Lin Zhou resisted the urge to kick Liu Ximing away and pulled up his pants. Compete? Oh, forget it, Brother Zhou, are you really studying? Who would go to such a vulgar competition? It's not because he can't compete at all. Yeah. Then, what should I do? Lin Zhou hugged Liu Ximing's shoulders again. I heard you have a few brothers in number 2 middle school. Yeah, buddies, where don't you have a few brothers? People on the street call me Big Brother. Okay, then go and help your big brother do something. What is it? Help me check Xu Nianchu. Xu Nianchu was transferred from number 2 middle school. But the college entrance examination is coming soon, why did she transfer to number 1 middle school? Lin Zhou felt that he needed to find out. Liu Ximing was shocked again. Although I am familiar with them, it seems too vulgar for me to investigate a girl. A point card. Lin Zhou made a condition. Liu Ximing's eyes lit up. He thought for a moment and raised 2 fingers. 2. Oh, then I'll find someone else. Oh, no, I'll go, just 1, keep my word. Deal. Ruoshi, what are you doing here? When Li Xiaowan walked out of the classroom, she saw Yun Ruoshi standing at the back door of class 3 near the front door of class 2. She frowned, and a thought flashed through her mind. Are you waiting for Lin Zhou? There used to be a regular at this position. Lin Zhou. During the 10 minutes between classes, as long as he didn't go to the toilet or had nothing else to do, he would stand here and deliberately play with other students. In fact, as long as Yun Ruoshi came out, he would find an excuse to come over and talk to her. But why is Yun Ruoshi standing here now? She used to hate passing by the back door the most. She always said that the boys' eyes were almost glued to her, and she didn't like it. Chapter 6. Why would I wait for Lin Zhou? She was just curious about what happened to Lin Zhou, why he gave the roses that were originally intended for her to the teacher, and said those words on the podium. Her shoelaces were not untied at all. She was even more curious about why Lin Zhou pretended not to see him and walked away directly after the oath-taking ceremony. He didn't explain to her either. Yes. She just wanted an explanation. A class had already passed, and Lin Zhou should give her an explanation. She stood here just to make it easier for him to explain. She didn't wait for him. Seeing that Li Xiaowan obviously didn't believe it, Yun Ruoshi looked a little flustered. I'm just too hot, standing here to blow the wind. Blow the wind. Li Xiaowan looked at the weather outside. The second semester of senior year had just begun, and it was only February now. The temperature was occasionally below zero, which was unbearably cold. The weather forecast also said that there would be snow in the next few days. Blow the wind at this time. Yeah, the class is too stuffy, don't you think? There are 70 or 80 people in a class, it's a bit stuffy indeed. But it's not to the point of going out to blow the wind, right? Li Xiaowan found that Yun Ruosh's ears were frozen red. Ruoshi, you. Forget it, I'll go to the bathroom. Yun Ruoshi interrupted Li Xiaowan and left quickly. If she stayed any longer, she didn't know what she would say. Li Xiaowan looked puzzled. What's wrong with Ruoshi? Yun Ruoshi lowered her head and walked towards the bathroom mechanically. All the way, she seemed to have lost her soul. What is Lin Zhou doing? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Just thinking about it, she suddenly heard Liu Ximing's voice. Hey! Brother Zhou, Yun Ruoshi. After losing their little deskmate, the two went to the bathroom together. Liu Ximing happened to be next to Lin Zhou. He quickly pulled up his pants while cursing, went out the door, and walked towards the classroom. I didn't expect to meet Yun Ruoshi on the road. Yun Ruoshi looked up and saw Liu Ximing standing with Lin Zhou. She ignored Liu Ximing and shouted happily, Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou restrained his smile. You guys chat, I'm going back to the classroom first. After Rebirth, he really didn't want to have any entanglement with Yun Ruoshi anymore. Yun Ruoshi was stunned. She looked at him in disbelief. Lin Zhou, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. But. Yun Ruoshi seemed a little anxious. She wanted to say something, but Liu Ximing was still here, and she didn't know how to start. Seeing this, Liu Ximing knew the situation and said, Brother Zhou, how about I go first? Lin Zhou held him back. No need. He said to Yun Ruoshi again, just say whatever you want to say, Liu Ximing is not an outsider. Liu Ximing was very moved by the second half of the sentence, but now was obviously not the time to be moved. He raised his hands and covered his ears. I'm blind, I can't hear anything, you guys talk. Seeing Yun Ruoshi still struggling, Lin Zhou said again. If you don't want to talk, we'll leave. Yun Ruoshi quickly stopped him, her voice a little excited. Lin Zhou, aren't you going to give me an explanation? The roses you gave me this morning were clearly for me, why did you give them to Zhang Shuqi? Lin Zhou looked at her in surprise. Are all the beauties now so narcissistic? But it's not surprising to hear these words coming from Yun Ruoshi's mouth. She is such a person, and she has always been like this to herself in her previous life. It's hard for me to be blind in my previous life, I can't even see this trick. This arrogant and self-righteous school beauty doesn't like me, she just likes the feeling of being liked by me. Who said I'm giving it to you? It's for all the teachers. Yun Ruoshi obviously didn't believe it. Impossible, you're going to confess to me, aren't you? How do you know I'm going to confess to you? Did I tell you in advance? You used to confess to me every week, and it's been 2 weeks this time. So this time you're going to confess to me, right? Listen. What kind of magical brain circuit is this? Although he did want to confess in his last life, things are different now. Classmate Yun Ruoshi, I think people shouldn't overthink. You know I confessed to you every week before. Did you agree? Yes, I liked you at that time, but now I don't like you anymore, I don't want to confess, and I won't confess again in the future. Do you understand? From today on, you go your way, and I go my way. Bye. After that, Lin Zhou pulled the stunned Liu Ximing and walked towards the classroom. Yun Ruoshi? She was stunned in the place, eyes full of disbelief. What did Lin Zhou say? He didn't like her anymore? How could he not like her? He had liked her for nearly 6 years. They were about to graduate, why did he suddenly not like her? No. This was not true. Lin Zhou must be taking revenge on her because she had not accepted her confession before. In that case, just leave him alone for a few days. Let's see who can't help it first. On their way back to the classroom, Liu Ximing silently gave a thumbs up. Brother Zhou, you are awesome. No one in Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school had ever said this to Yun Ruoshi. Look how angry the girl was, her face turned red. Lin Zhou was indeed different. Stop talking nonsense, don't yell at Yun Ruoshi next time you see her. Just causing trouble for him. Okay, but Brother Zhou, is what you just said true? Which sentence? That sentence, that sentence. Liu Shiming scratched his head embarrassedly. Seeing that Lin Zhou didn't want to listen anymore, he lowered his head and shouted. That sentence, Liu Shiming is not an outsider. Lin Zhou looked at him with contempt. I didn't expect this kid to remember this sentence. Of course it's true. After all, after he was expelled from school in his previous life, only Liu Shiming treated him well. After his father passed away, it was this kid who accompanied him through the most difficult days. It's a pity that something happened to this kid later. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died without anyone to collect his body. In Lin Zhou's eyes, Liu Shiming is the best brother. But he can't let him hear these hypocritical words. Lin Zhou deliberately kept it a secret. It depends on your performance. After speaking, he quickly rushed into the classroom. Hey! Brother Zhou, you! Finding out that he was fooled, Liu Shiming was not angry. Okay, I will definitely perform well. He walked to the classroom humming a song all the way. Since Brother Zhou treated him as a brother, then his brother's business was his own business. Liu Shiming made up his mind that as long as it was Lin Zhou's business, he would do his best. So, as soon as he sat down, Liu Shiming took out the pager that he had hidden for a long time from his crotch. Decided to get in touch with the classmates of number 2 middle school. When Lin Zhou entered the classroom, he found that his deskmate had already sat down. He also quickly came to his seat. This class was chemistry. Xu Nianchu looked at the classmates blankly as they took out the test papers, a little at a loss. Seeing Lin Zhou, she subconsciously shrank back and leaned to the side. In her mind, all the words she had just heard in the toilet cubicle were inadvertent. Why did the teacher let the transfer student sit at the same table with Lin Zhou today? Yes, she looks pitiful, but Lin Zhou is a school bully. Several of his classmates were bullied away. Yes, I heard that he threw a bug into a girl's neck before. That's too bad. That's right. Should we remind Xu Nianchu? Xu Nianchu's mind was a little confused. Is the new deskmate so bad? But she had just secretly read his test paper in the last class and pointed out the content of the test paper to him. Talking about learning content with a school bully. Xu Nianchu felt a chill. No wonder his deskmate followed him and the neighboring desk across the corridor after class. Could he be playing a trick on him? When he was in number 2 middle school, those classmates also played tricks on him. Just thinking about it, Xu Nianchu saw his deskmate who had already sat down, took out the chemistry test paper from the desk and looked at her. Look together. Xu Nianchu was slightly stunned. Subconsciously shrank back. No. Lin Zhou. What's wrong with my deskmate? Why is he more timid in the next class? Do you have the test paper? No. Why don't you look at it? The teacher is about to explain the questions. Xu Nianchu was silent. She had to listen to the class. In the current situation, there seemed to be no other way except to look at Lin Zhou's test paper. Xu Nianchu didn't know what to do for a while. Finally, the determination to study hard still overcame her fear, and she carefully moved closer to Lin Zhou. Thank you. But before she could read a word, she saw Lin Zhou quickly take back his test paper. Well, you can look at it, but I have a condition. Question mark. Xu Nianchu was stunned for a moment. Just now, didn't he say that he wanted to look at it together? Did the new deskmate really start to tease her? What to do? Chapter 7. Countless scenes of being bullied flashed through Xu Nianchu's mind, and she closed her eyes nervously. I won't watch it anymore. Puff. Lin Zhou laughed and handed her the white rabbit candy in his hand. Help me throw these candies away, the trash can is over there. Xu Nianchu exclaimed, a little bit unbelievable. Throw away. Just like that. Yes, I brought too much today and can't finish it. Xu Nianchu looked at Lin Zhou in surprise. Finding that he didn't seem to have any other intentions, she lowered her head and looked at the candy again. Still couldn't help reminding. But these candies are all good, what a waste. Lin Zhou was waiting for this sentence. In his previous life, he gave these candies to Xu Nianchu today. At that time, Yun Ruoshi ignored him for the whole morning after his confession was rejected at the oath-taking ceremony. Naturally, no one wanted the candies in his pocket. Lin Zhou was upset at the time. Whenever he touched the candy, he would think of Yun Ruoshi's rejection of him. He simply took out the candy and prepared to throw it away. Just as Lin Zhou walked to the trash can, he heard the first sentence Xu Nianchu said since they met. "Classmate, no, it can't be wasted." Being stopped, Lin Zhou became even more upset and threw the candy to her directly. "Then you can help me deal with it." Then he took Liu Ximing to skip class and go online. So, he didn't know why these candies saved Xu Nianchu's life. But since it saved his life, it must be extremely important to his little deskmate. In this life, he didn't confess, wasn't rejected, and didn't want to lose his temper. Instead, he was in a very good mood. He could only find a reason to give her the candy. "Oh, then you eat them." "Are? Eat. Well, yes, I don't want to eat them, and you don't let me throw them away. If you don't eat them, who will eat them? This reason is really good." Lin Zhou wanted to praise himself. "You can eat it tomorrow." Lin Zhou quickly put the test paper between the two of them, and then sighed. "Alas, there is more tomorrow. My dad asked me to bring some every day, saying that it is to prevent hypoglycemia, but I don't like to eat white rabbit milk candy at all. How can I have hypoglycemia when I am so strong? But I can't refuse him. If you don't want to eat it, please help me throw it away." Xu Nianchu then carefully put the candy into the desk. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Knowing that she was reluctant to waste it, Lin Zhou achieved his goal and didn't bother her anymore. The teacher has started the class. Lin Zhou listened to the class attentively and found that just like Chinese, as long as he read it once, he could remember everything. Lin Zhou couldn't help laughing. This rebirth benefit is really good. In this life, no matter what school Xu Nianchu applies for, he should be able to get in. Xu Nianchu was a little dumb. The new deskmate not only let her look at the test paper, but also gave her candy? How could this happen? The morning passed quickly. Before the school bell rang, Liu Ximing whistled softly at Lin Zhou, signaling him to quickly pick up the lunchbox and prepare for the 100-meter sprint. "It's time to eat." Lin Zhou understood immediately, and stood up the moment the teacher said the get out of class was over. But after just 2 steps, he found that Xu Nianchu didn't move. She didn't even mean to take the lunchbox, and was fiddling with the textbook with her head down. Lin Zhou was stunned. "Little deskmate, you're not going to eat." Xu Nianchu raised her head in shock. "Yeah. I'll go later." "Okay, then I'll go first." Lin Zhou didn't care much. After all, the little deskmate is socially anxious, and she is so timid when she speaks. Maybe she doesn't like to grab food when there are many people, and prefers to be alone. "I'll take her with me when we get familiar with each other." Lin Zhou left the classroom and headed straight for the cafeteria under Liu Ximing's urging. At the entrance of class 2, when Yun Ruoshi and Li Xiaowan came out, they saw Lin Zhou and Liu Ximing. Yun Ruoshi had completely forgotten that she had just vowed not to care about Lin Zhou. She subconsciously shouted, "Lin Zhou, can you help me get one too?" But the boy in front of her seemed not to hear him and went faster. Yun Ruoshi's hand holding the lunchbox froze in place. In the past, Lin Zhou would wait for her at the door and bring her lunch without her shouting. Today, he didn't even hear her shouting. Yun Ruoshi's heart was blocked with a breath, and tears were about to come out. Li Xiaowan was a little worried. "Ruoshi, are you and Lin Zhou having a quarrel?" Yun Ruoshi didn't answer, and a boy's voice came from behind. "Ruoshi, how about I help you get one?" It was Lin Zhou's classmate Fan Yunhao. He studied very well and had always had a crush on Yun Ruoshi, but he never dared to say it out loud. You can't fall in love in high school, or you will be punished. In addition, Lin Zhou, who was by Yun Ruoshi's side, was too high profile. He could only endure it silently. Today, seeing that Lin Zhou ignored Yun Ruoshi, he finally found an opportunity. Yun Ruoshi's face turned cold, and she pulled Li Xiaowan out. "I can buy it myself." Fan Yunhao's face suddenly became embarrassed. In the cafeteria, because Lin Zhou and Liu Ximing were fast enough, they quickly got their meals. While eating, Lin Zhou took out a piece of paper from his pocket and started reading it. Liu Ximing came over in confusion, and when he found that it was a test paper, he was stunned. "Lin Zhou, what is this?" "Yeah, a math test paper." "I know it's a math test paper, I mean why is it a math test paper?" "Study hard, didn't I tell you?" Liu Ximing looked at Lin Zhou like a monster, and the noodles he had sucked into his mouth fell out. Brother Zhu, are you possessed by something? How about I ask my mom to go to the temple to burn incense on the weekend and pray for you? Lin Zhou rolled his eyes at Liu Shiming. Come on, stop being so funny. If you don't study hard, you might not even be able to get into college. If you can't get in, then you can't get in. What's so good about college? Lin Zhou thought about the various slim waists, long legs and tender model faces he had seen in the university town in his previous life, and nodded seriously. The girls in college are pretty good. Liu Shiming looked disdainful. How do you know since you haven't been to college? Lin Zhou. Liu Shiming, do you like men? Bullshit. I'm straight. That's good. Brother Zhou, why are you asking this? Aren't we talking about college girls? Lin Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and changed the subject. How is the matter I asked you to investigate? Speaking of this, Liu Shiming became interested. Hey? To be honest with you, Brother Zhou, I really have some news. Guess what? Liu Shiming smacked his lips and shook his head. Hurry up and tell me. If you don't, your credit card will be gone. Okay, I'll tell you. This Xu Nianchu is so miserable. I heard from a classmate over there that Xu Nianchu is a top student in their school and is very good at studying, but her family conditions are very difficult. How difficult is it? She can't even afford the tuition, and sometimes she can't even have food. Then the teacher at number 2 middle school is also very good, and she directly reduced her tuition, but this girl is a little timid, and you know, there are many bullies like you in the school. No, there are many bullies, and there will be some campus bullying incidents, and Xu Nianchu is often bullied. Later, she couldn't stand it and dropped out of school. The teacher couldn't do anything about those students who bullied her, and couldn't follow Xu all the time. Although he wanted her to go back to school, he was afraid that she would stay in school for a long time. If there is any problem, he deliberately leaked the news of her dropping out to the teacher of number 1 middle school, that is, Zhang Bapi. Zhang Bapi is a man who cherishes talent. He can't bear to see such a good student drop out of school, so he took the female devil Liu Qingyang with him to lobby her family, and then brought her to number 1 middle school and arranged her in our class. Lin Zhou frowned tightly when he heard it. Poor student? Bullied. Chapter 8. Yes, her family lives in a big mountain nest, which is Zujia's high in the north of the county town. You know? That big winding mountain road, I was scared every time I went there, and it is said that her parents are gone, grandpa and grandma support them, and the brother is also in school. Not long ago, grandpa went to the mountain to collect herbs to sell for money, but he fell down and broke his leg. The only source of income for the family was cut off, and she used this as an excuse to drop out of school. Oh no. Lin Zhou stood up and walked out. Liu Shiming was startled. Brother Zhou, what are you doing? Wait for me here first, I'll be back soon, eat slowly. Okay. After Lin Zhou left the cafeteria, he headed for the classroom. It was lunchtime, and there was no one in the classroom except for a few people eating instant noodles. Lin Zhou walked to the back door and looked inside quietly. He saw Xu Nianchu sitting there motionless. She still maintained the posture she had after school, as if she had never left. Her hands were fiddling with something seriously. Lin Zhou looked carefully and found that it was a few white rabbit milk candies. It was given to her by Lin Zhou in the morning. She wouldn't take this for lunch? Just thinking about it, Lin Zhou saw Xu Nianchu stand up and try to walk out. But after just 2 steps, her legs softened and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, there was a table next to her. The little classmate just held the table and sat in Lin Zhou's seat. She gently patted her head with her hand, perhaps to relieve the dizziness. Lin Zhou, who wanted to rush in, clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he finally understood what Xu Nianchu meant when she said that these candies had saved her life. Her current appearance was obviously caused by hypoglycemia due to long-term lack of food and malnutrition. And the reason why she was so thin must be because of this reason. Those candies are the most useful medicine to relieve hypoglycemia. In her previous life, Xu Nianchu must have had no money to eat, and because she was bullied for a long time, she was unwilling to talk and socialize, and even more unwilling to ask for help from others. She relied on these candies for a few days. When he thought of this, Lin Zhou felt a pain in his chest. He wanted to rush in and tell her not to do this to herself. But Lin Zhou knew that he couldn't. Xu Nianchu was very stubborn, and it could be seen from the fact that she was unwilling to accept Lin Zhou's candies even though she was already so miserable. Lin Zhou said he was going to throw it away, so she reluctantly accepted it. If she rushed in directly, it would definitely shatter her remaining self-esteem. This was a major blow to her. Maybe because of this, she would get further and further away from him. But he couldn't just watch her so hungry, he had to think of a way. Lin Zhou shook her hand again, turned around, and walked towards the cafeteria. Liu Ximing had finished his meal and was sitting with his legs crossed and picking his teeth. Seeing Lin Zhou coming back, he quickly stood up. "Brother Zhou, eat quickly, I finished it all." Lin Zhou didn't say anything, his face was very gloomy. After sitting down, his mind became messy. Lin Zhou didn't understand how magical fate was. Why let a little girl bear all this? He couldn't imagine how Xu Nianchu had gone through this journey in his previous life. Perhaps, from those few life-saving candies, she had him in her heart. But unexpectedly, he died. Only when her faith collapsed did she jump into the river without hesitation. He had once been the light in other people's lives. So, in this life, let's make these lights brighter. Lin Zhou lowered his head, ate a few mouthfuls of rice vigorously, and began to think about what to do next. While improving his grades and getting into college, he must also quietly help his deskmate make some money. Only in this way can she get out of this dark life. Liu Ximing felt that something was wrong with Lin Zhou, and he asked worriedly, "Brother Zhou, what happened?" Lin Zhou looked up and saw that there was half a portion of rice and leftovers on Liu Ximing's plate. His face became even darker. "It's okay, but we can't waste food." Liu Ximing looked puzzled, obviously not understanding what Lin Zhou meant. "Brother Zhou, what are you talking about?" "I said, finish the food in your lunchbox, and you are not allowed to leave until you finish it." "Oh." Liu Ximing burped, looked at the remaining food, and fell into a dilemma. "Brother Zhou, I'm full." "You have to eat even if you are full, otherwise why do you eat so much?" "But Brother Zhou, you asked me to lose weight today." "Lose weight after eating?" Seeing that Lin Zhou didn't seem to be joking, and there was a danger of exploding at any time, Liu Ximing had no choice but to sit down and bite the bullet to eat all the food. And swore that he would eat less in the future. Isn't this torture? After eating, Liu Ximing felt that his stomach was about to explode. Seeing that Lin Zhou's plate was extremely clean, Liu Ximing was a little confused. "Brother Zhou, what happened?" Lin Zhou ignored him, stood up, and walked to the food window. Liu Ximing watched him buy a chicken leg, a loaf of bread, and a box of milk, and was shocked on the spot. "Brother Zhou, you haven't eaten yet." Lin Zhou turned around and glanced at him. "Fatty, do me a favor." Xu Nianchu had been sitting for a while. The classmates came back one after another, and she felt that her dizziness was better. Today. It was her first day at number 1 middle school. Although the teacher promised to help her reduce tuition and apply for a scholarship. But it would take a few days to apply for it. She only had 10 yuan that her grandmother gave her before she left. "I don't know how long I can hold on." So, Xu Nianchu set a goal for herself. Before the scholarship came, she only ate 1 meal a day. She felt that she could still bear it at noon, so she didn't eat. But unexpectedly, hypoglycemia came back. Fortunately, there were milk candies given by her deskmate. The deskmate said that these candies can relieve hypoglycemia. She couldn't help eating one, and it really made her feel much better. Although this deskmate likes to waste a little, he doesn't seem that bad. Xu Nianchu thought so. In fact, when she first came to the classroom, Xu Nianchu saw Lin Zhou sitting in the last row. He was tall, good-looking, and had a very unique hairstyle. He was the kind of person who could be seen at a glance in the crowd. However, according to her own experience, such flamboyant students didn't like her, called her an ugly duckling, and loved to joke with her. She didn't provoke her if she could avoid it. So she didn't plan to have any intersection with her deskmate. But as soon as the class started, she found a difficult problem. She didn't have a test paper. So, she could only carefully peek at her deskmate's test paper. She saw her deskmate constantly flipping through books, reading questions and taking notes. Xu Nianchu thought that Lin Zhou was just a non-mainstream dresser, but he actually loved learning. Until she heard those words in the toilet. Xu Nianchu was immediately scared. Her intuition was right. The new deskmate was indeed a bad student. But the bad student actually took the initiative to invite her to look at the test paper and gave her candy. Xu Nianchu pinched the candy wrapper at hand. The candy is sweet and delicious. The candy wrapper is also very beautiful. Since school, no one has shared snacks with her. This snack can also relieve hypoglycemia. She often has hypoglycemia, but no one knows. These candies just saved her life. Xu Nianchu thought, what kind of person is this deskmate? Why is he not consistent with what others say? He is completely different from the people he knew before. Just thinking about it, Xu Nianchu heard Lin Zhou's voice at the door. Fatty Liu, I said I couldn't finish it, but you insisted on buying so much. Look, what should I do now? Chapter 9. I'm just afraid that I won't have enough to eat. But you used my meal card. Brother Zhu, I was wrong. I'll give it back to you next time. Since no one is eating it, why don't you throw it away? As they talked, they came to Xu Nianchu. Xu Nianchu saw that Lin Zhou was holding a chicken drumstick, a piece of bread and a box of milk. She frowned. Her stomach started to growl, and Xu Nianchu quickly covered her stomach tightly, fearing that someone would hear her. She thought, if she could bear it a little longer, she could go to the cafeteria to eat something in the evening. Suddenly, an enlarged chicken drumstick appeared in front of her, and Xu Nianchu was slightly stunned. Looking up, she saw her deskmate throwing the food in his hand on her table, and said casually, "Hey, can you throw these away for me too?" Again, are you throwing them away again? Yeah, I can't eat them anyway. Xu Nianchu hesitated. She wanted to persuade him to save them for next time. However, how could these children with good living conditions eat leftovers? Just when she didn't know what to do, she heard her deskmate say, "If you think it's a waste, just eat it for me. I really can't eat anymore." He burped loudly and rubbed his stomach. Xu Nianchu looked up in surprise. No. Why not? Just think of it as helping me again. If my dad knows that I always throw things away, I will be beaten. But before Xu Nianchu finished her but, she saw Lin Zhou quickly tear open the wrapping paper of the bread and stuffed it into her mouth. Don't say but, eat quickly. Xu Nianchu's eyes widened immediately, and she looked at Lin Zhou in disbelief. Thank you, little deskmate. Lin Zhou pinched her face and took his hand back with a smile. A fragrance came, and Xu Nianchu took the bread out of her mouth in a panic, knowing that it was no longer possible to put it back. The cold touch on her face swept over her, and her cheeks began to heat up. Xu Nianchu quickly lowered her head to prevent others from seeing her face. Why I should thank you? He gave her food, and he said thank you. How bad could such a person be? Those people must have misunderstood, right? Taking a bite of the bread gently, the fragrance filled her taste buds, and Xu Nianchu felt unprecedented satisfaction. Thinking of Lin Zhou calling her little deskmate just now, Xu Nianchu said seriously, my name is Xu Nianchu. The name of little deskmate is really too intimate. She is not used to it. I know, little deskmate. Xu Nianchu trembled. This person is really. Forget it, just let him call me. I'll get used to it slowly. Lin Zhou looked at her eating seriously and couldn't help laughing. That's right. Seeing that she was eating seriously, Lin Zhou took out the test paper he had read at noon and quickly devoted himself to studying. There are only 100 days left before the college entrance examination. There is no time to waste. He must race against time. Beside, Liu Ximing stared at this scene blankly, and was shocked. Just now in the cafeteria, when Lin Zhou asked him for help, he was still curious about what he said so seriously. Unexpectedly, it was a play. Even more unexpectedly, this play was performed for the new little classmate. Liu Ximing thought. Lin Zhou is finished. This time he really fell. However, Liu Ximing still decided to support him unconditionally. After all, that Yun Ruoshi is indeed not worthy of his brother Zhu. Brother Zhu is his half-brother. Lin Zhou finished reading a whole page, turned his head, and saw Xu Nianchu carefully putting away the chicken legs and milk, and seemed not to eat them. Lin Zhou was stunned. This girl, is she going to save them for dinner? How can that be? He bought some nutritious food specially to nourish her. Lin Zhou couldn't help but call her little classmate. Xu Nianchu, who was putting the chicken leg in, was startled. Are chicken legs not delicious? No, they are delicious, delicious. Then why don't you eat them? Seeing Xu Nianchu hesitate, Lin Zhou said again. Eat quickly. Xu Nianchu had no choice but to take out the chicken leg again and eat it in small bites. Lin Zhou also opened the milk beside Xu Nianchu. Here, drink a little, be careful not to choke. Oh, by the way, this milk can't be stored after it is opened, it will go bad easily. Xu Nianchu quickly took the milk, put it to her lips and drank it down. Such a good thing can't go bad, it would be such a waste. Looking at her cute appearance with puffed cheeks, Lin Zhou smiled with satisfaction. I have to say, looking at it this way, the little classmate is very attractive. It's a pity that she is too thin, and her face lacks the collagen that she should have at this age. When she gets fatter, she will definitely be more amazing than Yun Ruoshi. Thinking of this, he raised the hand that he had just pinched and looked at it carefully. In fact, the touch is not bad. Take care of it more in the future. After savoring the different touch for a while, Lin Zhou devoted himself to study again. He was in a dilemma now. He couldn't understand the last big question in the test paper. Mathematics is different from Chinese. You just need to memorize it. This needs to be understood. His foundation is too poor. Just when Lin Zhou didn't know what to do, he heard the little classmate next to him whispered. This question should be solved like this. She took out a pen and a piece of paper and wrote the answer seriously. The unfinished milk was also put aside. Lin Zhou didn't rush to urge. He had been hungry for too long. It was not good to eat too quickly at once. He needed to take his time. He looked at the profile of his deskmate and couldn't help laughing. No one knows what kind of stunning face lies under this thick bangs. Lin Zhou. Realizing that Lin Zhou was looking at him, Xu Nianchu's face turned almost inaudibly red. Are you watching me write the questions? Yes, I'm watching, keep writing, I find that I can understand what you write. Lin Zhou's eyes did not move, and he kept staring at the direction of Xu Nianchu's face. Oh. Xu Nianchu's mood calmed down a little, and she continued to write seriously. The deskmate's handwriting was very beautiful. Her fingers were also very slender. It took only 5 minutes to write down a big question. Lin Zhou, who was still unsatisfied, had to sigh, the academic master is amazing. After writing, Xu Nianchu handed the paper to Lin Zhou and whispered. Look, ask me if you don't understand. Since you have eaten Lin Zhou's food, you have to do something. Lin Zhou nodded and took it. Okay, you continue eating. The moment their fingertips touched, a slight chill passed through her heart. Xu Nianchu hurriedly withdrew her hand, lowered her head, and dared not look at Lin Zhou again. Her heart was pounding, and Xu Nianchu felt like she was going crazy. What happened? Today, her deskmate not only pinched her face, but also touched her hand. Although he didn't mean it, but she hasn't been touched by anyone else yet. Xu Nianchu blushed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Lin Zhou wanted to laugh. Xu Nianchu classmate. The back door of the classroom was suddenly opened, and Liu Qingyan's voice broke the embarrassment. Lin Zhou turned his head curiously and saw her standing there with a lunchbox, panting. Is this sending food to the little deskmate? That's right, since Liu Qingyan knew Xu Nianchu's situation, it's impossible for her to ignore her. Lin Zhou ignored him and continued to look at the questions. Liu Qingyan was stunned when she saw Xu Nianchu drinking milk. Xu Nianchu was also stunned. She quickly put down the milk and stood up awkwardly. Teacher Liu. You, come out for a moment. Xu Nianchu followed Liu Qingyan out of the door carefully, and lowered his head in front of Liu Qingyan. Liu Qingyan felt distressed. I'm really sorry, I was going to bring you food, but I've been in a meeting until now. Teacher, I've eaten. Xu Nianchu lowered his head even more. Yeah, I saw it, it's okay to have eaten, classmate Xu Nianchu, this is how it should be, don't starve yourself, remember to tell the teacher if you have no money, the teacher will help you. Xu Nianchu was flattered. Thank you, teacher. Well, you're welcome. And your deskmate today, if he bullies you, don't pay attention to him, come and tell me so I can help you deal with him. I'll think about where to transfer you to later. I'll come and change your seat in the afternoon when I'm sure. There was only one empty seat in the class, and Lin Zhou couldn't sit with anyone else. Either he made loud noises or he fought in class. Liu Qingyan, who went to a meeting after the first class, hadn't decided who would be the most suitable person to sit with him. Xu Nianchu's mood was a little off just now, thinking that Lin Zhou bullied her. Liu Qingyang was a little worried. Xu Nianchu raised his head in panic. No need, Teacher Liu. Don't change. Well, no need to change, Lin Zhou didn't bully me, he's pretty good, the food I just ate was given to me by him, and in the morning, he also gave me some candy. Although others said bad things, Xu Nianchu felt that Lin Zhou was still pretty good. She believed in her own judgment. If she changed, she would have to contact a new deskmate. It was too difficult. Liu Qingyang looked at Xu Nianchu in shock. You mean Lin Zhou? How is it possible? It's good that Lin Zhou doesn't make trouble. When did he become so good? Did he threaten you? This was Liu Qingyang's first thought. It was the first time she heard a classmate praise Lin Zhou. No, he didn't threaten me. Liu Qingyang was even more confused. Did he really give you food? You don't have to do anything. Yeah. Xu Nianchu nodded. He listened carefully in the morning, and was still reading and studying textbooks after class. Teacher, do you have any misunderstandings about him? Xu Nianchu decided to say something good for Lin Zhou. Are they talking about the same Lin Zhou? Chapter 10. Liu Qingyang looked at Xu Nianchu and didn't seem to be lying. She was even more entangled. After all, this was the first time she heard Xu Nianchu talk so much. She was always obedient and never refuted anything. Liu Qingyang and Zhang Shuqi were afraid that the little girl would become dull in her studies, and they even discussed whether they should find a kind-hearted, helpful and talkative person to sit next to her. Let her feel the real friendship of classmates. But such a person is really hard to find. Liu Qingyang temporarily let her sit in the only empty seat in the class. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a good choice. Will there be any strange chemical reaction when these two people sit together? Or has Lin Zhou really changed his personality? Thinking of Lin Zhou's appearance this morning, Liu Qingyang nodded doubtfully. Are you sure you don't need to change seats? Yeah. Xu Nianchu nodded again. Well, if he bullies you in the future, tell me and I'll change it for you. Okay, thank you, teacher. Well, go back. Goodbye, teacher. Until Xu Nianchu entered the classroom, Liu Qingyang hadn't reacted. But the little girl asked so, Liu Qingyang decided to observe for a while. Xu Nianchu walked into the classroom. Seeing Lin Zhou looking at her. I have to say, Lin Zhou does look good. Except the frizzy hair. As soon as Xu Nianchu's eyes fell on his hair, she lowered her head. Lin Zhou saw her move and touched his messy hair. I was speechless. He almost forgot that the shamat style is becoming popular now. And Lin Zhou in his previous life was the first person to walk at the forefront of fashion. So although the teacher said so many times about this afro, he never cut it. No wonder today I feel that my deskmate looks away every time he sees me. I guess he is afraid of being bullied by such people. Young and frivolous teenagers are always arrogant and rebellious, and are proud of their unique behavior. Of course, bullying those honest and good students also counts. But school is not over yet, and he can't go to get a haircut, so Lin Zhou can only push his hair down. Seeing that his deskmate sat down, he asked the question he was worried about for a while. Deskmate, did the female devil say that she would change your seat? This is what Liu Qingyang said after she arranged the deskmate next to him in the morning. Although in his previous life, when he was expelled from school, Xu Nianchu still sat here. But there is no guarantee that there will be any changes in this life. Lin Zhou is a little worried. If he is really transferred, he has to talk to teacher Liu. It's not easy to establish a little relationship with the deskmate, but he can't lose it just like that. Xu Nianchu raised her head, glanced at him, and immediately lowered her head. No, I didn't change it. Oh. Lin Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, but soon raised it again. Did she say when she would change it for you? No, I won't change it. For some reason, when Xu Nianchu heard Lin Zhou talking, she remembered the scene of Lin Zhou pinching her face. She hurried to get the milk again, and found that she had finished it after picking it up. Xu Nianchu put away the milk box awkwardly and lowered her head. But soon, she realized a problem. When Lin Zhou asked himself this, did he not want to sit at the same table with him? After all, if he sat alone, he could use 2 seats at the same time, which was something that all classmates dreamed of. If this was really the case, would she be redundant? Xu Nianchu thought about it and decided to ask him. If you want to change, I. Before she finished her words, she heard Lin Zhou say. That's fine, it's best if you don't change. What? Xu Nianchu looked up in shock. It's best if you don't change. Does he mean that he also wants to sit at the same table with her? I said there's no need to change. It's good to sit at the same table with you, don't you think, little deskmate? Lin Zhou's voice came again. Xu Nianchu saw a slight smile on his lips when he spoke. He seemed very happy. For no reason, Xu Nianchu also laughed. She nodded vigorously, yeah. It's really good to sit at the same table with him. She can look at him when she doesn't have test papers. He would also give her candy and chicken legs. He smiled so beautifully, like a bright light, illuminating her for a whole morning. Maybe there's still a long high school career ahead. By the way, little classmate, what did you say just now? If Lin Zhou heard correctly, she should have said, if you want to change. Could the little classmate think that he wanted to change seats? No, nothing. Xu Nianchu flashed a trace of panic, and she quickly lowered her head again. Tactical avoidance. Really didn't say anything. I said, can you do all those math problems? Yes. Well, that's good. Seeing that Xu Nianchu was unwilling to say more, Lin Zhou didn't force her. At least now, the little classmate was willing to chat with him. And, from the looks of it, it seemed that she didn't want to change seats, so Liu Qingyang gave up. Really good. The afternoon class started soon. Lin Zhou devoted himself to studying again. Liu Ximing was going crazy because he was bored. From time to time, he turned his head to see when his brother would have time to pay attention to him. It turned out that this kid was either reading a book or whispering to the little classmate. What happened to the saying that brothers are like hands and feet, and women are like clothes? How come he has become that piece of clothing that can be had or not? Alas! As soon as the first class was over, Liu Ximing turned his head to the other side, lay on the table and began to sleep. Lin Zhou. He has changed. He will not accompany him to the toilet. From then on, he became a lonely man. The more Liu Ximing thought about it, the sadder he became. But soon, he realized a problem. Liu Ximing stood up and looked at Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou, who was writing and drawing on the rough paper, stopped writing. What's wrong? The test paper next to him was already densely written, and even had many annotations. Liu Ximing was shocked at the moment. He even forgot what he was going to say, and picked up the test paper in front of Lin Zhou in confusion. Did you write all this? Yes. You. Thinking of what Lin Zhou said about studying, Liu Ximing suddenly realized that Lin Zhou really didn't lie to him this time. Awesome. Lin Zhou. Did this guy not sleep just to express shock? Even if he wasn't shocked, Lin Zhou knew he was awesome. What were you going to say? Oh, right. Liu Ximing finally realized. Did you do the homework that Zhang Bapi assigned before the exam? Lin Zhou was a little confused. He just came back from Rebirth. Besides, even if he didn't come back from Rebirth, Lin Zhou in his previous life couldn't do his homework. Oh? No, he would copy. But now is not the time to worry about this. What homework? Oh, it's this test paper. Correct the mistakes and rewrite all the wrong questions. Lin Zhou. Why didn't you say it earlier? If he didn't know Liu Ximing, Lin Zhou would even suspect that this guy did it on purpose. He looked at it this afternoon and knew how to do all the questions above. He actually didn't know that this was homework. This is really. I hope Zhang Bapi forgot it. But obviously, this is impossible. Even if Zhang Bapi forgot it, some of the top students would not forget it. For example, Fan Yinzhe, the math class representative and study committee member. As soon as Zhang Bapi came in, he stood up. Teacher, there are still a few people who haven't handed in their homework from the day before yesterday. He had already sent the homework to Zhang Bapi's office after the exam yesterday. Fan Yinzhe was waiting for this class. Zhang Bapi has always had a habit that if he doesn't do his homework, he has to copy it 10 times outside the classroom. The kind that can't eat if he doesn't finish it. If it were in the past, Fan Yinzhe might not care about these. But today is different. He was scolded by Yun Ruoshi at noon. And the main reason why Yun Ruoshi scolded him was that Lin Zhou made her angry. This matter is all Lin Zhou's fault. So, Lin Zhou must not be let off. Chapter 11. When Lin Zhou heard this, he immediately felt something was wrong. In his previous life, Fan Yinzhi didn't get along with him. This guy likes Yunruoshi, but is afraid of being punished by the school for premature love, so he never dares to admit it openly and can only be sour and sarcastic in front of him all day long. It was obvious that he had bad intentions when he reminded Zhang Shuqi at this time. It was as if it was specifically targeting him. Liu Shiming, who was standing next to him, obviously saw Fan Yinzhi's intention, and he cursed inwardly. Fan Yinzhi, this dog. Perhaps realizing that what he said was wrong, Liu Shiming quickly changed his words. Brother Zhu, the dog I'm talking about is not your dog, he's a real dog. Lin Zhou. You might as well not explain. But it was too late to scold Liu Shiming. On the podium, Zhang Shuqi spread out his test paper and spoke. Oh? Really? Who hasn't handed it in yet? The ones at the back, such as Lin Zhou and Liu Shiming. Hissed Tilder. He just knew it. Lin Zhou. Zhang Shuqi pushed up his glasses. Today, he was deeply impressed by Lin Zhou. For a moment, I didn't hear anyone else's name. Lin Zhou, have you finished your homework? You didn't write it, right? Go out and copy it 10 times at the door. Lin Zhou. He stood up silently, thinking quickly about how to deal with this situation. The instigator, Fan Yinzhi, immediately looked at Lin Zhou excitedly. Today, let us vent our anger for Yunruoshi. Yunruoshi is the goddess of their school and has a good relationship with her classmates. After class, someone will definitely tell her about these things. She will definitely be very happy then. Liu Shiming gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence that only he and Lin Zhou could hear. I'm going to destroy this bastard sooner or later. Xu Nianchu next to him also looked at Lin Zhou in confusion. Well, my deskmate doesn't he like to do homework? But is it too severe to make the student stand in the corner and copy the text 10 times as punishment? Thinking of this, Xu Nianchu didn't know what was wrong with him, so he raised his hand cautiously. Old teacher. Lin Zhou was slightly stunned and looked at her. Ha! The little classmate actually took the initiative to speak. Zhang Shuqi's gaze also fell on her, and his voice became much gentler. Student Xu Nianchu. What's wrong? This is a good seedling. Except for being a little timid, he is an excellent student. With a little training, they will be guaranteed to have a high admission rate to number 1 middle school in the future. She comes from a poor family and is very sensitive. You have to take good care of it. Xu Nianchu stood up weakly. Perhaps because she was not used to being the center of attention, she clutched the corner of her clothes tightly. Well, if you can already answer all the questions, then you don't have to stand in the corner, right? Learning new knowledge is more important. Xu Nianchu had just heard the conversation between Liu Shiming and Lin Zhou and knew the content of the assignment. We were like this before. As she spoke, she lowered her head even more. After all, I am still not used to showing up in such occasions. I always feel like everyone is looking at me. Lin Zhou looked at her in shock, then laughed. My little classmate is actually speaking for me. It seems that I have begun to have a place in her heart. When Fan Yinzhi heard this, his face changed. Teacher Zhang. But before he finished speaking, Zhang Shuqi nodded. What you said seems to make some sense. The college entrance examination is coming soon. It is indeed not very useful for students to just repeat the knowledge they already know. It would be better if they could master more knowledge. Besides, Lin Zhou's performance today showed that he might still be saved. Zhang Shuqi doesn't want to give up on any student. But Lin Zhou, can you do all these questions? Or, let him try. The little classmate's voice was soft, but the whole class heard it. Let's not do that, shall we? Realizing that something was wrong, Liu Shiming quickly winked at Xu Nianchu. Although Brother Zhu filled up the test paper, he only wrote it once. It is obvious to everyone that Brother Zhu's math grades are terrible, he often doesn't even get 50 points. No matter how good he is, it's impossible for him to learn it all at once. Liu Shiming was very worried. He didn't want Lin Zhou to embarrass himself. Brother Zhu, let's go and copy the questions together. As soon as Liu Shiming finished speaking, he heard Fan Yinzhi gloatingly say. How can that be? Teacher, although Lin Zhou is not good at studying, I think what this new student said makes sense. Why don't we let Lin Zhou try? What if he can write? Fan Yinzhi has always been a person who is very good at observing people's words and expressions. It can be seen at this moment that Zhang Shuqi's thoughts have changed. He was still hesitant at first, feeling that the new female student was helping Lin Zhou. But after hearing what Liu Ximing said, Fan Yinzhi felt relieved. Yes. Lin Zhou is such a bad student. Even if the papers had been marked, there was no way he would be able to do them. Just let him go up and make a fool of himself. In this way, Ruoshi will definitely be happier. Lin Zhou sighed silently. This person really hasn't changed at all from his previous life. Zhang Shuqi pushed up his glasses. Since everyone is saying so, then come up here. I'll choose 2 questions for you and you write them out for me to see. If you know how to answer them, you don't have to stand in the classroom. Just listen to the class in the classroom. Fan Yinzhi looked at Lin Zhou with even more gloating expression. He was ready to watch the show. Okay. Lin Zhou did not hesitate, which surprised Fan Yinzhi. But soon, he hypnotized himself. This guy must be trying to be mysterious. After all, Lin Zhou is arrogant and never takes anything seriously. He will cry soon. He even cried from copying questions. Hey, brother Zhou. Liu Ximing was a little worried. Fine. Lin Zhou waved his hand calmly. After Zhang Shuqi selected the topic for him, Lin Zhou picked up the chalk, faced the blackboard, and stopped. He can indeed answer these 2 questions. And be able to write the answer immediately. However, mathematics is a subject that needs to be understood and integrated. For each question, there are many different solutions. If you copy the answers given by the teacher without any innovation, then you are not making any progress. Lin Zhou was wondering if there were any other ways to solve the problem. Under the podium. Seeing that he was taking no action, his classmates began to whisper. Lin Zhou can't write, right? Of course I am. I don't know why you are pretending to be so arrogant. Why don't you just say you don't know? You are wasting everyone's time. Xu Nianchu, who was sitting in the last row, was full of worries. What to do? She seemed to have harmed Lin Zhou. Liu Ximing also clenched his hands. Finished. Brother Zhou really can't write. It's all that bastard Fan Yinzhi's fault. He deserves to die. Fan Yinzhi was already laughing in his heart at this time. He had known this would be the outcome. At this time, we should give Lin Zhou some extra ingredients. Teacher, how about we forget it? It seems that the method of transfer students is not applicable to Lin Zhou. Let him copy the test paper. Zhang Shuqi also sighed and was about to speak. Then Lin Zhou started writing. He wrote the word solution carefully. Zhang Shuqi swallowed his words. Fan Yinzhi sneered. Oh, why are you pretending? Who can't write Chinese characters? This is just stalling for time. However, the next moment, Fan Yinzhi saw that Lin Zhou did not stop after writing the word. I just keep writing the answers. Chapter 12. What's even more amazing is that Lin Zhou's answer seems to be completely different from what the teacher said. The other students also noticed it. What's going on? Is it written wrong? That's right, that's not what the teacher said. Fan Yinzhi's deskmate Zhu Shanshan couldn't help but tug at his sleeve. Fan Yinzhi, say something, get him down. Fan Yinzhi didn't move. He stared at the blackboard with a look of disbelief. Others may not be able to see it, but as a representative of the math class, Fan Yinzhi's math grades have always been among the best. He could tell at a glance that although Lin Zhou's answer was different, his overall thinking was all correct. And, it's more clever than the correct answer. It's easier to find the answer. This realization made Fan Yinzhi not know how to react for a moment. Lin Zhou, when did he become so powerful? Seeing that he didn't speak, Zhu Shanshan decided to speak herself. Teacher. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Shuqi reached out to stop her. Lin Zhou's solution seems very novel. He needs to take another look. Under the podium. Liu Ximing, who didn't understand it at all, was a little worried, but no one shared his worry. While he was anxious, he only saw Xu Nianchu smile. Liu Ximing leaned towards Xu Nianchu worriedly. Hey, classmate Xu, what are you laughing at? Think of a way to help brother Zhou quickly, or you'll be laughed at soon. He won't be laughed at. Xu Nianchu's voice was soft, but her eyes never left the blackboard. But what if he made a mistake? Yes, all of them. Are. No way. Did Brother Zhu really learn all of it? Are you serious? Liu Ximing couldn't help but swallow. If what classmate Xu said is true, then Brother Zhu is also so awesome. After finishing the 2 questions, Lin Zhou turned around gracefully. Teacher, I finished writing. The audience was completely silent. Now the answer has come out. Those students who were questioning Lin Zhou just now have already realized that Lin Zhou used a new solution. None of them dared to speak. Har har har. Zhang Shuqi laughed with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Lin Zhou, you're doing great. Keep it up. Go down and listen to the class carefully. Lin Zhou was very different today. Zhang Shuqi thought that it must be his discipline over such a long period of time that made him put away his playful nature. Learning level will also improve. He was in a very good mood. At this time, someone shouted. Teacher, these 2 questions are easy, it's normal that he can answer them well. Yes, if he is not allowed to copy homework because of this, then those of us who have copied homework will not accept it. Unless he can solve the last problem. In a math test, the most difficult question is the last one. There are 1,000 senior high school students in the school, and almost no one can write it except the top 10. This is really making things difficult for Lin Zhou. Liu Ximing jumped up at once. You fuckers. Zhang Shuqi's face suddenly turned cold. Nonsense. Instead, Lin Zhou calmly looked at those clamoring classmates, the most powerful of whom was Zhu Shanshan. Zhu Shanshan is a person with big breasts and no brains. She has no advantages and she likes to play with Yun Ruoshi. And be proud of it. She knew that Lin Zhou liked Yun Ruoshi, but she felt that Lin Zhou was not worthy of Yun Ruoshi, so she often colluded with Fan Yinzhi. I guess Fan Yinzhi said something to her. This girl didn't even know she was being used as a gun, she just kept jumping around. He smiled, extended his middle finger within Fan Yinzhi's sight, and then slowly moved it down. Seeing Fan Yinzhi's face suddenly turn pale. Lin Zhou was satisfied. He smiled and said, It's okay, Teacher Zhang. I have some new ideas for this last question. I'll give it a try. New ideas. Then write them down. As a mathematics teacher, Zhang Shuqi likes it best when students come up with new ideas for solving problems. The first 2 questions were indeed simple, so it was normal that Lin Zhou could answer them. Zhang Shuqi didn't comment much, but it would be amazing if he could answer this question correctly. Zhang Shuqi decided to give Lin Zhou a chance. Lin Zhou turned around, erased the answers to the original 2 questions, and started writing the questions. This time, he didn't pause. After asking his deskmate about the last big question today, he had a new idea. Just now during the break, he was writing the answers on the scratch paper, and he already had the results. As a reborn person, Lin Zhou doesn't like to be high profile. But there are some naughty kids who just want to cause trouble. Then don't blame him for slapping you in the face. Then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin Zhou quickly wrote and drew on the blackboard. In a short while, the entire blackboard was filled with writing. Lin Zhou wrote a perfect sentence in the last corner of the blackboard and finished the question. When he turned around, he found that Zhang Shuqi was stunned. Teacher. Zhang Shuqi reacted, raised his hand and started clapping. Awesome, awesome, awesome. This is a great way to solve the problem, the teacher didn't even think of it. Lin Zhou, who did you learn this from? I thought of it myself. That's amazing, Lin Zhou. Have you been hiding your abilities? If you can keep up this level, you might be able to get into a top university. Don't give up. Good. Zhang Shuqi's reaction brought Zhu Shanshan, who was about to continue finding fault, to the bottom of her depression. Although she didn't understand Lin Zhou's answer, but since Zhang Shuqi praised him so much, he must have done the right thing. She looked at Fan Yinzhi and dared not say anything else. Fan Yinzhi was completely silent at this time. He even thought that it was a good thing that he had just told Zhu Shanshan about Yun Ruoshi's anger and asked her to speak up, otherwise he would be the one who was embarrassed. Then where would I put my reputation as the math class representative and study committee member? Liu Ximing was completely shocked at this time. He didn't expect that Lin Zhou could really write it. Student Xu, you pinch me and see if it's true. Question mark. Lin Zhou walked down the podium smoothly and avoided the punishment of copying questions. But Liu Shiming was not so lucky. He really can't. But when he was leaving the classroom, he was still winking and giving Lin Zhou a thumbs up to express his admiration. Lin Zhou ignored him. After sitting down, he found that his deskmate had moved to the side without leaving a trace, as if he was afraid of bumping into him. But before Lin Zhou sat down, he still heard her voice. Really, really amazing. Lin Zhou couldn't help but laugh. My little deskmate is really cute. He suddenly wanted to tease her. Lin Zhou deliberately sat closer to Xu Nianchu and whispered. My little deskmate. Thank you for just now. Perhaps realizing that he was approaching, Xu Nianchu's face turned slightly red. No, you're welcome. You helped me too. If it weren't for those candies and food, she might have really fainted today, or even died. Xu Nianchu's heart was filled with gratitude. Lin Zhou discovered that there was actually a huge benefit to sitting in the last row. That is, any small move he makes here will not be seen by anyone. As long as you speak in a low voice, you can do whatever you want. For example, at this moment, no one knows what he is doing. He chuckled. Then can we help each other in the future? Okay. Xu Nianchu lowered his head even more. For some reason, she always felt that Lin Zhou was getting closer and closer to her. There's obviously plenty of space over there, why does he have to move over here? Could it be that? Is it because one seat is not enough? Come to think of it, my arrival meant I took the seat next to him. It's normal that Lin Zhou, who originally sat in 2 seats, was not used to it. But this is too close. Xu Nianchu sniffed and smelled a faint scent of vanilla on his deskmate. Smells so good. Realizing that something was wrong with his emotions, Xu Nianchu quickly moved to the side. As he moved, Xu Nianchu suddenly felt something empty under his butt. She was startled. Finished. Going to sit on the ground. What should I do now? You'll be laughed at, right? Xu Nianchu closed his eyes in despair. Just then, she felt her arm being grabbed. Careful. Chapter 13. Lin Zhou didn't expect that his little classmate was so easily amused. I was just joking with her, but the seat was empty. What a little fool. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and caught her. When his arm fell into his hands, Lin Zhou felt a pain in his heart. This little arm is too thin. My little deskmate is so thin. How long have you been hungry? You should have more snacks later. Xu Nianchu did not notice anything unusual about Lin Zhou. She carefully held onto the table and quickly broke free from Lin Zhou's hand. Thanks. She lowered her head and carefully moved to the side. She stopped moving only after ensuring her balance. Lin Zhou discovered that half of his classmates but was already outside the table. One of her arms was also exposed, and the remaining one was placed on the table, trying to steady her body as she was about to fall. She is. Are you making room for yourself? Did she think that people were squeezing towards her because there weren't enough seats? Realizing this problem, Lin Zhou felt as if his heart was blocked. He sat on the other side and motioned to Xu Nianchu. Come closer. Xu Nianchu raised his head, glanced at him, and then quickly lowered his head. Thank you. Although he sat closer, he was still far away from Lin Zhou. The words of blame came to my lips, but I couldn't say a word. Lin Zhou took out the test paper and placed it in the middle of the table. Are you still attending class? Xu Nianchu finally realized that she couldn't see the test paper from her position, so she moved towards Lin Zhou. Perhaps she felt that she had taken up a lot of space, so she said in a low voice. Sorry. No need to say sorry. Xu Nianchu, remember, you don't have to say sorry to me in the future. Xu Nianchu stared at Lin Zhou blankly. No need for it in the future. But those former classmates like to hear her say sorry the most. Also, you're my deskmate, so this table belongs to both of us, you get half and I get half. Your side should be yours, and no one else can occupy it, including me. Got it. Xu Nianchu covered his chest with his hands, as if a strange emotion was about to come out from there. The class ended with Zhang Shuqi saying, Lin Zhou, come to my office after school. Zhang Shuqi is gone. The whole classroom was instantly boiling with excitement. Many people came directly to Lin Zhou to express their respect. Wow, Lin Zhou, you were so awesome just now. You can do something that even Zhang Baopi can't do. How did you learn it? Teach me. Why do I suddenly find Lin Zhou has become more handsome? Among them, Liu Ximing was the happiest. As soon as the get out of class was over, he rushed in from outside, hugged Lin Zhou, and wanted to use all the beautiful words he had learned in his life on Lin Zhou. For example, handsome and elegant, handsome and unrestrained, loved by everyone and every car gets a flat tire when he sees me, etc. At the end of the praise, Liu Ximing patted his chest vigorously and said proudly, "You are worthy of being my Liu Ximing's brother." It turns out this guy wants to brag about himself. Lin Zhou was too lazy to argue with him. However, there were one or two strange voices among these people. For example, Fan Yinzhi and Zhu Shanshan. Fan Yinzhi sat in his seat without moving, but Lin Zhou knew it. He must be mad at this moment. He wanted to beat him up, but his upbringing and face as a top student did not allow him to do so. Lin Zhou wanted to laugh. The child was really childish. I would rather suffocate myself than kill my enemy. Zhu Shanshan couldn't sit still anymore. She kept adding fuel to the fire. Fan Yinzhi, don't worry. Lin Zhou is definitely lucky. Wait for the first mock test. Then you can compete with him again. You will definitely be better than him. Lin Zhou, what do you think? Do you dare to compete? Lin Zhou raised his head and looked at her. Math. Zhu Shanshan was stunned, and immediately shouted with gloating, "Yes, let's compete in mathematics." Fan Yinzhi is the representative of the mathematics class, and mathematics is his best subject. I have always been the number one in the class and among the top 10 in the grade. Zhu Shanshan originally wanted to give Lin Zhou some way out, but she didn't expect him to bring it up himself. Without waiting for Lin Zhou to speak, Fan Yinzhi stood up angrily. He turned around, gave Lin Zhou a cold look, said harshly he doesn't deserve it, and walked out of the classroom. Seeing this, Liu Ximing was about to go up and attack Fan Yinzhi, but was stopped by Lin Zhou. Liu Ximing was somewhat dissatisfied. "Brother Zhou, don't stop me." Lin Zhou, "I didn't stop you, but Fatty, if a dog bites you, are you going to bite it back?" Liu Ximing, What do you mean? Someone shouted, he called Fan Yinzhi a dog. Liu Ximing, ahahaha. Fan Yinzhi paused at the door, clenched his fists, and walked out. Liu Ximing laughed even more exaggeratedly. Lin Zhou felt that the whole building was shaking. In order to prevent any accidents, he decided to wake up Liu Ximing. Fatty. Have you finished copying the test paper? Not yet. Why don't you hurry up and go? If you can't finish copying Zhong Ba Pi, will you let me eat? School is over in the afternoon. Lin Zhou put away his textbooks and went to Zhang Shuqi's office. I don't know why Zhang Shuqi suddenly asked me to do this at this time. In his previous life, Zhang Shuqi had also looked for him. But that was because my feat of confession in the morning was reported. But this time he didn't confess his feelings and he even gave flowers to the teacher. Even if it's a report, he can explain it clearly, right? When he walked to the door, Lin Zhou heard the conversation between Zhang Shuqi and Liu Qingyang in the office. Director Zhang, I understand. Yeah, that's right. You don't know those parents. They are very nagging. I received several calls today. Okay. I won't dress like this anymore. Qingyang, I'm sorry to trouble you. Don't worry, this is what I should do. The office door was opened. Liu Qingyang walked out with a gloomy face. The makeup on her face had been washed off at some point. Although she was still wearing a long skirt, she looked very solemn. She was completely different from the bright and beautiful woman she was in the morning. Seeing Lin Zhou, she forced a smile, but that smile was uglier than crying. Coming. Lin Zhou nodded, yeah. Come in, Director Zhang is waiting for you. Good. Liu Qingyang left. Lin Zhou looked back at her and knocked on Zhang Shuqi's office door. Hearing Zhang Shuqi shout, come in, he pushed the door and walked in. Teacher Zhang, you're looking for me. Who were you whispering with outside just now? Zhang Shuqi sat behind his desk, correcting homework. No one, it's Teacher Liu. Although their class teacher is Liu Qingyang, Zhang Shuqi teaches mathematics to their class. Occasionally, I would also help with class affairs. It's not easy for you, Teacher Liu. Okay, just sit there and wait. Waiting for what? Lin Zhou was confused. Just sit there, and you'll know in a moment. Lin Zhou had no choice but to sit on the sofa next to Zhang Shuqi. Although I have lived my life over again, I have to say that I am still somewhat in awe when I see my teacher. Especially for a teacher as dignified as Zhang Shuqi, it is best not to refute him if you can. I don't know how long I sat there, but Lin Zhou felt a little sleepy. He stood up anxiously. Teacher Zhang, if everything is okay, can I go back first? After all, I still have to go back and see if my deskmate has eaten on time. Don't just eat one candy again. Zhang Shuqi checked the time. What's the hurry? Look, it's coming. Who's coming? Lin Zhou turned his head in confusion. The next moment, he saw a familiar figure. Chapter 14. The figure hadn't come closer yet. Lin Zhou heard his mumbling voice. Teacher Zhang, here I come. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, my little bastard has caused you trouble again. Teacher Zhang, I will teach him a lesson for you. Please don't fire him. At least let him graduate from high school, otherwise I won't be able to face my ancestors. Lin Zhou. This man, who is just over 40, already has half his hair white. Maybe because he was anxious, he walked a little unsteadily. He even forgot to knock on the door, and directly pushed open the door of Zhang Shuqi's office, and began to bow and apologize. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Teacher Zhang, please forgive Lin Zhou. I promise it won't happen again. Lin Zhou, who was sitting, suddenly felt a sore nose. He tried hard not to let the tears fall. Almost subconsciously, he stood up from the sofa. Old Lin. With just one shout, Lin Zhou quickly rushed to Lin Zhou. It has been 20 years since we last met. In his previous life, the 18-year-old Lin Zhou realized that Yun Ruoshi had been deceiving him. He began a decadent life of clubbing day and night. No matter how Lin Zhou was persuaded, he refused to listen. That day, he went out to buy groceries and met Lin Zhou, who came back from the internet cafe to ask for money. Lin Zhou was furious and kept muttering to him all morning as he walked by. This made Lin Zhou very impatient. He didn't even stop at the traffic light and tried to get rid of Lin Zhou. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a car rushed over. Lin Zhou threw away their basket of vegetables and pushed him away. Later, Lin Zhou watched him fall in a pool of blood. I looked at him with his eyes open, and after making sure he was okay, I closed my eyes forever. Lin Zhou's mind went blank. He squatted down and shouted loudly, trying to get Lin Zhou to come back. But no. There is no more Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou's world collapsed. From then on, he repented and started working hard to make money, trying to use it to fill the emptiness in his heart. Countless nights, he dreamed of Lin Zhou scolding him. He tried to hug him, but failed. When I opened my eyes, I found that my pillow had become wet. His heart also ached. Now, the figure in his dream was actually standing in front of him. Lin Zhou's heart trembled slightly. You little brat. Why are you here too? Why don't you apologize to Teacher Zhang right away? Lin Zhou, who had just seen him, tried to win the teacher's sympathy by scolding him, just like in his previous life. But he didn't expect that as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the brat who never liked to talk to him. He came up and hugged him. Old Lin, it's great that you are still alive. Lin Zhou was stunned. Hey. What nonsense are you talking about, little brat? Let me go. He was still a little uncomfortable being held like this. Especially in front of Zhang Shuqi. After all, he is a strict teacher and you can't be disrespectful to him. Teacher Zhang, please don't mind. This brat has suddenly gone crazy. I will discipline him right away. Lin Zhou raised his head from Lin Zhou's arms and smiled. Dad, please don't discipline me. I'm fine. You, what did you call me? Lin Zhou has been a naughty kid since he was young. Ever since I can remember, I have always called him Lao Lin, except when I asked for money. You have no money. Lin Zhou looked at him with emotion. Yes, of course I don't. I'm just telling you that I plan to study hard. You? Lin Zhou reached out his hand and touched Lin Zhou's forehead in confusion. You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? After all, getting my son to learn this is harder than climbing to the sky. Lin Zhou no longer has any hope. He only hopes that Lin Zhou can graduate from high school well. If possible, go to a junior college so that it will be easier to find a job when you go out. Hey, Dad. Just as Lin Zhou was about to say something, he heard Zhang Shuqi's loud laughter. All right, you two, father and son, act like you haven't seen each other for years. It's really touching. He lowered his voice for the last half sentence so that only he could hear it. Lin Zhou, I didn't ask your dad to come. It was those parents who didn't know the truth who called him. He was worried and insisted on coming to see you. He was afraid that the school would expel you. Lin Changjing chuckled, aren't I just worried? After all, this is not the first time that this kid has been called to the police station. Zhang Shuqi is helpless. Do you believe it now? The school really has no intention of dismissing Lin Zhou. Those parents didn't understand the situation and thought Lin Zhou was in a premature relationship. Look, his roses are over there. They are for our teacher. Zhang Shuqi pointed to a corner where roses had been placed for a day. I originally planned to let the teachers take one each, but they said a whole bunch of flowers would look better and insisted on giving them all to me. Mr. Lin Zhou is a good kid. I will explain this to the parents. Don't worry. Lin Changjing couldn't believe it. Really? This was the first time he heard the teacher praising Lin Zhou. Well, of course it's true. That's good. He chuckled and patted Lin Zhou's shoulder hard. Good boy, you did a good job this time. You didn't embarrass me, your father. Of course. Lin Zhou was also very proud. Zhang Shuqi couldn't help but remind them. Lin Zhou, don't get carried away. Although you performed well in class today, your foundation is not that good. I don't care how you learned those questions and how you came up with new ideas, but as long as you keep your love of learning, I still say that getting into a top university won't be a problem, but you have to work hard. Lin Zhou thought to himself that his goal was not as simple as a book. Don't say that Xu Nianchu's achievements are unfathomable. Just given the benefit of Rebirth, he must at least get into a 985-211 university. But it's too early to say that now. Can't scare them. Okay, I understand. Okay, that's enough. I have to continue working. You two can go walk around the campus and catch up. Okay, goodbye, Teacher Zhang. After leaving the classroom office, Lin Changjing pulled Lin Zhou to a corner in a mysterious manner. Stinky boy, tell me quickly, what did Teacher Zhang just say about having to perform well today? What did you perform well today? This proud look was as if Lin Zhou had got first place in the exam. I just got 2 questions right. So amazing? Lin Zhou suspected that he and Lao Lin were bastards, men who only had eyes for their son. Dad, this is nothing. I'm a student, it's my duty. Yeah, I know, but I still think my son is amazing. If he can get 2 questions right this time, he can get 10 right next time, or 100 right next time. He will definitely get all of them right in the college entrance examination. It turned out to be Erbayanan. Dad, if you're alright, I'll go back to the classroom. Hey, no, I brought you some food. As he spoke, Lin Changjing took out a lunchbox from the bag he was carrying. Inside are stewed pork ribs and a box of rice. Here, eat more to replenish your body. Dad, we are not allowed to bring lunch to school. It's okay. Dad brought it secretly and didn't let your teacher know. Lin Zhou had no choice but to accept it. Lin Changjing took out a handful of white rabbit candies from his pocket and handed them to Lin Zhou. Here, this is your favorite too. Lin Zhou buys it often. Lao Lin mistakenly thought that he liked it. Lin Zhou took it reluctantly. Dad, you really want to move your home to me? May I? Okay Dad, I really have to go. Okay, go ahead, I'll wait for you at home. Lin Changjing stuffed another 100 yuan into Lin Zhou's pocket, then waved his hand, signaling Lin Zhou to leave quickly. Lin Zhou took 2 steps and turned back. Lao Lin, how about you find me a mother? Chapter 15. Lin Zhou was scolded away by Lin Changjing. When I walked into the classroom, I found that most of my classmates had not returned yet. Dinner time will be a little longer and the school playground will be open. After a day of study, most students will choose to go to the playground to relax. Of course, some people also go on secret dates under the guise of relaxing. In the last 3 rows of the classroom, Xu Nianchu was the only one sitting alone. There was a book and a bun on her left hand. In his right hand, he held a bun that had been taken a bite of. prices were very cheap in 2004, and even cheaper in school. 2 small buns like these cost 50 cents. Lin Zhou can eat 8 in one meal. But Xu Nianchu only bought 2. Lin Zhou took a deep breath and walked over. Before Xu Nianchu could react, he quickly stepped forward, snatched the bun from her hand, and took a bite. Xu Nianchu looked up in shock, and then he was stunned. The place where Lin Zhou ate was exactly the place where she had bitten. Isn't this what they often call in TV dramas, indirect kissing? Did she kiss Lin Zhou? Oh my god. Xu Nianchu didn't even have time to think about why Lin Zhou wanted to steal her buns. She only felt her cheeks getting hot and her head buzzing. Xu Nianchu quickly lowered his head to hide his gaffe. How could someone eat the buns they have eaten before? My little deskmate, what's wrong? When Lin Zhou saw her actions, he was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. The little classmate was shy. Har har. Her skin was originally fair, but when she became shy, the sickly paleness disappeared and her little face became rosy, like a half-ripe apple, which was particularly attractive. Lin Zhou deliberately took another bite of the bun and teased her. Huh? Why is your face red? Xu Nianchu lowered her head even lower in an instant, and her entire face almost touched the table. At this moment, she was almost certain that her new deskmate was playing a trick on her. But she didn't know how to refute it. After all, her new deskmate had been helping her all day. It's okay to play a prank occasionally, right? No, I am. After stuttering for a long time, Xu Nianchu was stunned and couldn't utter a word. She took a deep breath and finally regained some sanity. He picked up another bun and handed it to Lin Zhou. You didn't eat. If you want to eat buns, I can give them to you, you don't have to fight for them. If it's not enough, I can go to the cafeteria to buy it for you. Oh. Lin Zhou took it without hesitation. I'm sorry, I'm really hungry. I just love the buns in the cafeteria. But you don't have to buy them. I still have rice. As Lin Zhou spoke, he placed the lunchbox in his hand on the table and quickly took something out of the table pocket. Xu Nianchu nodded, okay. Although she was still hungry, Lin Zhou helped her a lot today. If he likes to eat, give him some. It's okay for her to go hungry. Here, as compensation to you. Lin Zhou's voice suddenly came from the side, and Xu Nianchu was slightly stunned. Looking up, she saw Lin Zhou handing her a lunchbox like a magic trick. Inside, there was half a box of rice and half a box of fragrant braised pork ribs. In front of him, there was another identical lunchbox. Xu Nianchu couldn't help swallowing and quickly turned his head away from looking at it. I don't want to. No, that won't work. I ate your buns. Now I'm not that hungry anymore. I'm sure I can't finish them. If you don't eat them, they will be wasted. My dad just sent them to me. If I waste them, I'll be scolded when I go home tonight. You don't want to see me get scolded, do you? After Lin Zhou finished speaking, he stuffed the lunchbox into Xu Nianchu's hands, not giving her a chance to refuse. Eat quickly. Xu Nianchu was a little confused. She always felt that her new deskmate did it on purpose, but she couldn't provide any evidence. Seeing that Lin Zhou ignored her, she ate the other half. Only then did she carefully pick up a piece and taste it. The spare ribs are soft and sticky. Once the aroma touches your taste buds, you can no longer control it. Xu Nianchu suppressed the throbbing in his heart and started eating seriously. Hey! Brother Zhu, what smells so good? Give me something to eat. I'm almost starving. Liu Ximing, who was copying the test paper at the window, smelled a fragrance and ran in immediately. Seeing the looks on Lin Zhou and Xu Nianchu's faces, he quickly stepped back again. I'm not hungry at all, I was just kidding, har, I haven't finished copying the test paper yet, I'll continue. Why is today's test paper so sour? Xu Nianchu was a little confused. She pointed blankly in Liu Ximing's direction. Hasn't he eaten either? Why don't we let him eat? No, he lost weight. Seeing that Xu Nianchu didn't believe it, Lin Zhou said. Look how fat he is. Being too fat is bad for your health. His grandfather died of a cerebral hemorrhage due to being too fat. He needs to lose weight. What Lin Zhou said was true. It wasn't that he wanted Liu Ximing to lose weight, it was because he ate even more recklessly after graduating from high school. Later, he ate up to 300 kilograms. Although he did not die from this, he suffered a mental breakdown due to being too fat, having an unhappy relationship, a bad career, and hitting many obstacles in life. Otherwise, when he died in his previous life, Liu Ximing would definitely come to collect his body, and he wouldn't have been so miserable. Xu Nianchu was skeptical. Oh, then it really needs to be reduced. Eat and eat. Xu Nianchu's gaze fell on Lin Zhou. He was eating too and didn't look at her. This realization made Xu Nianchu happy for a while, and she looked a little bolder. After sitting at the same table for most of the day, this was the first time she saw Lin Zhou up close. He is really good looking. Her skin is more delicate than most girls. She doesn't smack her lips like other boys do when she eats, and she has a special temperament. It makes people want to take a second look. He also gave himself food many times today. Originally, she was going to be hungry, but now, her stomach was full. These were things she usually couldn't bear to eat. My deskmate is not as bad as my teachers and classmates say. He is really, really good. As he watched, Xu Nianchu even forgot to eat. She held a spoonful of rice and just froze. Suddenly, a light laugh reached my ears. Before Xu Nianchu could react, he heard his deskmate's voice. Have you seen enough? R. Xu Nianchu came back to her senses. She quickly lowered her head and quickly brought the spoon to her mouth to hide her embarrassment. It's over, it's over. Discovered by my deskmate. Xu Nianchu is going crazy. Her little face turned red and her hands became flustered. That full spoonful of rice hit my face without any warning. Puff tilde. The laughter of my deskmate was heard again. Xu Nianchu quickly adjusted his direction and finally put the spoonful of rice into his mouth. Har har. Lin Zhou laughed even louder. Is my deskmate too stupid? What does she look like now? Like a cute, messy one. Little tabby cat. The little cat was still eating, and the grains of rice on its face were moving. Lin Zhou couldn't help but take out a piece of paper and handed it to her. Little cat. Xu Nianchu, who was busy eating, was startled. Are you calling her? When did she become a kitten? Wipe your face. Only then did Xu Nianchu realize that there was rice on his face. She suddenly wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Yes, I'm sorry. When the words came to her lips, she quickly changed her words. No, it's thank you, thank you. Her deskmate told her not to say sorry anymore. After taking the paper and wiping his face roughly, Xu Nianchu quickly lowered his head again. Eat, let's eat. Har har, okay. Lin Zhou felt that he was in a very good mood today. Very good. After finishing the meal, Lin Zhou went out to wash the dishes. He didn't see that Zhu Shanshan, who was sitting at Fan Yinzher's table, was looking at this scene in shock, and was completely stunned. Chapter 16. Seeing Lin Zhou go out, she couldn't wait to get up and go to the third shift. Yun Ruoshi and Li Xiewan just came back from dinner. Seeing her, Yun Ruoshi frowned. Zhu Shanshan? You came just in time. I was just looking for you. I heard about what happened between Fan Yinzher and Lin Zhou today. Tell Fan Yinzher not to be so childish. What happened between Lin Zhou and me has nothing to do with him. Tell him to stop making things difficult for Lin Zhou. While eating, Yun Ruoshi had already heard the whole process. She was very angry. Even if she wants to cause trouble for Lin Zhou, she should be the one to do it. Who is Fan Yinzher? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Fan Yinzher coming up from behind her with a bowl of rice. His face looked a little ugly. Ruoshi. Oh, it's good that you're here, so Zhu Shanshan doesn't have to say it again. Fan Yinzher clenched his hands tightly and dared not say a word. It's all because of Lin Zhou. In this mock test, he must make Lin Zhou look good. He just didn't believe that someone who failed in math could pass the exam better than him. After Yun Ruoshi finished speaking, she pulled Li Xiewan and was about to leave. Zhu Shanshan stopped her anxiously. Wait a minute, Ruoshi, I'm not here to see you for this. Zhu Shanshan recounted the story of Lin Zhou and Xu Nianchu having dinner together. Finally came to a conclusion. I think Lin Zhou likes his new deskmate. What? After hearing what Zhu Shanshan said, Yun Ruoshi was shocked. She walked quickly towards the back door of class 2. No wonder Lin Zhou acted so abnormally today and ignored him. She wanted to see who Lin Zhou's new deskmate was. Seeing this, Zhu Shanshan began to exaggerate. This is too much, Lin Zhou. Ruoshi, you must not forgive him this time. Lin Zhou is finished, really finished this time. Yun Ruoshi will definitely ignore him. Let him show off in class. Here, that's it. Zhu Shanshan pointed in the direction of Xu Nianchu, and Yun Ruoshi was slightly stunned. Just her? Yes. How come? Yun Ruoshi gritted her teeth until they were broken into pieces, her whole body trembling. How could Lin Zhou, how could he like someone else? I'm so beautiful, how could he like a bean sprout? Yun Ruoshi didn't know whether she was a little sad because of Lin Zhou or because she was outdone by others. But the girl's pride prevented her from rushing in like a shrew, but my heart feels particularly uncomfortable. I was almost holding back tears. After all, Li Xiaowan was Yun Ruoshi's best friend. After thinking about it, she decided to comfort her. Ruoshi, you are right. It is impossible for Lin Zhou to like a bean sprout. Yun Ruoshi turned her head and looked at her. Then maybe he did this to piss you off. Angry at me. Yes, Lin Zhou has liked you since junior high school, for 6 years. How could he suddenly like a bean sprout? Zhu Shanshan, I think you must have misunderstood, Ruoshi. Boys are so naive. They think that this will attract the attention of goddesses. You must not be fooled by this. If you get angry and a conflict occurs, your reputation as the school beauty will be damaged. Yun Ruoshi was stunned. The next moment, she laughed. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? This girl named Xu Nianchu was dressed so simply and was so thin. Standing in a crowd you won't be noticed at all. How to compare with her? How could Lin Zhou fall in love with such a mediocre girl? Lin Zhou could only like her. Zhu Shanshan, don't tell me if this happens again next time. Xiaowan, let's go. Zhu Shanshan? She felt something was wrong, but as Yun Ruoshi's best friend, Zhu Shanshan finally nodded. Okay, got it. When Lin Zhou came back, Zhu Shanshan had not left yet. Lin Zhou simply ignored her and walked towards the classroom. When he passed by Zhu Shanshan, he heard her say, "Childish, Lin Zhou, you are so childish." Then he left with a look of contempt. Are all the girls who are with Yun Ruoshi sick? Lin Zhou shook his head and ignored her. The evening study session went by very quickly. After self-study, Lin Zhou called Liu Ximing and prepared to go home. Both of them are day students. It's only a 20-minute walk from the school. After leaving the school gate, Liu Ximing couldn't wait to grab Lin Zhou. Brother Zhou, playing games in the internet cafe? I'll buy you some instant noodles. He was almost starving to death if he didn't eat dinner. No. Then what are you doing? Go home. Liu Ximing scratched his head. Brother Zhou, are you really a 3 good student? I'm a little uncomfortable with this. Lin Zhou rolled his eyes at him. I advise you not to go. Go back and review the homework you copied today to see if there are any knowledge points you don't understand. Also, don't eat instant noodles. You really need to lose weight. Why? Do you want to be a tramp? Fuck, I don't want to. Then listen to me and lose weight. After Lin Zhou finished speaking, he patted Liu Ximing on the shoulder and was about to leave. Liu Ximing was a little confused. Brother Zhou's words have been really profound lately. If I don't lose weight, will I become a homeless person? Liu Ximing felt a chill when he thought of them covered in flies and looking unconscious. How about reduce it? Looking up, I saw Lin Zhou had gone far away. Liu Ximing reacted instantly. No, Brother Zhou, you owe me a point card. I'll charge you after the college entrance exam. On their way home, I passed a food stall. Lin Zhou was about to leave when he saw an acquaintance in front of him. The man was holding a bottle of beer, and seemed to want to drink it, but was afraid to do so. She tried, then finally sighed and put the bottle aside. Lin Zhou took 2 steps and then stepped back. Teacher Liu. Liu Qingyang didn't know when she put on lipstick again. His complexion was better, but he looked a little depressed. Lin Zhou. When she saw Lin Zhou, she was startled. She quickly hid the beer behind her, fearing that Lin Zhou would see it. Well, I just didn't eat dinner. Lin Zhou smiled. Don't hide it, I saw it all. Well. Liu Qingyang felt a little embarrassed. That. I won't tell Zhang Barpi, don't worry. According to the school rules, teachers are not allowed to drink alcohol. Liu Qingyang breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. You're welcome. Lin Zhou came and sat down next to Liu Qingyang. Happy birthday, Mr. Liu. Liu Qingyang was slightly startled. You know. Just found out. Liu Qingyang was acting weird today. When Lin Zhou came out of Zhang Shuqi's office, he passed by the school's outstanding teacher's office column. He saw Liu Qingyang's photo. Below the photo is her date of birth. That bulletin board hasn't been changed for a long time. Liu Qingyang has always been the best teacher in number 1 middle school, but no one cares. Lin Zhou in his previous life didn't know about this either. Liu Qingyang lowered her head and chuckled. Lin Zhou, you are really a little different today. No wonder Xu Nianchu was unwilling to change seats. That's fine, too. So, do you think I have become better or worse? Of course it has improved, which is great. If my studies can improve, it will be even better. I was planning to study hard. Well, come on, the teacher will support you. Thanks. Liu Qingyang opened the wine, poured a glass and handed it to Lin Zhou. Drink. Teacher Liu, I am not yet an adult. I will become an adult after the college entrance examination. Okay. Liu Qingyang took a sip herself, her expression somewhat gloomy. It's not a happy birthday at all. I put on beautiful makeup in the morning, but was forced to go on a blind date. I even missed the student's 100-day oath-taking ceremony. Later, he was complained by parents for not doing his job properly. Liu Qingyang didn't know why her life had become like this. Teacher Liu, I actually think there's no need to care about what those people think. Liu Qingyang raised her head in shock. Lin Zhou continued. Who says teachers can't dress up? It's because their thinking is too rigid. Everyone has freedom, and you are no exception. Teachers who love to dress up can also bring up very excellent students. You live for yourself, not for others. We are all human beings for the first time, why should we change ourselves for others? To improve our class's performance, that's the most important thing, isn't it? When that happens, our class will have the highest admission rate in the entire grade. Let's see who dares to say anything bad about you. Liu Qingyang looked at Lin Zhou in surprise again. She had not expected to hear such mature words from this young boy. She has lived for 30 years, but not a single student has seen things as clearly as she has. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll be leaving now. I have to go to school tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Lin Zhou walked for a while and heard Liu Qingyang's voice again. Student Lin Zhou, study hard. I see. And Xu Nianchu, I guess you already know her family situation, right? Lin Zhou did not intend to hide it. A little. Well, take good care of her. She is a good student. It's a pity. I will, sir. Tell the teacher if you have any difficulties, and the teacher will do his best to help you. Thank you, teacher. That night, Lin Zhou returned home 15 minutes later than usual. Lin Changjing paced anxiously outside the house. Next to him, a woman's voice sounded. Old Lin, go back to the house first. Lin Zhou will be back soon. He is 18 years old, so he will be fine. Lin Changjing sighed deeply. No, I'm worried. This kid made such a big fuss at school today. Although the teacher said it was okay, I'm afraid that his classmates will get upset with him and he will go online again. Shulan, go back to sleep first, don't worry about me. The woman came out from the darkness. She is about the same age as Lin Changjing. He is tall and has a kind face. How about I stay with you for a while? I'm worried. Lin Changjing looked at her and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Thinking of Lin Zhou's words today, he made up his mind. Shulan, why don't we talk to him? Chapter 17. Qin Shulan was stunned when she heard this. Realizing what Lin Changjing was talking about, she covered her lips and almost burst into tears. But after a moment, she shook her head. No, Changjing, have you forgotten Lin Zhou's temper? Although he asked you to find him a mother today, what if he was just testing you? What if he finds out about us and starts making a scene? It's just a small matter for you and me, but he's going to take the college entrance exam soon. We can't delay him. Lin Changjing hesitated for a while, but finally nodded. As Lin Zhou's father, Lin Changjing raised Lin Zhou with all his hard work. He knew Lin Zhou too well. This kid has been a gangster since he was young, and is even more of a gangster when he grows up. Today, when Lin Changjing heard the teachers praising Lin Zhou, he felt it was incredible. Unexpectedly, I would hear Lin Zhou ask him to find a mother for him. At that time, Lin Changjing was particularly happy. He and Qin Shulan had finally gotten together, and he had been thinking about finding an opportunity to get these things done. But Qin Shulan was right. Lin Zhou is about to take the college entrance examination. In the past, whenever he heard Lin Changjing say that he wanted to find a partner, he would yell and lose his temper, and even run away from home, telling everyone that Lin Changjing didn't want him anymore. What I said today is definitely not normal. Qin Shulan handed the down jacket in her hand to Lin Changjing. I am also a mother, Changjing, I understand you, let's wait a little longer. Shulan, thank you. I am sorry for you. It's okay. I'll go back first. Watching Qin Shulan leave, Lin Changjing sighed and decided to continue waiting for Lin Zhou. Old Lin. Lin Zhou's voice suddenly came, and Lin Changjing instantly became alert. Hey! Son, you're back? Come here, are you tired from studying? Daddy will make you something to eat. Lin Zhou couldn't help but step forward again and hugged him gently. Lao Lin, you don't have to wait for me at night anymore. I can come back by myself. In his previous life, Lin Changjing also doted on Lin Zhou like this every day. Because he is fearless and thinks Lin Changjing will never leave, Lin Zhou acts recklessly. That won't do. You are my son. If I don't wait for you, who else should I wait for? Is there no one else to wait for? Lin Zhou glanced at the direction Qin Shulan left with amusement. Just coming out of the darkness, he saw Qin Shulan leaving. This woman had been secretly dating Lin Changjing for 2 years in her previous life. Finally, they decided to make their relationship public, but they were separated by Lin Zhou in her previous life, who threatened to commit suicide. She never had any complaints, and even when she left, she bought enough clothes for Lin Changjing and Lin Zhou to last for 2 years. She always looked at Lin Zhou with kind eyes. It's like looking at your own biological child. However, Lin Zhou in his previous life did not know what was good for him. Let Lao Lin be alone until his death. No, who else can I wait for? Har, didn't I ask you to help me find a mother? You kid, you're talking nonsense again, where can I find it for you? That depends on your ability, Lao Lin. You can't even find a woman, can you? Since Lin Changjing refused to admit it, Lin Zhou decided to help him and speed up the process. How is it possible for me? I, your father, am a handsome, charming, mature man with plenty of women. Okay, bring one back. Lin Changjing felt that the topic could not continue. He seemed to be laughed at by his own brat. What should I do? Okay, if you get into college I'll find you a mother. Lin Changjing blurted out. Lin Zhou raised his head and glanced at him. You said this, didn't you? Don't regret it. Well, no regrets. Lin Zhou stuffed the lunchbox in his hand into Lin Changjing's hand. Okay, I'll go back to my room to study. Make me some braised pork ribs. Make more. I'll eat it tomorrow. The lunchbox is an insulated box. Lin Changjing got up in the morning to do it, and Lin Zhou took it to school. It was still hot at noon. Just right for eating with my little classmate. Although Lin Zhou really didn't want Lin Changjing to work so hard. But he had long discovered that the best way to communicate between biological parents, or grandparents, is to be needed. Although they often nag and complain. But you really take away what they prepared, and they will be happy. For example, those who have not returned for a long time will use various luxury cars every time they go back, filling them with potatoes, sweet potatoes and other things that can be easily bought in the city. And their parents will be very happy. Lao Lin is also such a person. In his previous life, Lin Zhou was very annoyed by this and always felt that old Lin was restricting his life. Rebellious and ignorant. At this moment, when he saw Lao Lin again, Lin Zhou realized how precious he was. Didn't they say that school doesn't allow bringing lunch? Lin Changjing said this while humming a song happily and went to the kitchen to prepare. I brought it secretly. Lin Zhou returned to the bedroom and started working on the math book he brought back. Although he didn't care about what Zhu Shanshan and the others said. But now that you have decided to study, you have to make progress. This kid Fan Yinjer has always disliked me, so I'll make him the first target. A mock test to see if my math score can surpass his. By the time Lin Zhou finished reading, it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. He yawned and soon fell asleep. Fortunately, at the age of 18, he has the body of a special forces soldier. Lin Zhou got up early the next morning and went to school on time. As soon as he arrived in the classroom, he handed the white rabbit candy in his pocket to Xu Nianchu. Today's, help. But. My little deskmate, I told you there's candy every day, I really can't handle it if you don't eat it. Xu Nianchu. She had no choice but to accept it silently. The morning reading class was an English class, and the teacher assigned them a text to recite. After Lin Zhou put the lunchbox on the desk, he picked up the textbook and prepared to read. But he soon discovered a serious problem. He can't read. Having dropped out of school in his previous life and never used English again, these words knew him, but he didn't recognize them. Now that he has the benefit of Rebirth, he can remember it, but he still doesn't know how to pronounce it. Lin Zhou had no choice but to look to Xu Nianchu for help. My little deskmate. R. Xu Nianchu, who had been studying hard, raised his head from his textbook. Can you do me another favor? Xu Nianchu shuddered all over. Are they going to ask her to eat something again? She saw him bringing a lunchbox in the morning. Although yesterday's meal was really delicious and the sugar was also delicious. But she really didn't want to eat Lin Zhou's food every day. Cannot. Lin Zhou. Very good, my deskmate knows how to refuse people. He seemed to have dug a hole for himself. No, little classmate, I'm not asking you to eat. What's that for? Xu Nianchu looked unconvinced and felt that Lin Zhou was going to come up with some weird ideas again. Lin Zhou moved the textbook towards Xu Nianchu. I can't read. Xu Nianchu. She seemed a little bit unbelievable. Not even one. Yes. The two fell silent again. Thinking of the red cross on yesterday's test paper, Xu Nianchu was silent. Lin Zhou shouldn't be joking, but he was so good at math yesterday, did he learn it on the spur of the moment? So awesome. Thinking of this, Xu Nianchu put down his textbook and pulled Lin Zhou's textbook over. Then read with me. Good. Xu Nianchu read out a word, and Lin Zhou followed suit. I have to say that Xu Nianchu's pronunciation is very standard. I was also very serious when teaching her. Lin Zhou originally had the benefit of Rebirth, and he could remember almost everything he saw. So I learned very quickly. It didn't take long before I finished learning all the words in this text. I also memorized the text by the way. At this time, Xu Nianchu was still teaching him seriously. Afraid of missing any details. She had long eyelashes and her thin body leaned towards Lin Zhou. I can hug her as long as I reach out my hand. I really want to hold you in my arms forever. Lin Zhou moved his fingers and finally put them down. My little deskmate, have you decided which university to apply to? Chapter 18. As long as he knew which subject his deskmate was taking the test for, Lin Zhou would have a direction to work towards. One day, I'll be able to hold her in my arms forever. Xu Nianchu's small body paused. College. I haven't thought about it yet. She pushed up her glasses and her expression darkened. I don't know if I can go to college. I heard that university tuition is very expensive, and living expenses are also very expensive. There is no money left at home. So let's start thinking about it from now on. Looking at her expression, Lin Zhou almost guessed what she was thinking. Now. Yes, there are still 100 days from now, so it's totally in time. But you can definitely go to college, trust me. Lin Zhou spoke with such confidence that Xu Nianchu's heart was moved. She suddenly began to yearn for college life. University, what is university like? Xu Nianchu has lived in Jiangcheng, a small county town, since she was a child, and she has never seen a university. None of my relatives have gone to college yet. University is wonderful, it's wonderful, I can meet many different kinds of people, do many things I couldn't do before, and make many, many friends. No one cares what you wear, and no one cares what you eat. Oh, and you can still fall in love. Lin Zhou recounted all the wonderful things he knew about university in his previous life. Xu Nianchu's eyes lit up when he heard this. Is it really that good? Well, so, start thinking about it from now on, okay? I promise, you can go. For some reason, Xu Nianchu felt as if he had taken a reassurance pill after listening to Lin Zhou's words. She nodded vigorously. Good. She must go to college. Lin Zhou, Xu Nianchu, what are you two doing? The teacher's voice suddenly came from the podium. The two were stunned. Only then did I realize that I had been chatting for so long that I almost forgot they were still in class. The English teacher's name is Wang Minute. Her face looked very ugly at this moment. Have you finished memoizing the book? Because the noise was too loud, the students all stopped and stared at them blankly. Liu Shiming, who was sleeping, was woken up immediately. He looked around blankly. What's wrong? What happened, Brother Zhu? Was there an earthquake? Lin Zhou. He really didn't want to admit that he knew this guy. Wang Minute was already angry. Liu Shiming, you stand up too. You, the three of you, have you finished memoizing the text? Lin Zhou, I finished reciting it. Xu Nianchu, I have memoized it. I have finished memoizing it. Liu Shiming? Well. He looked at Lin Zhou blankly, then at the teacher, and finally, he gritted his teeth and spoke. I have finished reciting. Wang Minute obviously didn't believe it. You finished reciting? Have you three really finished reciting? Xu Nianchu is a new transfer student and she doesn't know him. But she still knew about Lin Zhou and Liu Shiming. The class had only been going on for 20 minutes and they were already chatting or sleeping. How could I finish memoizing the text so quickly that I normally couldn't even finish it in the morning? The classmates all looked over, and some who still couldn't stand him started whispering. Why was Lin Zhou called up again? I must have disturbed my deskmate's study. It's so unlucky to be his deskmate. A smile appeared on Fan Yinzhi's lips. He was happy as long as he saw Lin Zhou making a fool of himself. Seeing that the three of them were silent, Wang Minute nodded. Well, now that you've finished reciting it, recite it to me, Xu Nianchu, starting with you. Liu Qingyang and Zhang Shuqi had not yet had time to tell other teachers about Xu Nianchu's matter. Wang Minute only knows her name and doesn't know whether she is good at studying or not. He didn't treat her well either. Xu Nianchu was slightly startled and lowered his head. What should I do? So many people are watching. She really can't. The reason I stood up and spoke for Lin Zhou yesterday was entirely because of a momentary impulse. Lin Zhou helped her, so she subconsciously wanted to help Lin Zhou. Zhang Shuqi is a nice person and doesn't put on airs. She said only 2 words and then sat down. But now, an entire text takes at least 3 minutes. The whole class, including the teacher, would stare at her, especially in English. Xu Nianchu was completely panicked. In the past when she was in number 2 middle school, the teachers basically wouldn't ask her questions because of her situation. Xu Nianchu's nervous mind went blank, and suddenly he couldn't remember a single word. Seeing that she didn't speak, Wang Minute shouted again. Xu Nianchu? If you can't recite it, stand at the back with your textbook. Xu Nianchu suddenly raised his head and felt a sore nose. She can recite it. She obviously can recite it. Why is this happening? She doesn't want this. Teacher, At this moment, Lin Zhou also realized that something was wrong. He turned his head and saw that his deskmate's body was trembling slightly. Are you panicking? I remember the first day I met her, I didn't even dare to introduce myself. Lin Zhou realized that things seemed a little complicated. Although she could talk to him fluently, she was still timid. It is not easy for a person who has always been inferior and timid to stand in the light again. We have to take it slow. Teacher Wang. Why? You want to carry it first? No, it's like this, Teacher Wang. I think it's a waste of time for us to recite one by one. There's not much time for morning reading. Do you think this will work? Liu Shiming and I will recite the text, and Xu Nianchu will write it down from memory. In this way, by the time we finish reciting, she should have finished reciting as well, so we won't delay each other. If you're worried, you can come here and watch in person. As soon as Lin Zhou finished speaking, Xu Nianchu suddenly raised his head. Lin Zhou, this is. Are you trying to help yourself out? Wang Minute nodded after hearing this. Okay, this text has 3 paragraphs in total. Lin Zhou, you recite the first paragraph, Xu Nianchu writes the second paragraph from memory, and Liu Shiming, you will recite the third paragraph later. Good. Thank you, teacher. No, teacher. Then I'll recite it first. Lin Zhou closed both his and Xu Nianchu's books. He motioned Xu Nianchu to sit down. I began to recite slowly. Xu Nianchu, who was finally freed, raised his head and glanced at Lin Zhou. As if encouraged, she took out a pen from her pencil case and began to write from memory. Wang Minute has come up to the two of them and is observing them carefully. Lin Zhou's voice is fluent. Unlike other students' Chinese English pronunciation, his English pronunciation is very standard. Wang Minute was a little shocked. Looking at Xu Nianchu again, her handwriting is beautiful. When copying from memory, their whole action was as smooth as flowing water, without any interruption. After Lin Zhou finished reciting, a smile gradually appeared on Wang Min's tense face. Yeah, not bad. As soon as she finished speaking, Xu Nianchu also finished copying. Wang Minute took their homework book handed over by Xu Nianchu and smiled with satisfaction again. This one is great too. The students in the class were also a little confused. Lin Zhou can even recite English so quickly. Isn't this too much? What happened to the promise of influencing my deskmate's studies? Why do I feel like I've been influenced by my deskmate? Only Liu Shiming had a very ugly expression on his face. The only wish in the world, his wish to be hurt, seemed to be fulfilled. Seeing that Wang Minute had already set his eyes on him, Liu Shiming jumped to the empty seat behind him with his English textbook. Teacher, don't bother me, I can stand on my own. Chapter 19. It was still a little late in the morning in early spring. When the get out of class ended at 7 o'clock, it was still grey outside. Liu Shiming urged Lin Zhou to hurry up and eat. Lin Zhou set his sights on his little deskmate. I tricked my deskmate into eating 2 meals and a handful of candy yesterday, and today she was obviously smarter. How should I fool people with today's meal? Lin Zhou. Xu Nianchu's voice suddenly came, and Lin Zhou looked at her. What's wrong? I have money today. Teacher Liu gave me 100 yuan this morning. You don't have to give me food. Teacher Liu. Yes. She also said that she would give me 100 yuan a month in the future. I will pay her back after I finish the college entrance examination and make money. After eating Lin Zhou's 2 meals and a bunch of white rabbit snacks, and seeing Lin Zhou's reaction today, Xu Nianchu was almost certain. Lin Zhou gave it to her on purpose. Although he didn't know why, Xu Nianchu knew that it couldn't go on like this forever. So today, when Liu Qingyang offered to give her money, Xu Nianchu thought about it and accepted it in the name of a loan. And he promised to pay her back after he found a job. Teacher Liu is quite enthusiastic. Lin Zhou couldn't help but mutter. In this case, how can he get close to his deskmate? What did you say? I said Teacher Liu is such a nice person. Yeah, I am going to the cafeteria now too. Fearing that Lin Zhou would not believe her, Xu Nianchu stood up, took out the lunchbox from the desk, and quickly left her seat. Well. Lin Zhou sighed helplessly. Fatty, let's go too. Arrived at the cafeteria, Lin Zhou saw his desk mate go to window number 2. There aren't many people over there anymore. She ordered 2 steamed buns and a bowl of free corn porridge, then found a corner and sat down. Lin Zhou thought about it and pulled Liu Shiming to window number 2. He bought 4 buns, 2 eggs, a side dish, and the free porridge, then turned and left. Liu Shiming behind him followed in panic. Brother Zhu, wait for me, okay? Seeing Lin Zhou walking towards Xu Nianchu in the corner without hesitation, Liu Shiming was very confused. Brother Zhu, there is something I don't understand. Speak. You said you don't want to be a bootlicker anymore, but you treat your deskmate better now than you treated Yun Ruoshi back then. His eyes are almost growing onto other people's bodies. This is not called licking a dog. Huh? What's that called? Lin Zhou rolled his eyes. One-sided licking is called dog licking, mutual liking is called true love. Although I don't quite understand it, I always feel that what Lin Zhou said makes sense. What's going on? Also, why do you eat so much? Can you finish it? Aren't you trying to lose weight? As he spoke, Lin Zhou took out 2 fried dough sticks from his plate. Hey! Brother Zhu! That's mine. Lin Zhou ignored Liu Shiming and quickened his pace. Liu Shiming looked at the little breakfast left on the plate, wondering whether he should go back and buy more. But when I think of homeless people. He quickly stopped thinking about this and followed Lin Zhou. In the corner, Xu Nianchu was eating buns seriously. Suddenly I felt a shadow in front of my eyes. Before she looked up, she saw Lin Zhou put an egg and a fried dough stick on her plate. "Boss, give me some more food, so we can eat together." Xu Nianchu. How can the boss be so kind? Lin Zhou, why didn't Liu Shiming send it off? Moreover, he seemed to have eaten less. Liu Shiming, who was about to sit down, looked at the food on Xu Nianchu's plate and silently revealed an aggrieved expression. My boss gave it to me, but I didn't want it because I wanted to lose weight." Lin Zhou gave Liu Shiming a thumbs up. "Good brothers indeed, Tilder." "Of course, Tilder." After dinner, Xu Nianchu blushed and went back to the classroom in a panic. Because Liu Shiming ate slowly, Lin Zhou had to stay and wait for him. In his words, if there is less food, you have to chew it slowly, otherwise you will finish it before you can taste it. Lin Zhou could only silently give a thumbs up to his amazing train of thought. By the time Liu Shiming finished eating, most people in the cafeteria had left. Lin Zhou was about to get up and leave when he heard Yun Ruosh's voice behind him. "Lin Zhou." Lin Zhou turned his head and saw Yun Ruoshi wearing a branded down jacket and a cute bunny hat on her head. Lin Zhou's expression darkened. This hat was the gift he gave to Yun Ruoshi on her birthday when she was in her second year of high school. Yun Ruoshi has never worn it. But why did she wear it today? "What's up? You were having dinner with the girls just now." As soon as she entered the cafeteria, Yun Ruoshi saw Lin Zhou. She originally wanted to call Lin Zhou to join her, but then she remembered that she was having a quarrel with Lin Zhou and vowed to leave him alone for a few days. Yun Ruoshi ignored it. However, the corner of her eyes never left Lin Zhou. Seeing Lin Zhou walking towards her with a lunchbox, Yun Ruoshi was still thinking. If Lin Zhou came to apologize to her, maybe she could forgive him a little. It's decided. After all, Lin Zhou went to act with other girls to annoy her. Just give him a way out. How would you know? When Lin Zhou walked to her side, he did not stop. He walked directly behind her. Yun Ruoshi was stunned, turned around, and saw Xu Nianchu in the corner. How so? Didn't Lin Zhou see her just now? No. Lin Zhou must have seen her. If he does this, he must still be acting. So, even after finishing the meal, Yun Ruoshi did not leave. She was waiting for Lin Zhou. He waited until Lin Zhou finished his meal and stood up to leave. Yun Ruoshi finally couldn't help it. She called him. After asking that question, Yun Ruoshi became even angrier. Without waiting for Lin Zhou to answer, she continued. How could you do this? Lin Zhou, you are so childish. Lin Zhou was confused without even having time to say a word. Why is this girl saying the same thing as Zhu Shanshan? What are they talking about? Do you think I will pay attention to you if you find another girl to annoy me? You are dreaming. If you do this again, I will ignore you forever. Yun Ruoshi couldn't figure it out. Yesterday, Lin Zhou first gave the rose that belonged to her to someone else, and then said such heartless words. Why hasn't he come to apologize to her today? Wasn't he just angry that she refused to agree after so many confessions? But didn't he confess his feelings the last time? What exactly does Lin Zhou want to do? Want to see her bow her head first? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She is the proudest school beauty, and there are countless boys in the school who like her. How could she give in to a boy who liked her? It's Lin Zhou who likes her, not her who likes Lin Zhou. Oh, that's great. Lin Zhou finally understood what they meant. This arrogant school beauty has started to imagine the plot, right? Did she think that I ignored her just to make her angry? If it were in his previous life, he would definitely not be able to stand Yun Ruoshi's crying appearance and would have licked her immediately. But now, Lin Zhou just felt. It's funny. But it doesn't matter, this is exactly the ending I wanted. In this life, Lin Zhou only wants to protect the people and things he wants to protect. As for other things, he doesn't care. You must remember what you said today. Don't forget it. After saying this, Lin Zhou turned around handsomely without stopping. Yun Ruoshi? What's going on? What's wrong with Lin Zhou's attitude? This is too much. She angrily took off her hat and threw it at Lin Zhou. Then she widened her eyes, bit her lip, and stared at Lin Zhou. Look back. Turn back quickly. I threw away the things you gave me, why don't you come back? I'll pick up the hat if you ask me to. Lin Zhou. Look back. Yun Ruoshi kept repeating this in her heart for a long time, and found that Lin Zhou was walking farther and farther away, with no intention of looking back. She was a little panicked. Lin Zhou, you bastard. Next to her, Li Xiaowan, who was having dinner with her, was a little worried. Ruoshi, why don't we just forget it? Let's go back to the classroom. She picked up Yun Ruoshi's lunchbox and just took 2 steps when she heard Yun Ruoshi say, etc. What's wrong? Li Xiaowan turned her head and saw Yun Ruoshi squatting down cautiously. He picked up the hat he had just thrown away. Li Xiaowan's eyes flashed, but she didn't say anything. Yun Ruoshi now is very different from before. Could it be that she has fallen in love with Lin Zhou? Chapter 20. The second class in the morning is Chinese class. Today, Liu Qingyang wore flesh-colored thick socks. The lower body is matched with long boots and a miniskirt, and the upper body is matched with a short down jacket that is more eye-catching than yesterday. She let her hair down in long big waves, with just the right amount of red lips, which made her look quite flavorful and charming. She is even prettier than the stars on the boys' bedside posters. As soon as she entered the classroom, her classmates started to make loud noises. What the hell, Mr. Liu? You are so beautiful, aren't you? I'm not exaggerating, if you had dressed like this earlier, I would have scored 130 points in Chinese. Liu Qingyang placed the textbook on the podium and looked at the audience with a smile. Okay, then you all get 130 on the test and I'll wear this every day from now on. It can be seen that she is happier today than yesterday. Really? Really? Then I have to start working hard. Of course it's true. Great, Mr. Liu, without further ado, let's start the class now. I don't want to miss a single second of the opportunity to learn. Har har, okay, everyone, open your workbooks. Today we're going to talk about exercises. Lin Zhou, let your deskmate take a look at your book. I haven't given her hers yet. The exercise book used in number 2 middle school is different from that used in number 1 middle school. These are materials specially selected by the teachers of number 1 middle school for students. Liu Qingyang promised to find a new one for Xu Nianchu, but it has not been completed yet. Okay, no problem. Lin Zhou saw that when Liu Qingyang spoke, she took a special look at him. There was some gratitude in his eyes. I guess she figured it out after last night. This is good. Living with shackles is really tiring. Lin Zhou placed the textbook between the 2 seats. Seeing Xu Nianchu still staring at the stage, as if in a daze, he was stunned. Little deskmate. Yes. Xu Nianchu quickly retracted his gaze and looked at the book seriously. But her eyes would look at Liu Qingyang from time to time, her eyes full of envy. Lin Zhou asked with amusement, is teacher Liu pretty? Xu Nianchu nodded vigorously. Want to be as beautiful as her? Xu Nianchu nodded again. Soon, she reacted and shook her head. No, how can I be as beautiful as teacher Liu? They all said she was an ugly duckling. Why not? In his previous life, Xu Nianchu, who went to help him with his funeral, was even more beautiful than Liu Qingyang now. Eat well, and you will become beautiful in a while. Xu Nianchu stared at Lin Zhou blankly. Will it become beautiful? If that's the case, then you won't be bullied, right? Really? Yeah, really, so, you must eat well. Xu Nianchu smiled, his eyes curved into a crescent. Good. With 5 minutes left before the end of get out of class, Liu Qingyang stopped teaching. She closed her textbook, looked around, and found that her classmates were indeed more serious in this class than before. Liu Qingyang looked in the direction of Lin Zhou again. I found that he was talking to Xu Nianchu. Xu Nianchu's eyes were bright and smiling. Liu Qingyang was very satisfied. Students, the review of this exam is basically over. The teachers and I have done a post-exam summary and feel that there can be a more effective way to study. I would like to set up a study group for you. Each group has 4 people. You can discuss and form your own groups. The study committee will do the statistics and give me the results before school ends today. The mock exam is coming up soon. Our class has always been in the top 5 among the 30 classes in the senior year, but we have never been in the top 2. Let's work harder this time and strive to get a good ranking. Good. The students cheered. At this time, as the study committee member, Fan Yinzhi stood up. I suggest that each group should have 2 people who are good at studying paired with 2 people who are not so good at studying, so that everyone can make progress faster. Yes, what Fan Yinzhi said makes a lot of sense. After Fan Yinzhi finished speaking, he glanced in the direction of Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou was stunned, feeling that this guy had bad intentions. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard Fan Yinzhi say again. I heard that our new transfer student Xu Nianchu is a top student and is among the best students in number 2 middle school. You can team up with her to learn from her. Fan Yinzhi inquired about this matter privately yesterday. Lin Zhou stole the show in math class, and Fan Yinzhi always felt something was wrong. How could someone who usually studies so poorly suddenly become so smart? The problem must be with Xu Nianchu. Sure enough, after checking, I found out that Xu Nianchu was a very good student. The answers to those questions must have been told to him by Xu Nianchu. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole class became lively. Really? No wonder you were so good at memorizing English last time. So she taught Lin Zhou how to do the exercises. That should be it, right? Otherwise, how could Lin Zhou solve such a difficult math problem? Lin Zhou. This guy is playing childish tricks again. Did he think that this would separate him and Xu Nianchu? That's ridiculous. He really doesn't understand Xu Nianchu. In her previous life, this little girl liked him just for a few candies. This life will definitely be no exception. Besides, she is so socially anxious. She has been in class for a day and hasn't talked to anyone except him. How could I be in a group with others? Okay, let's discuss this matter after class. Liu Qingyang stopped the class in time and explained some things that the study group should pay attention to. The bell rang and she picked up her textbook and left. The classroom suddenly became chaotic. Many people ran to the last row and surrounded Xu Nianchu. Student Xu, would you like to study together? Student Xu, join me in the group. I'm in the top 10 in the class. Let's study and communicate together. Student Xu, choose me, and I'll treat you to snacks. Xu Nianchu was completely stunned. She had never been paid so much attention before. I felt a little helpless for a moment. Fan Yinzhi felt very happy when he saw this scene. He also came over, with a kind look on his face. Student Xu, I am Fan Yinzhi, the study committee member of our class. I have always been the top student in our class and in the top 10 in the entire grade. This time, I will form a very good team. Do you want to join me? I can help you with the knowledge you haven't learned. Although Xu Nianchu is a top student in number 2 middle school, the students in number 2 middle school are those left over from number 1 middle school during the high school entrance examination. Fan Yinzhi does not think that Xu Nianchu is better at studying than him. So, I decided to extend an olive branch to her. As soon as he spoke, the other students stopped talking. What Fan Yinzhi said is absolutely true. With his achievements, others are eager to team up with him. After all, learning experience is also a very valuable asset. If he is willing to help Xu Nianchu will definitely choose him. His invitation to Xu Nianchu was tantamount to cutting off other people's hopes. Xu Nianchu was even more stunned. For some reason, although he was a good student, she kind of disliked this guy. Moreover, she doesn't seem to need to study with others. But she didn't know how to refuse. Xu Nianchu subconsciously looked at Lin Zhou. She herself didn't even realize that Lin Zhou had become her lifesaver. Now, Lin Zhou also looked over and wanted to say something, but he heard Liu Qingyang's shout at the back door. Lin Zhou, come out for a moment. Lin Zhou had no choice but to say. Don't be afraid, little classmate, just choose what you want in your heart, and don't worry about what others think. Xu Nianchu nodded. She took a deep breath, looked at the bustling classmates in front of her, and forced a smile. Well, I've decided who to choose. Classmate Fan, sorry, I want to be in the same group with Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou, who was walking to the door, smiled slightly when he heard this. My little deskmate is so good. In the classroom, Fan Yinzhi was completely stunned. Have you thought about it? Classmate Xu, you may not know Lin Zhou's academic performance. He always ranks last. Before he finished speaking, Xu Nianchu said. I've made up my mind, but I want to choose him. But not only is he not good at studying, he is also a bad person and often bullies girls. It was thanks to you that I was able to do those math problems last time, otherwise teacher Zhang would definitely scold him. Student fan, I choose Lin Zhou. Fan Yinzhi was completely stunned. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Emotionally, Yun Ruoshi was angry because of Lin Zhou, and in terms of study, Xu Nianchu also chose Lin Zhou. Why? Before he could figure out what was going on, he heard the girl in front of him say softly. Also, everyone misunderstood. I didn't teach Lin Zhou how to solve those math problems. He figured it out on his own. Chapter 21. Outside the classroom. Lin Zhou, who is about to turn 18, is already 1.8 meters tall. Liu Qingyang was wearing high-heeled boots and was still a head shorter than him. She stood opposite him and looked up at him. Nothing, just wanted to say thank you. Lin Zhou's words yesterday made Liu Qingyang think a lot. After graduating from university, I have been working as a teacher for the past 8 years. Liu Qingyang almost treated herself as a tool. A tool for teaching and educating people. She set too many rules for herself. For example, you have to dress appropriately and not wear makeup. No swearing, no drinking, no smoking. You are not allowed to go to indecent places, including bars and KTVs. Because these would damage her image as a teacher and would cause people to talk about her. This is also what her parents and leaders expect of her. She wants to be a qualified teacher. She gave up a lot because of this. Her boyfriend in school broke up with her because she was too unfashionable, didn't understand fashion, didn't want to develop in a big city, and was too content with the status quo. Classmates and teachers all said that she and Zhang Shuqi looked more and more like each other. He is serious, speaks coldly and likes to curse people. She was also nicknamed the female devil. She deserves to be single. When she heard this name for the first time, Liu Qingyang found an empty corner and cried. From then on, her heart became almost sealed with cement. She no longer liked to laugh or talk. Every day I discipline students and focus on their studies. She became the most qualified teacher in the eyes of parents and truly turned into a female devil. But no one knows that Liu Qingyang was a girl who loved to laugh when she was in college. She liked singing, painting, all kinds of fashion and makeup, and traveling. She also loves literature. I dream that one day I can travel the world with a sword in hand like the knights in the books. She hardly smiled in recent years. Yesterday was her birthday. Liu Qingyang, who had been nostalgic for most of the night, wanted to reminisce about the past. So, she wore clothes that she had bought for a long time but had never worn, and then was forced by her parents to meet a blind date whom she didn't want to meet at all. After it was finally over, she came to school and was complained about by the parents who saw her. She chose to compromise. Liu Qingyang thought that she would live like this in a daze for the rest of her life. Unexpectedly, I met Lin Zhou. His words may be too advanced and frivolous to others. But for her, it was just right. That's what she wanted. This is our first time as a human being, why should we change ourselves for others? Therefore, Liu Qingyang decided to put down the shackles and live a good life. In Lin Zhou's words, results can prove everything, so what does other people's opinions matter? You're welcome, but I have to say, you look really good when you dress up, Ms. Liu. You can put on more makeup in the future. Of course, Xu Nianchu would look better when he opened his eyes. Lin Zhou didn't say this. Har har, if I didn't know you were my student, I would have thought you had some sort of agenda. Liu Qingyang couldn't help laughing. How dare I? I still have to study hard and get into a good university. Liu Qingyang looked at Lin Zhou in surprise. Is this something Lin Zhou could say? Of course. I suddenly want to get into a good university now. When Lin Zhou said this, he saw Xu Nianchu who had just walked out of the classroom door. She lowered her head and saw that they were a little flustered. I'm going to the bathroom. After saying this, he ran away. Lin Zhou couldn't help laughing. Liu Qingyang saw this scene and laughed as well. Okay, this is a good idea, but Lin Zhou, if you want to get into a good university, you have to be sensible. Lin Zhou knew that Liu Qingyang had seen through it, so he did not hide it. I know, Mr. Liu, don't worry. Okay, oh, by the way. I heard that you were the best in math and English classes. Well done, Lin Zhou. I don't care why you suddenly fell in love with studying, but as long as you can improve your grades, I won't interfere. Okay, thank you, teacher. Lin Zhou returned to the classroom only after finishing his conversation with Liu Qingyang. In this class, there is a 20-minute break. In just a short while, most of the students in the class had formed teams. Chapter 22. Fan Yinzhi stood in front of him with a reluctant look on his face, holding the notebook. Lin Zhou, Xu Nianchu wants to team up with you, do you have any objection? No. Fan Yinzhi wrote down his name angrily, and the notebook was almost torn. Lin Zhou could almost guess what he was going to say. It was nothing more than words like, just wait, Yun Ruoshi is mine, it's useless even if you study well under Xu Nianchu. Lin Zhou felt a little helpless. He stood up and patted Fan Yinzhi on the shoulder. Classmate, I have a piece of advice for you. Don't be a bootlicker. There are women with 2 legs everywhere. Fan Yinzhi snorted coldly and shook off his hand. Shameless. Having said this, he turned and left angrily. Lin Zhou shook his head and sat down. His desk mate hadn't come back yet, so he was bored and started thinking about the changes after his rebirth. Xu Nianchu sat at the same table with him, and it seemed that she had a good impression of him. You can't be impatient about love matters, so Lin Zhou plans to take it slow. His academic performance is also improving little by little, so it should be no problem for him to get into university. Lao Lin's affairs also began to progress slowly. Liu Ximing has also started to lose weight. Although the effort is not great, Lin Zhou believes that it will get better slowly. Everything is going in the right direction, except for one thing. No money. But now he is still preparing for the college entrance examination, which is the busiest time in his life. Where can I earn my first pot of gold? If I ask Lao Lin for investment, he will definitely think I am crazy. It was not realistic to borrow from his classmates, after all, they were as poor as he was. Just as he was thinking, Lin Zhou saw Liu Ximing approaching with a depressed look on his face. It's over, brother Zhou. What's wrong? No one wants to be in the same group with me. They are all full. Liu Ximing is not very good at studying either. Just now he went to see Fan Yinzhi to look at the list and found that except for Lin Zhou and Xu Nianchu, all other groups were full. Lin Zhou's group was not chosen because of Lin Zhou. I can only be in a group with you guys with great reluctance. Brother Zhou, please save me. I don't mean to disturb you. Lin Zhou frowned. There are a total of 72 people in the class including Xu Nianchu. If there are 4 people in a group, it would be just right to divide them into 18 groups. Liu Ximing fell behind, so someone else should have fallen behind as well. He looked around, where's the other person? As soon as the words fell, Lin Zhou saw a little girl coming towards him. The reason why she is called small is because this girl has a round baby face with 2 dimples, as if she is smiling all the time. She is not tall, and in her loose school uniform, she doesn't look like a high school student at all. At this moment, her smiling little round face was almost wrinkled. He wanted to get close to Lin Zhou and the others, but seemed afraid to do so. He could only cautiously walk to the only girl, Xu Nianchu, tugged at her sleeve, raised his head, and said bitterly. Xu, classmate Xu, can you take me in? Xu Nianchu, who had just returned from the bathroom, subconsciously withdrew his hand and quickly took a step back, with a look of uneasiness and fear on his face. I. The round-faced girl almost cried. So you don't want to, what should I do? Liu Ximing next to him was a little confused. Qian Guogua, why are you alone too? This shouldn't be the case. The girl's name is Qian Guogua. Her academic performance is average, neither good nor bad. Perhaps because she has a naturally smiling face, she is popular with others. Lin Zhou was also very curious why she was the one left alone. Qian Guogua became even more depressed when she heard this. I was in a hurry just now, so I went to the bathroom first. I didn't expect that when I came back, they had formed a team and forgot about me. Woohoo, why am I so miserable? Well. Liu Ximing felt better. Compared to himself who was unwanted by everyone, he felt that Qian Guogua was obviously more miserable. But Brother Zhou will definitely not let her join the team. After all, for so many years, before meeting Xu Nianchu, Lin Zhou ignored any girls except Yun Ruoshi. Let's just forget it. Before Liu Ximing finished speaking, he heard Lin Zhou say. So do you want to join our team? Chapter 23. Chen Guoguo was slightly stunned and a little bit unbelievable. When she realized she was alone, she saw the names of Lin Zhou and Xu Nianchu. But Lin Zhou is a school bully who doesn't like to talk to girls and loves to play pranks. She was a little scared and didn't dare to look for Lin Zhou, so she could only go to Xu Nianchu as a second choice. But unexpectedly, Xu Nianchu was even more cold. Just threw her away. Chen Guoguo felt very aggrieved. For a moment I didn't know what to do. She didn't expect that Lin Zhou would actually speak. I wanted to refuse, but I swallowed the words back when they came to my lips. Won't it be too bad if I couldn't find a study group? Can I do it? Of course. Our group is short of people, what do you think, little classmate? Xu Nianchu also reacted at this time. She withdrew her hand a little embarrassedly. Good. Although she didn't like interacting with many people, since Lin Zhou agreed, she agreed too. Lin Zhou looked at Liu Ximing again. Liu Ximing nodded and said, Brother Zhou has spoken. I have no objection. Well, that's settled then. Welcome. Chen Guoguo quickly laughed heartlessly. Hey, you guys are so nice. That's it, Liu Ximing, take Chen Guoguo to the study committee to sign up. Okay. Looking at their backs, Lin Zhou laughed. The reason why Lin Zhou accepted Chen Guoguo was not because he was kind-hearted. But it was because Chen Guoguo's family was very rich, just like her surname. If Lin Zhou remembered correctly, the Chen family would host a sunset outdoor party this weekend. This is a gathering of retired employees, and the elderly people who come to attend are all former leaders at all levels. The Chen family attaches great importance to it. Unfortunately, it was very cold that day and it snowed heavily. The old people in the party couldn't stand the cold to begin with, and they were still outdoors, which ended up being very unpleasant. Isn't this the opportunity to make money? Lin Zhou has no intention of letting it go. Of course, Lin Zhou is interested in more than just this. Although the Chen family is rich, Chen Guoguo was not raised to be a proud and arrogant rich girl like Yun Ruoshi. She is kind and heartless, laughing all day long. She is a born optimist, completely different from Xu Nianchu. Perhaps, this kind of personality can slightly improve Xu Nianchu's social phobia. Lin Zhou wants to give it a try. My deskmate should also have his own friends. Wait for Liu Ximing and Chen Guoguo to come back after registering. Chen Guoguo had indeed become so calm that she had forgotten about being rejected by Xu Nianchu just now. She walked up to Xu Nianchu and took his arm in a familiar manner. That's great, Xu, thank you. Xu Nianchu paused obviously, wanting to refuse, but then he felt that they were now in a study group. She endured it, but still moved aside carefully. Well, you should thank Lin Zhou. When talking about Lin Zhou, Chen Guoguo was still a little scared. Also, thank you to Lin Zhou and Liu Ximing as well. It's okay, but Chen Guoguo, we helped you, so we want to ask you for a favor too. What? Is your family holding a social gathering this weekend? Can you take me in? This. Liu Ximing looked puzzled. What social gathering? Lin Zhou completely ignored him. I've never seen that kind of scene before, I want to join in the fun. Chen Guoguo thought blankly for a while, then nodded seriously. Okay, I'll go back and ask my dad, but you have to promise not to cause any trouble. No problem. At noon, Lin Zhou stood in the cafeteria. I was worried about the pork ribs rice I brought with me. The little classmate now starts to eat by himself. If he appeared in front of her with such a box of lunch, it would seem a bit redundant. Chapter 24. But his deskmate had already seen that he had brought his lunch. Now, if you go to buy food, the place is endless. Just when he didn't know what to do, he saw Liu Ximing waving his arms desperately with his lunchbox. Brother Zhou, aren't you going to eat in the cafeteria? Lin Zhou was delighted and quickly handed the lunchbox in his hand to Liu Ximing. Then he snatched the rice he had just served from his hand. You're getting a good deal. Eat the meat and don't eat the rice. After all, staple foods are obesity killers. Liu Ximing had no idea of Lin Zhou's purpose. All he saw was the ribs that suddenly appeared in his hand. Hey! Brother Zhou, you really are my brother. Lin Zhou, as he wished, sat opposite Xu Nianchu and successfully shared the chicken leg on his plate with her. Xu Nianchu was a little conflicted. Where are your chops? It was snatched away by Liu Ximing. Lin Zhou answered confidently, this guy is so scary. He insisted on eating my ribs. I couldn't get him any more. I had to come to the cafeteria to eat. Xu Nianchu picked up the chicken leg from the plate doubtfully. But, I can eat my fill without having to eat chicken legs. I know, but aren't we supposed to help each other? I like to eat vegetarian food and you like to eat meat, it's just right. As he spoke, Lin Zhou picked up a piece of cabbage from Xu Nianchu's plate with chopsticks. Xu Nianchu stared at him blankly for a while, and found that he was eating very happily, so she had to lower her head and continue eating. However, Lin Zhou fell into deep thought. It seemed that he had been too deliberate in the past 2 days. No, I have to find a way to eat with my desk mate openly. Just as he was thinking about it, Lin Zhou saw Qian Guoguo walking towards him with food. He suddenly had an idea. Qian Guoguo. Qian Guoguo was surprised when she saw them. Come and sit over here. Hold head high. Qian Guoguo hesitated for a moment, but thinking of their current relationship, she still walked over. So you guys had dinner together? Xu Nianchu lowered his head and said nothing. Lin Zhou said, yes, does Qian want to join us? What together? Eat. Yes, we are in the same study group now. We need to study hard together. We can't waste our meal time. If we eat together, we can also study together. What do you think, Mr. Qian? It seemed to make sense, but I felt something was not right. Qian Guoguo nodded blankly. That's true, but... Then it's decided. Lin Zhou made the decision immediately. Qian Guoguo? She was a little confused, but she hadn't finished speaking yet. In Qian Guoguo's understanding, the idea of study groups is just something people talk about casually, and even if a group is formed, almost no one studies. Everyone is doing what they are supposed to do, just like usual. But why do we have to eat together? Lin Zhou really wants to come. Just as she was thinking about it, she saw Xu Nianchu, who had been silent, raised his head. She seemed a little confused. Lin Zhou, I haven't expressed my opinion yet. Really? But my deskmate, Qian Guoguo, Liu Ximing and I all agreed. You are one of us, too. Isn't it the minority that obeys the majority? Qian Guoguo? What on earth is Lin Zhou talking about? Why does it feel like he is fooling people? Xu Nianchu also felt something was wrong, but... Liu Ximing is not here. It's okay. My opinion is Liu Ximing's opinion. He dare not disagree. Xu Nianchu lowered his head silently again. Okay, fine. Okay, since everyone agrees, let's eat. Qian Guoguo, who had not been able to get a word in, said. She was completely stunned. Who can tell her what happened? Why do I feel like I'm just a tool? Chapter 25. Qian Guoguo thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. She finally chose to give up. Evening self-study is the free review time for senior high school students. Since study groups were formed, the class monitor suggested that each group could get together to review freely. Qian Guoguo yawned, then walked to the last row with her textbook to find Lin Zhou and the other two. Liu Ximing's desk mate went to another group. She sat down on the empty seat next to Liu Ximing and began to sleep. Although we were forced to eat together. But Qian Guoguo still felt that it was impossible for everyone to learn. After all, Lin Zhou and Liu Ximing are in this group. With these two poor students around, Xu Nianchu would definitely not be able to study even if he wanted to. So she didn't care at all and just went through the process. Qian Guoguo slept for half an hour. She was awakened by the rustling sound of writing. When Qian Guoguo opened her eyes, she saw Liu Ximing holding the test paper and writing hard. The tip of the pen is almost broken. Qian Guoguo was a little confused. Liu Ximing, what are you doing? Can't you see? I'm reviewing the test paper. But why are you reviewing? Liu Ximing lay lazily on the table, his tone full of anger and helplessness. Because Brother Zhu is studying, no one cares about me. In fact, when he just started studying, Liu Ximing thought about finding Lin Zhou to play with. Unfortunately, Lin Zhou ignored him. Liu Ximing was so bored that he had to take out the test paper and look at it. Lin Zhou. Qian Guoguo looked at Lin Zhou again. She found that there was a piece of draft paper with ideas for solving the problem on Lin Zhou's desk, and he and Xu Nianchu were carefully studying one of the problems that she couldn't understand at all. Qian Guoguo? She thought she had seen it wrong and rubbed her eyes hard. After discovering the truth, everyone was shocked. Lin Zhou, are you studying too? Yes. That's not right. How come he knows how to study? No, I have to go check it out. Hey, hey, hey! Don't go over there. Liu Shiming quickly stopped her. You have some eyes. What? Don't you realize that the two of us are like two giant light bulbs right now? Chen Guogua? But doesn't Lin Zhou like Yun Ruoshi? Then do you think Yun Ruoshi is worthy of my brother Zhu? Well. Chen Guogua fell into deep thought. Yun Ruoshi is a school beauty and her academic performance is also among the top 10 in the class. Why am I not worthy of Lin Zhou? Isn't what Liu Shiming said the opposite? Chen Guogua has been in a daze this week. Every time she ate, she would see Xu Nianchu, Liu Shiming and Lin Zhou waiting for her. During each group study session, she would also see how seriously Lin Zhou and Xu Nianchu studied. Liu Shiming was also paddling aside. The next day, Lin Zhou threw a notebook to her and Liu Shiming. A lot of learning materials are sorted out above. And tell them and let them learn from this. Chen Guogua was in a state of complete confusion. For a moment, she felt like she was the least hardworking person in the group. So she started watching as well. So much so that even my deskmate told me not to go out and play. This caused her deskmate to think she was crazy. But Chen Guogua felt that it was not her who was crazy, but the entire Lin Zhou team. She even felt that what her classmates said last time, that Lin Zhou was able to solve the math problem because Xu Nianchu gave him the answer, might not be true. Xu Nianchu refuted the rumor himself. Lin Zhou looks so serious, maybe, just maybe, he really knows everything? At the weekend, Chen Guogua, who had studied for a week, returned home feeling relieved. Finally, I don't have to roll anymore. Going to school is so tiring. I feel like my body is almost hollowed out. In the kitchen, Sun Huiru was wearing an apron and cooking seriously. Hearing her voice, Sun Huiru came out happily. Guogua, are you back? Come on, clean up, I'll take you out to play after dinner. Chapter 26. No mom, I want to sleep. Sun Huiru was a little confused. What's wrong? Guogua, are you sick? No, I just studied for too long and didn't sleep well. Studying? My daughter knows how to study. Chen Guogua turned over and said, yeah, there's nothing we can do. Our teacher asked us to form a study group, and the people in our group have to study hard. Is that so? No wonder. Then the classmates in your group are pretty good, Guogua, study hard with them. If you can make progress, ask your father to treat them to a meal to thank them someday. Sun Huiru and her husband put a lot of effort into Chen Guogua's studies. But there has been no progress. They are also very worried. They were very happy to hear that their daughter loved studying. Chen Youcai on the sofa also said, yes, Guogua, study hard. Thank them. When Chen Guogua heard this, she quickly sat up. Dad, Mom, do you really want to thank them? Yes. Can I bring them to the social gathering this week? Chen Guogua almost forgot about this matter. Fortunately, I remembered it now, otherwise I would definitely be scolded by Lin Zhou. Sorority party? No way. Chen Youcai refused immediately. Those are senior citizen gatherings. What are you kids doing there? Chen Guogua came over and hugged Chen Youcai's neck stickily. Dad, we are too tired from studying, so we want to relax. No one has seen us before, so we will just join in the fun. We will definitely not disturb you. That won't work. This social gathering is very important and outsiders are not allowed to attend. Don't even think about causing trouble. The attendees of this get-together were all former leaders at all levels. Chen Youcai took great pains to get it done. It's not about making money, but about building connections. If he can take good care of these old guys, his future business will be smoother. If you have money, you can't afford to make any mistakes. Chen Guogua felt a little sad when she saw that her explanation was not working. Dad, I promised to take them out to play. That won't work either. Chen Guogua pouted and called to Sun Huiru like a spoiled child. Mom, look at my dad. Sun Huiru couldn't stand her daughter's coquettishness. She raised the spatula in her hand which she had not yet put down. Let them go. They are already taking your daughter to study. What's wrong with letting them go and have some fun? Besides, they are just children. Those older people might just like children. If you don't agree, don't have dinner tonight. Chen Youcai shrank his neck and had to agree. Well, that's fine, but my girl, we've got it agreed that you can go, but you must not make trouble. Just play nearby. Okay, thank you, Dad. Chen Guogua happily hugged Chen Youcai and gave him a kiss. Then he quickly fell on the sofa and fell asleep. This kid, it seems like he really works hard in school. Weekend. Lin Zhou got up early. Seeing Lin Changing busy preparing breakfast, he walked over leisurely. Dad, lend me some money. How much? 500. 500? What do you need that much money for? Lin Zhou's monthly living expenses are only 200 yuan. And it's delicious to eat. Why do you ask for 500 right away? Lin Zhou, go do some small business. Lin Changing was shocked. Doing business? No, you are so young. You should focus on your studies. Why do you want to do business? Don't mess around. Well. Lin Zhou sighed silently. He knew that Lin Changing would not agree. You still have to figure it out yourself. I had no choice but to grab a fried dough stick and go out. Lin Zhou, where are you going? Lin Changing chased after him for a long distance, holding a half-drunk bowl of porridge. But Lin Zhou's shadow could no longer be seen. Lin Changing was furious. Is this kid going to go out and cause trouble again? What should I do? Chapter 27. Jiangnan Small Commodity Market. Liu Shiming has been standing there for half an hour. Today he was wearing a leather top with jingling ornaments all over it, crotchless pants, and had the most fashionable afro with hair wax on. Leaning on the motorcycle, Liu Shiming struck what he thought was the most handsome pose. When he saw Lin Zhou, he shook his head coquettishly, and then showed a puzzled look. Eh? Brother Zhou, why are you dressed so simply? Today, Lin Zhou wore a grey sweater and a white casual down jacket. He wore a pair of loose light grey casual pants and sneakers, which did not match his messy hair at all. Lin Zhou looked at Liu Shiming with disdain. What are you doing? Aren't you going to a sorority? Aren't there sexy ladies at the sorority? How can you dress like a child? Today is the day that the Chen family hosts the social gathering. Lin Zhou had also called Xu Nianchu, but she said she had something to do and couldn't come. Only Liu Shiming was very proactive and said mysteriously that he would definitely come. Brother Zhou, you are so awesome. At that time, Lin Zhou didn't understand what the phrase really awesome meant. But now, he understood. The social gathering in Liu Shiming's mind is probably not a simple social gathering. You can tell by looking at his flirty outfit. Lin Zhou was quite helpless, but he was too lazy to explain. He directly grabbed the driving rights of the motorcycle. Sit tight, let's go. Okay, Brother Zhou. Liu Shiming looked excited. He had never participated in any social gathering in his life. I heard that I can hug beautiful sisters on both sides at the social gathering. I get excited just thinking about it. 5 minutes later, Liu Shiming fell silent when he saw Lin Zhou parked in front of a small barber shop. Brother Zhou, do you want a haircut? I recommend a place for you. The haircut there is really good. You will know it after you look at mine. I guarantee you will charm all the girls in the fraternity. Lin Zhou ignored him and parked the car and went into the barber shop. The reason why Lin Zhou chose this barber shop was because it was newly opened and the barber did not look very old. He shouldn't be forced to have a haircut that's in fashion nowadays. After sitting down, the barber came over with a picture album. Hello, what kind of hairstyle would you like? I have many latest styles here. Before he finished speaking, Lin Zhou said, No, I don't want any of that. I want to cut it according to my own ideas. Your own thoughts. Yes, first, then. Lin Zhou described it to the barber carefully for a long time and asked, Do you understand? The barber was a little confused. I understand, but are you sure you want to cut it this way? Well, let's get started. The barber held the scissors and swallowed worriedly. Well, if it doesn't look good after the cut, I won't bother you, just cut it. Okay, fine. The barber took a deep breath, and with Liu Shiming's repeated, Brother Zhou, please think about it again, he began his exploratory hairdressing journey. Half an hour later. The haircut is finally done. The barber was stunned when he looked at his work. The boy in front of him had completely lost his afro, leaving only simple strands of hair above his eyebrows. The sparse bangs slightly blocked the stylish face. The contours of the entire face become clearer, making it look neat and handsome. He is simply the most handsome man I have ever seen in the 2 months since the barber shop opened. This. Lin Zhou also stood up. He fiddled with his hair and looked at himself in the mirror. Very satisfied. Chapter 28. It turns out that the hairstyles of the new era are better. Who invented those non-mainstream hairstyles that we can't bear to miss? Very good, thank you, boss. No thanks, no thanks. The boss waved his hands in panic, but he was still happy to be praised. After paying the money, Lin Zhou looked at Liu Ximing, who was dozing off next to him. This guy shouted for a long time but failed to stop Lin Zhou and fell asleep. Lin Zhou walked up to him helplessly and patted him. Liu Ximing woke up with a drooling mouth. Brother Zhou. What's wrong? Is your haircut really ugly? Do you want me to take you to the place where I get my haircut? Liu Ximing's words were stuck in his throat halfway through. He looked at Lin Zhou in front of him in disbelief. After a while, he managed to squeeze out a sentence with a bit of disbelief. Brother Zhou, did you change your head? Lin Zhou did not respond to Liu Ximing's words and said directly. Fatty, do you have money? I brought it. Liu Ximing took out 200 yuan from his pocket in a daze. Lin Zhou took it directly. Thanks, I'll return it to you in the evening. It's really speechless, he only had the 100 yuan that Lin Changjing gave him a few days ago. The rest of the money was all spent on Yunruoshi. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to borrow money from Lin Changjing when I went out in the morning. But if it's only 300 yuan, it should be enough if you spend it frugally. After leaving the barber shop, Lin Zhou rode his motorcycle straight to the small commodity market. It's just 9 o'clock now and the social starts at 10. The sky has turned overcast and there are signs that it is going to snow. Got to hurry up. Along the way, Liu Ximing's eyes never left Lin Zhou. Liu Ximing, who dressed up carefully today and vowed to be the brightest guy in the audience, suddenly felt that he was not as handsome as Lin Zhou. He clearly just changed his hairstyle and his clothes were the simplest ones that a good student would wear, but why is it different? It was not until he arrived at a small commodity store that Liu Ximing reacted. Brother Zhou, what are you going to do? Where is the social gathering we were supposed to have? Why are we going to some weird place? Lin Zhou ignored him, walked to the hand warmer and asked. Boss, how much is this? The boss is an older sister. Ever since Lin Zhou entered the room, the way she looked at him has been a little different. This one. $3 each. Lin Zhou thought for a moment and said, I want 100. Can you give me a discount? When the boss heard this, his eyes lit up. 100. Then the wholesale price is 270, right? I'll give you 100. Boss, it's still a little expensive. You see, we are still students and don't have much money. 250 doesn't sound good. How about 240? If you sell it, I will buy it from you. 204. No, it's too little. I can't even make ends meet. Lin Zhou smiled at the boss. Sister, look, it's the end of February now. Winter will soon be over. There will be another snowfall at most. If you don't sell these hand warmers, they will be stored until next winter. By then, they might break because they have been stored for too long. That would be a waste. Why don't you sell them to me? I'll buy so many and I'll help you clear out your stock. The boss was very happy to hear the name, sister. She thought carefully about Lin Zhou's words and suddenly felt that they made sense. Although the weather forecast still predicts snow, based on past experience, this is indeed the last round. March will be the real spring, when everything comes back to life and the weather becomes warmer. Winter items like hand warmers are indeed not selling well. After thinking for a while, the boss nodded. All right, that's fine. Then come to my place more often to buy things in the future, little handsome boy. Okay, sister. Liu Ximing beside him was completely stunned. Chapter 29. Liu Ximing watched Lin Zhou pack 100 hand warmers, then paid and left. He hasn't reacted yet. Brother Zhou, is it still possible to bargain like this? What's wrong? This is called the art of speaking, you don't understand. Then I'll say the same thing when I go clothes shopping tomorrow. Liu Ximing seemed to have discovered a new world. Lin Zhou, do you think it's possible that calling someone's sister only works if they are handsome? Next, Lin Zhou took Liu Ximing to find a restaurant that had just opened. I spent 30 yuan to boil hot water in their big pot, and spent more than half an hour asking them to help fill all their hot water bottles. With Liu Ximing's confused look, he took their hot water bottles and went to the social gathering. Qian Group Office. Qian Youcai was holding a meeting regarding this social gathering, and the meeting had been going on for more than an hour. It's almost 10 o'clock. Qian Youcai made the final summary. I'm sure everyone already knows how important this social gathering is. Please take it seriously. Yes, boss. Okay, the meeting is disbanded, everyone go back to work. Everyone dispersed. The new assistant stood beside Qian Youcai blankly. Boss, I still don't understand. It's just a social gathering, and all of them are elderly people. Why are there so many people here? Qian Youcai stood up, went to the window and looked outside. Har, you don't understand this, do you? Although it's a social gathering, there are so many elderly people, and there must be some who have lost their spouses for various reasons. The assistant's eyes widened. You mean, they are here to find a partner? Qian Youcai nodded. Yes, I am old, I don't have a job, and my children are not around. I can't help feeling empty inside. The social gathering is just an opportunity. Every social gathering like this will attract many people, and the organizers can also get a lot of benefits from it. Otherwise, why would I work so hard to get this completely unprofitable project? To have a good relationship with them is to have a good relationship with most of the superiors in Jiancheng. I see. The assistant nodded as if suddenly understanding something. Okay, why don't you go there too? My daughter is going to bring her classmates to play in a while, so find someone to put them on the other side, away from these elderly people. Although he promised his daughter, Qian Youcai still felt it was inappropriate to have a group of children coming over. Yes, boss. After everything was arranged properly, Qian Youcai finally breathed a sigh of relief. I hope everything goes well. Huh? No, why is it snowing? Jiancheng Times Square. The venue was bustling with activity. A group of old men and women were happily playing the small games prepared by the organizers. But some of them had huddled together and sat aside. It's so cold. It looks like it's snowing. But, what should we do with such a great party? Where are the organizers? Qian Guoguo saw this scene when she arrived. She waited outside the door for a long time but didn't see Lin Zhou coming. I decided to come in and take a look. When she heard them say they were cold, she raised her hands and rubbed them. It is very cold indeed. Is that guy Lin Zhou not coming? Otherwise, let us go back first. As soon as she walked out of the venue, she saw a very handsome guy walking towards her with Liu Ximing. Student Qian, we are here. Qian Guoguo widened her eyes in shock. You are Lin Zhou. Yes, it's me. While getting off the motorcycle, Lin Zhou urged Liu Ximing to help move the hand warmer. Qian Guoguo was still confused. How did you become like this? So cool. Even more handsome than the most handsome guy in their school. Qian Guoguo felt her heart beating faster. Let's not talk about this for now, let's go in first. Qian Guoguo, come and help too. The snow has begun to fall. The weather is also colder than before. Lin Zhou felt that the time was about right. Hold head high. Qian Guoguo walked over blankly. What is this? Hand warmer. That's great, but what do you need so many hand warmers for? You'll know in a moment. Only Liu Ximing looked confused. Chapter 30. Is this a sorority? Where are the beautiful girls we promised you? At this time, Qian Youcai went crazy when he just arrived at the venue. He rubbed his hands and paced back and forth. What's wrong with you? Didn't you check the weather forecast in advance? I'm sorry, boss. This is indeed our negligence. We didn't expect the temperature to drop suddenly and it would snow. Now they are installing the greenhouse, but what? But it's too cold outside. The elderly with underlying diseases can't stand it and are clamoring to go home. Can't we find a place indoors? Boss, there are nearly 200 people. We can't find a large indoor venue in a short time. And those small games that increase interaction are also difficult to arrange. What should we do? There is no heating equipment. I've asked someone to hurry up and buy it. Waste. Money and wealth can lead to sudden ruin. During this period of time, he has received several calls. It was the elders at the scene who complained that it was too cold and asked him to find a solution. What can he do now? Just when he didn't know what to do, Chen Yucai suddenly saw Chen Guogua holding a pile of unknown things, following a few teenagers and walking into the venue. Chen Yucai followed anxiously. Guogua, what are you doing? It's so cold outside, go home. But Chen Guogua didn't listen to him. Her attention was completely attracted by Lin Zhou. Chen Guogua was still in a daze as she watched Lin Zhou take out the hand warmer and put it on the ground. She nudged Liu Ximing next to her. What on earth is Lin Zhou doing? I don't know either. Maybe they want to sell hand warmers. As the two were discussing, they saw an old man wearing an old man's hat and holding a rose in his hand walking towards them. Kids, what are you doing? Selling hand warmers, sir, would you like one? It's very cold today. Hand warmers. The old man's eyes lit up. He had been freezing outside for quite a while and his hands were a little stiff. But there's no hot water here. Yes, I brought some hot water. Feel it. Lin Zhou picked up a hand warmer and handed it to the old man. The old man reached out his hand and touched it, then quickly retracted his hand. Oh, not bad. You've prepared everything. How much is one? $10. Liu Ximing was shocked on the spot. This hand warmer costs less than $2.50, and including the water fee, it's less than $3. How could it be sold for $10? Only a fool would buy it. Sure enough, the old man spoke. $10. So expensive. Lin Zhou laughed. Uncle, don't underestimate my hand warmer. It is more useful than your rose. The old man looked puzzled. Really? Really? Look at those grandmas who are shivering from the cold. Take a hand warmer and give it to the grandma you like. It's so cold, what if it warms her heart? Okay, I'll buy one, quickly, before those old guys find out. The old man quickly took out 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Lin Zhou. Liu Ximing. They really are fools. After Lin Zhou handed the old man a hand warmer, the old man happily stood up and shouted as he walked. Xiu Lian, come and see what I bought for you. In the crowd, an old man wearing a long down jacket and with half white hair turned his head with a look of joy on his face. Oh, it's a hand warmer. She had been freezing here for 20 minutes and was about to leave. But the old men surrounding her kept talking to her and wouldn't let her leave. Wang Xiulian was almost annoyed to death. Yes, warm yourself up quickly. You won't feel cold if you hold this. Third brother, you are so kind to be able to buy hand warmers in a place like this. That's right. Don't you see who your third brother is? Although he's old, he's just as brave as a young man. With this, you won't feel cold anymore. Shall we go over there and play some games? Wang Xiulian lowered her head shyly. While no one was paying attention, the old man turned around and gave Lin Zhou a thumbs up. Everyone around was stunned. Wang Xiulian is a rare beauty among this group of elderly people. After the old man passed away 5 years ago, many of them had been drooling over her. Just now a group of people came over and wanted to take her to sing, play chess and dance, but they were all rejected. But no one can win her heart. I didn't expect to be captured by a hand warmer today. Chapter 31. The old men seemed to have suddenly become enlightened and instantly knew how to win the hearts of the old ladies. They rushed over. Little boy, I want one too. I'll buy it, too. I want the pink one. I want blue. Huaji likes blue. Their whole scene was bustling with activity. Liu Ximing and Chen Guoguo were still in a daze, but were dragged over by Lin Zhou to do hard labor. Chen Yucai was also stunned. This is Guoguo's classmate. Did they let Guoguo bring it in just to sell hand warmers? It's quite smart and just happened to be at the best time. The young man just now spoke very artistically. For a moment, Chen Yucai thought he had met a businessman who was about his age. But this situation is too chaotic. I don't know if it will affect the fellowship. Chen Yucai thought about it, motioned for his assistant to come over, and said a few words to the assistant. The assistant nodded and walked over. A few classmates, Lin Zhou, Chen Guoguo and Liu Ximing, raised their heads. The assistant continued. Our boss asked us to ask if you can sell us these hand warmers in a package. We will distribute them to the elderly later. I will give you a package price. Guogua, the boss asked you to go back first. It's too cold outside. Chen Guogua looked at Lin Zhou a little dazedly, as if she had already regarded Lin Zhou as her backbone. Lin Zhou frowned. He saw through the assistant's intention at a glance. I wanted to drive him away, but I also wanted to buy his goods at a low price. Although he did not care about this little money in his previous life, things are different now. He is very poor now. $100 is also money. So, Lin Zhou pointed to the group of elderly people around him. Well, you have to ask them if they are willing. When these words were spoken, the old people were excited. How can that be possible? We have to buy it in person to show our sincerity. That's right, my family can only use the hand warmers I bought. Boss Qian, please don't get involved. The boy is selling well, why are you chasing him away? If such a good opportunity to show courtesy is distributed uniformly to everyone, they have no way to show courtesy to the old ladies. Upon hearing this, Chen Youcai was instantly embarrassed. Hey, everyone, that's not what I meant. But in the current situation, his explanation is completely useless. These old men were hot-tempered people to begin with, and they didn't give him any good looks at all at this moment. Chen Youcai was a little panicked. At this time, he heard Lin Zhou, who was selling hand warmers, say with a smile. Boss Chen didn't mean that. He was afraid that I would sell too slowly and the hand warmers would get cold. That's why he wanted to buy all of them to keep the hot water supply for you. Don't get me wrong. Chen Youcai's face lit up with joy. After looking at Lin Zhou in shock, he quickly went down the stairs. Yes, that's what I mean. That's easy. Just ask them to boil some water. We can buy the hand warmers ourselves and you just need to provide the hot water. Okay, Xiao Liu, why don't you go find someone to burn it and keep it supplied until the end of the social gathering? Okay boss, I'll go right away. It is difficult to find temporary heating equipment and indoor venues. But it is still easy to find a hot water supply. Just give some money to any merchant near the square. Xiao Liu went to do it immediately. The whole place became lively again. Lin Zhou was busy selling goods. Chen Youcai wiped the sweat from his forehead and finally breathed a sigh of relief. I almost made a mistake in judgment and did the wrong thing just now. Thinking of this, he looked at the busy Lin Zhou again. This boy seemed different from other boys he knew. What he just said was obviously to help himself out. Because of those words, he, who was originally going to be blamed, now became a generous and warm-hearted organizer. The old men won the favor of the old ladies. They played interactive games and praised the organizers. Chapter 32. He is just a high school student, how can he be so awesome? After working for an hour, all their hot water bottles were sold out. A total of $1,000. After deducting the cost of 270 yuan, the net profit was 730 yuan. I also have to give money to Liu Ximing and Chen Guogua. I can't let them help me for free. Lin Zhou took the money and sat on the side of the road in a daze. This speed of making money is still too slow. We have to think of a way. Liu Ximing and Chen Guogua were both stunned. 703. I made 730 in one morning. How fast is that? My mother's monthly salary is only 1,200 yuan. You earned in half a day what my mother earned in half a month. Brother Zhu, are you still a human being? Liu Ximing kept expressing his inner feelings. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that an 18-year-old boy could earn so much money in just one morning. He believed that no one would believe him even if he said it out loud. Chen Guogua, do you think he is still human? Chen Guogua shook her head, then nodded, feeling very confused. Although her family was wealthy, she had never seen anyone earn 730 so quickly. She is the same age as Lin Zhou, and apart from the New Year's money, she has never earned a penny. Lin Zhou is really different now. Not only did he learn how to become more handsome, he also knew how to make money. So awesome. Chen Guogua. Seeing that Lin Zhou didn't say anything, Liu Ximing couldn't help but call her. Chen Guogua finally reacted and nodded vigorously. I feel that. Okay, stop being so cocky, you too. Lin Zhou took out 250 yuan from the 1,000 yuan and handed it to Liu Ximing. Your capital and wages. Then he took out another 50 yuan and handed it to Qian Guogua. Your wages. While the two were at a loss, he stood up. Okay, we're done for today. Let's go and spend the weekend on our own this afternoon. I'm leaving first. After saying this, he left without looking back. Qian Guogua and Liu Shimin looked at each other in bewilderment as they held the money. Liu Shiming. I think Yun Ruoshi is not worthy of Lin Zhou. The snow wasn't heavy. It is indeed a bit cold for the elderly. But for an 18-year-old boy like Lin Zhou, it's just right. After leaving the venue, he came to the other side of the square. There is a small playground there. There is a bamboo forest next to it. The snowflakes are falling, it's so beautiful. It's been a long time since I took the time to watch the snow. Lin Zhou tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and felt it carefully. For some reason, the image of my little desk mate suddenly appeared in my mind. She must look beautiful standing in the snow, right? When he had this thought, Lin Zhou was stunned. It seemed that ever since he knew that Xu Nianchu liked him to die for her, he wanted to share with her any good things he encountered. It was completely different from the feeling I had towards Yun Ruoshi before. No more being cautious, and no more worrying about being rejected. Just pure happiness. It turns out that being in a normal relationship can be so happy. Find some time to take your deskmate to see the snow. Although it is not the first snow, but as long as I am with her, any time can be the first snow. Thinking of this, Lin Zhou turned around and prepared to look for his deskmate. At the same time, the other side of the square, a group of people gathered together to study. Fan Yinzhi, Zhu Shanshan and two other classmates in their group. Yun Ruoshi and Li Xiewan were also among them. Chapter 33. Yun Ruoshi came to the square for a walk and relaxation today at the advice of her best friend Zhu Shanshan. Unexpectedly, when I arrived, I found Fan Yinzhi was there too. He felt embarrassed to leave immediately, so he pulled Li Xiewan to stay. At this moment, Fan Yinzhi was speaking seriously. The college entrance examination is extremely important. Since we have formed a study group, we must work hard and study together every weekend in the future. Okay, no problem. Zhu Shanshan, Wang Zichen, your foundation is a little weak. If you work harder, even if you can't get into a first-tier university, you will definitely be able to get into a second-tier university. Got it, brother Fan. When Fan Yinzhi said this, he looked at Yun Ruoshi from time to time. He has always been proud of his academic performance. Now, I have become the leader of a study group, leading a group of people to study together. Ruoshi must be made aware of such a scene. In this way, Ruoshi might look at me more. So, after Fan Yinzhi finished speaking, he mustered up the courage to speak. Ruoshi, why don't you study with us? Let's study together every weekend and make progress together. Yun Ruoshi seemed not to hear and looked up at the sky. It's snowing. Yeah, this should be the last snow this year, right? What do you think Lin Zhou is doing? What? Fan Yinzhi's expression changed. Why are you suddenly mentioning Lin Zhou? Ruoshi. Before he finished speaking, Yun Ruoshi suddenly took a step forward and shouted in surprise. Liu Shiming. Liu Shiming, why are you here? Fan Yinzhi was stunned, turned his head, and saw Liu Shiming riding a motorcycle towards him. His eyes darkened. I finally got Zhu Shanshan to ask Yun Ruoshi out, so how come she still met Liu Shiming? What bad luck. Liu Shiming didn't expect to meet Yun Ruoshi. He stopped the motorcycle and propped it up with his feet. You guys are here too. Hey, it's the weekend, are you studying? Fan Yinzhi looked very unhappy. Of course I have to study. How can we be as free as you? Why are you alone here? Where's Lin Zhou? Did he go out to fool around again? Har har, you pretend to be studious at school, but your true colors show up on the weekend, right? These days, Lin Zhou's team has also been studying this matter, which makes Fan Yinzhi find it incredible. But now, he understood. This group of poor students are just doing it to show off to others. Yun Ruoshi also looked at Liu Shiming curiously. Is it true that Lin Zhou is not studying? Then why didn't you come to see her? It's been a week, why hasn't he shown up yet? The person who used to stick to her suddenly disappeared. Although she was the one who said that she would leave Lin Zhou alone and wait for him to apologize. But for some reason, I always felt like something was missing. This feeling becomes stronger when I see snow falling. Liu Ximing? What nonsense are you talking about? My brother Zhu has finished his studies in school and is now busy making money. How can he be the same as you little scum? Before Fan Yinzhi could speak, Wang Zichen beside him stood up. Making money? Are you talking about Lin Zhou? Yes. Liu Ximing nodded. Har har har. Liu Ximing, please stop joking, okay? Does Lin Zhou know how to write the word make money? Brother Zhe, listen to what he said, it's simply hilarious. Wang Zichen is not as good at studying as Fan Yinzhi. He came to the study group just to learn more knowledge from Fan Yinzhi. I wish I could lick Fan Yinzhi every day. Liu Ximing was unhappy. Hey! I'm talking to you, how come my brother Zhu doesn't know how to make money? Did you know that my brother Zhu made 1,000 yuan in one morning? Who among you can make 1,000 yuan? Fan Yinzhi, can you? Fan Yinzhi. Just bragging. That's $1,000. It's not $10, nor is it $100. Now their monthly living expenses are only 200 yuan. Even someone from a wealthy family like Yun Ruoshi and Fan Yinzhi only has 300 or 400 yuan. How old is Lin Zhou? Can you earn 1,000 yuan in half a day when you are under 18 years old? They don't believe it at all. Even Yun Ruoshi didn't believe it. Although her family is relatively wealthy, earning 1,000 yuan in half a day. It's just a joke. Liu Ximing, did Lin Zhou ask you to tell me this? Does he think I will forgive him if he says this? Why is he like this? In Yun Ruoshi's understanding, Lin Zhou must have done this to let her know how powerful he is. Then forgive him and be with him. How can he still be so childish? Even if you want to apologize and please me, you should find a better reason, right? Chapter 34. Liu Ximing laughed angrily. He suddenly felt that it was a wise choice for Lin Zhou to give up Yun Ruoshi. Yun Ruoshi is a pretty person, but why is she so conceited? Do you really think the whole world should revolve around her? This is really childish, isn't it? But now, how can I explain it so that they will believe it? Brother Zhu is really awesome. Just when he didn't know what to do, he saw a familiar figure. Liu Ximing laughed on the spot. Hey! Brother Zhu, this way. Lin Zhou, who was about to leave the square, was stunned when he saw a few people. Fatty, what are you doing? Yun Ruoshi and the others looked over in the direction of their voice. I was stunned for a moment. Several girls widened their eyes in surprise. Is that Lin Zhou? When did he become so handsome? No, I mean. Zhu Shanshan realized that she had said something wrong and wanted to change her words, but it was too late. He could only lower his head and steal glances at Lin Zhou. After Li Xiewan finished looking at Lin Zhou, for some reason, she inadvertently turned her gaze to Yun Ruoshi. She was a little curious about Yun Ruoshi's reaction at this moment. Seeing Yun Ruoshi also slightly open her mouth, Li Xiewan was satisfied. It turns out that Ruoshi would also be surprised by Lin Zhou. A few days ago, she seemed to be angry with Lin Zhou. She became even more certain that Yun Ruoshi's feelings for Lin Zhou were extraordinary. But looking at Lin Zhou's current situation, her best friend was afraid that she would suffer. Li Xiewan sighed silently. The looks of several boys were somewhat different. Especially Fan Yinzhi, if eyes could kill, he would have killed Lin Zhou several times by now. How did this guy become like this after getting his hair cut? Completely different from his previous arrogance and weirdness, he actually turned into a good student. Why did he do that? Isn't it just to attract Yun Ruoshi's attention? It's really funny. Lin Zhou, what are you doing? Are you dressed like this to make Yun Ruoshi look at you more? Lin Zhou. Yun Ruoshi, who was shocked, laughed when she heard this. Yes. Lin Zhou's sudden change must be for himself. After all, he has always liked his own. In the past, if I ignored him for a day, he would try every way to get close to me. This time, it must be the same. Lin Zhou, you don't have to do this. What? You don't have to change for me. You've been very good before. I just don't want to fall in love for the time being, so I haven't agreed to you yet. After the college entrance examination, Seeing that Yun Ruoshi's words were getting more and more outrageous, Lin Zhou could hardly bear it anymore. He interrupted her. Student Yun Ruoshi, do you remember what you said in the school cafeteria that day? I said. You said you would never talk to me again, why don't you keep your word? Yun Ruosh's face changed. Lin Zhou. She just wanted to say that she would consider Lin Zhou carefully after the college entrance examination. But why is he like this? Why interrupt her? I have to mention that day again. Did she say that day just to make him angry? Can't he see that? Don't be angry. Getting angry can cause breast hyperplasia. It's not worth it. Yun Ruosh's face turned red, and her eyes were full of grievance. Lin Zhou ignored her. He said this calmly and walked to Liu Ximing's side. I'm asking you, why don't you go home when it's snowing? Liu Ximing, who had been waiting to see the reactions of several people, laughed cheerfully. Isn't this waiting to send you off, brother Zhu? Seeing that he was ignored, Fan Yingzhe became even angrier. He turned and gestured to Wang Zichen. Wang Zichen understood what he meant. Lin Zhou, I heard that you made 1,000 yuan in this morning? You are so awesome. Next time when you ask Liu Ximing to act smart for you, can you prepare a draft in advance? Do you think 1,000 yuan is 10 yuan? Lin Zhou silently rolled his eyes in his heart and was about to continue ignoring it. At this time, he saw a person suddenly running towards him from the front. Classmate, please wait a moment. Oh, you made me look for you so hard. Why are you walking so fast? Chapter 35. Eh? Isn't this Boss Qian's assistant? Why is he here? Liu Ximing recognized the person. The assistant quickly came to Lin Zhou's side, glanced at the other students around him, and asked in confusion. Classmate, are you busy? Nothing, what happened? Well, can I have a word with you? Lin Zhou nodded and was about to leave when he heard Wang Zichen shout. What's wrong, Lin Zhou? Did you do anything shameful? Oh, I know where your money came from. No wonder I can make 1,000 in one morning. He looked at Lin Zhou with disdain. Lin Zhou, then let's talk about it here. The assistant looked at Wang Zichen in surprise, took out a stack of money from his pocket and handed it to Lin Zhou. It's like this. You just helped our boss a lot. Our boss asked me to give you a red envelope as a token of his gratitude. I was afraid that you were walking too fast and I wouldn't be able to catch up with you, so I took the initiative to not buy a red envelope and just gave you the cash directly. As he said that, he stuffed the stack of money into Lin Zhou's hand. After hearing this, several people's eyes widened. Especially Fan Yingzhe. As a child from a wealthy family, he could tell at a glance that the stack of money was at least 2,000 yuan. He just signaled to Wang Zichen to laugh at Lin Zhou for not being able to earn 1,000 yuan in just one morning. In the blink of an eye, they had earned 2,000 yuan. Fan Yingzhe only felt that his face was slapped loudly. His face darkened and he said nothing more. Wang Zichen wanted to say something, but was stopped by him. Yun Ruoshi was also a little confused. She just thought what Wang Zichen said made sense. At this moment, I just think Wang Zichen is an idiot. She knew Qian Youcai's assistant. The assistant of such a big company actually came to thank Lin Zhou. Could it be that Lin Zhou really made money this morning and helped such a big company? Yun Ruoshi looked at Lin Zhou in surprise, with some strange emotions in her eyes. Liu Ximing looked at this scene with pride, and was even happier than he pretended to be. Snort. These little bastards should see how powerful their brother Zhu is. Among the group of people, Lin Zhou was the calmest. It was as if this stack of money had no appeal to him at all. He shook his head calmly. No need, I just got lucky by accident, I got the compensation I deserve, I don't deserve this red envelope. Liu Ximing was shocked on the spot, brother Zhu. That's $2,000. The assistant was also surprised, but his surprise was tinged with a hint of appreciation. This is 2,000 yuan, which is a considerable amount of money for an 18-year-old student. He actually refused directly. After a moment, the assistant nodded again. Classmate, our boss also said that if you are unwilling to accept the money, he will hold a banquet at Wangyu Tower at noon today as a thank you. You can bring your classmates with you. Moon Watching Tower? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked again. That's a restaurant where a meal costs over 3,000 yuan. In the eyes of their students, it is simply an unattainable existence. The Qian family actually wants to invite a student to have dinner at Wangyu Tower? How much help did Lin Zhou give to others? Is that so? Okay, thank Boss Qian for me. Well, see you at Wangyu Tower. The assistant glanced at the students next to him again. Although it seemed that they had a quarrel, the the boy's emotions were always changing rapidly, and it was not known whether he would take these people with him. After all, he and that girl seemed to have a special relationship. Her eyes were almost glued to him. Maybe I should remind my boss to reserve more seats. At this time, except for Fan Yinzhi, the others also had their own thoughts. The assistant said Lin Zhou could bring his classmates. They are all Lin Zhou's classmates, and they all heard this sentence. Will Lin Zhou take them? That is the moon watching tower. A place they had never been to in their lives. But then I thought, their relationship with Lin Zhou at school was not good either. They were a little frustrated. If I had known earlier, I would have hung out with Lin Zhou more often. But Yun Ruoshi is different. So, several people looked at Yun Ruoshi with envy. Zhu Shanshan even tugged at Yun Ruoshi's sleeve, signaling to her that she could go and have a free meal. Feeling the gazes of several people, Yun Ruoshi raised her head proudly. Although she had been to Wangyu Tower, if Lin Zhou wanted to take her, she wouldn't mind going one more time. At this moment, she suddenly saw Lin Zhou got on Liu Ximing's motorcycle without even looking at her. Chapter 36. Liu Ximing, let's go. Where are you going, brother Zhu? Of course it's Moon Viewing Tower. Yun Ruoshi? Why didn't Lin Zhou take her with him? Doesn't Lin Zhou know that if he takes her with him, she might forgive her? With such a good opportunity, he only brought Liu Ximing? Liu Ximing was also a little flattered at this time. Brother Zhu, are you going to take me with you? Nonsense, how can I go without you? I don't have a car. So, what about them? What do they have to do with me? Will Mr. Fan take them to dinner? Several people turned their eyes to Fan Yinzhi. Fan Yinzhi, who had no intention of paying for meals and did not bring much money. But since Yun Ruoshi was there, he couldn't say anything. I had no choice but to say, okay, let's treat everyone to a big plate of chicken today. Everyone. They suddenly felt that Fan Yinzhi was stingy. Compared with Wang Yuelu, what is Depanji? Yun Ruoshi snorted coldly, I don't want to eat anymore, and left with Li Xiaowan. At the entrance of Wangyu Tower, Lin Zhou looked at the time, it was already 12 o'clock noon. The snow is still falling. I'm afraid I'll be late for lunch, so I can only go find my deskmate in the afternoon. Liu Ximing looked at this magnificent building that he had never been to before, feeling a little guilty. Brother Zhu, can we really eat here? Of course, if you want, we can eat somewhere better later. Really? Has Brother Zhu ever lied to you? Go away now, don't be so useless. Okay, Brother Zhu, you are worthy of being my brother. Lin Zhu's image became taller in Liu Ximing's eyes. Entered the moon-watching tower. Lin Zhou discovered that Chen Youcai had arrived. Chen Guoguo was also beside him. In front of them was a huge table with many chairs around it. As soon as Chen Guoguo saw them, she shouted happily. Lin Zhou, Liu Ximing, this way. Chen Youcai was a little surprised. Just the two of you. The assistant had specifically mentioned that Lin Zhou had met a classmate in the square and needed to reserve a larger seat. Considering that boys of this age like to show off, maybe they will really bring it. Although Chen Youcai was not very happy, he still decided. Yeah, what's the matter? Who else does Boss Chen want to see? No. Chen Youcai also smiled happily. Xiao Liu asked the waiter to change the box. After the box was changed, several people sat down. Chen Youcai pulled a stool for Chen Guoguo and apologized. Har, classmate Lin, I'm sorry. I was supposed to thank you alone, but Guoguo insisted on coming along. She said she wanted to thank you for giving her the salary. Lin Zhou didn't expect Chen Guoguo to be so cute. Those $50 were nothing in her eyes. Maybe it's because we are classmates, so we are more intimate. Har, yes, she also said that she is studying with you. I haven't seen Guoguo so enthusiastic about studying in a long time. Order whatever you want to eat. Boss Chen, you should order it. For this meal, Chen Youcai ordered many expensive dishes, such as king crab. Liu Ximing and Chen Guoguo's eyes widened. Wow, Dad, it's delicious. Thank you, Uncle. After all the flattery, Chen Youcai was overjoyed. But he found that Lin Zhou was always slow. Completely different from the two classmates next to him, he seemed to have become accustomed to these foods. He was a little curious. Student Lin Zhou, can I ask, are you the same age as our Guoguo? Before Lin Zhou could say anything, Chen Guoguo, whose mouth was full of oil, raised her head and said vaguely, "Dad, I've already told you that Lin Zhou is 17.5 years old. Why are you still asking?" Yes, look at my memory." Chen Yucai slapped his head. When he looked at Lin Zhou again, there was some admiration in his eyes. Being so calm at this age, he is either pretending, or it means that he is extraordinary. Chapter 37. After dinner, Liu Shiming wanted to go to the bathroom. Chen Yucai called Chen Guoguo and asked her to take him there. Although Chen Guoguo was reluctant, she still followed him away. Chen Yucai poured Lin Zhou a glass of water. Lin Zhou wanted to refuse, but Chen Yucai didn't give him a chance. "You deserve this glass of water. If it weren't for you today, the social gathering would have been ruined and I would have lost more. You didn't even want the red envelope I gave you. Classmate Lin, I really don't know how to thank you. You can't drink alcohol either, so how about a cup of tea?" What happened today, whether Lin Zhou did it intentionally or unintentionally, deserves thanks. Guoguo was there just now, and he couldn't lose face, so he sent Chen Guoguo away. Lin Zhou didn't refuse either. He still wants to make money in the future, so he can't leave Jiangcheng before the college entrance examination. Someone like Chen Yucai would be a good stepping stone. "Boss Chen, you're too polite." Lin Zhou raised his teacup. "If you have any trouble in the future, you can tell Guoguo, I can help you unconditionally once." "Then thank you, Boss Chen. The red envelope of 2,000 yuan in exchange for promise from Yucai is well worth it." After a cup of tea, Chen Guoguo and Liu Shiming also came back. Realized that the relationship between Lin Zhou and Chen Yucai was somewhat subtle. Chen Guoguo pouted, "Dad, what did you talk to Lin Zhou about?" "No, just chatting." "Hey, Dad, why are you guys so secretive?" After a good meal and a good drink, Lin Zhou took Liu Shiming away, and Chen Yucai received a phone call. After hanging up the phone, he looked a little unhappy. Chen Guoguo didn't notice at all. She started to act coquettishly around Chen Yucai. "Dad, my classmate is awesome, right?" Chen Yucai nodded and said, "They are amazing, but you should play with them less often in the future." "Why?" Chen Guoguo raised her head in confusion. "I was just chatting nicely with Lin Zhou, why did you suddenly change your mind?" "Your classmate's name is Lin Zhou, right?" "Yeah, didn't I just tell you?" "Well, yes, you did tell me, but you didn't tell me that your classmate Lin Zhou was holding a rose and preparing to confess his love to a little girl in public on the day of the 100 days oath-taking ceremony. You also didn't tell me that he was at the bottom of the class in terms of academic performance and was a problem student in the class, and no one could control him." Chen Yucai didn't know Lin Zhou's name before. "I found out about this after asking Chen Guoguo before dinner. He always felt that the name sounded familiar. I just can't remember where I heard it before. Just now when we were having dinner, I asked Xiao Liu to check it out, and I didn't expect this result." Chen Yucai then remembered that in the QQ parent group that protects students' rights, the name that appeared most frequently was Lin Zhou. In the past few days, those parents have jointly complained about him. Chen Yucai was very busy, so he just glanced at the parents' group and did not complain. But he also knew about Lin Zhou's glorious deeds. "Dad, Lin Zhou didn't confess his feelings, so aren't those flowers for the teacher?" "Hey, give it to the teacher. Only you innocent high school students would believe this. Do you think we were never young? This kid must have changed his mind suddenly because he was afraid of being punished. But he is studying hard now, and he even helped you today. These must really be coincidences. He helped me, so I will naturally thank him, but you don't have to. Anyway, except for unavoidable things like study groups, you should stay away from him at other times." Chen Guoguo. The last snow in Jiangcheng lasted for half the afternoon. When it got smaller, there was already a thick layer of it on the ground. After Lin Zhou came out of Wanyu Tower, he and Liu Shiming hid in the internet cafe. After fighting for 300 consecutive rounds, Lin Zhou stood up. Liu Shiming shouted loudly with headphones on. "Fuck, brother Zhou, let's play another round, another round. This time, I will definitely beat you." Lin Zhou threw the game card to Liu Shiming. "Have fun by yourself, let's go." "Hey! Brother Zhou, no, I'll give you the card, last round. You can't shave my head every time." Chapter 38. You'll still be bald in another round. The snow is about to stop. I have something to do. What's going on the weekend? Looking for a little deskmate. Are Xu Nianchu? It's so cold, why are you looking for her? You don't understand. Lin Zhou didn't answer Liu Ximing and turned away. The internet cafe is not far from the school. Xu Nianchu's home is far away, she lives in the school dormitory and spends her weekends at school. At this age, when there were no mobile phones yet, Lin Zhou waited for a long time downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Finally, she waited for a classmate to come and, amidst her classmates' shocked gazes, asked her to help call Xu Nianchu. When Xu Nianchu heard that Lin Zhou was looking for her, she hurriedly pulled away the quilt, jumped out of bed, quickly put on her shoes and ran out. After running for a while, she quickly turned back, picked up the bag beside the bed, and ran out again. It's so cold outside. If Lin Zhou waits too long, he will catch a cold. Xu Nianchu quickened his pace. Jiangcheng is a small city in the north. It's already the end of February. Although it was snowing heavily, the ground temperature was still quite high and people were still coming and going on campus. There was little snow on the ground. Instead, the surrounding green plants are all wearing white snow caps. It looks exceptionally beautiful. After Xu Nianchu came out, he did not see Lin Zhou. I only saw a group of little girls gathered a few meters away on the left. They seemed to be surrounding someone and were chattering about something. Wow, this boy is so handsome. Yes, he's even more handsome than our school hunk. Wow, I'm so excited. I wonder if the handsome guy has a girlfriend. Har, why don't you just ask? I don't dare. The school doesn't allow premature love. What a coward. Wait, I'm going to ask for a QQ number. There were so many people that Xu Nianchu couldn't see the boy who was surrounded in the middle. But she was a little confused. Handsome guy. Can there be someone as handsome as Lin Zhou? Xu Nianchu carefully recalled Lin Zhou's appearance in his mind. I still think that apart from that frizzy-haired guy, no boy can be more handsome than Lin Zhou. So I lost interest completely. Xu Nianchu looked around. Where is Lin Zhou? Didn't you say you were coming to see her? Just as he was thinking, Xu Nianchu suddenly felt someone putting a coat on him from behind. When Xu Nianchu looked up, he saw a young man who was a head taller than him. He was pulling at the corner of his down jacket and looking at her with a smile. The boy's frizzy hair is gone, replaced by a clean hairstyle. The whole face becomes much cleaner. He had long eyelashes and his eyes were gentle when he looked at her. It was the first time that Xu Nianchu saw such a clean and handsome boy. He was standing next to her, and if he lowered his head he could touch her. Xu Nianchu was stunned when he saw it. She didn't know how long it was before she felt someone tapping her head gently. A light laugh followed. My little deskmate, why are you so stupid? You don't even wear a coat when you go out. It's so cold. Only then did Xu Nianchu realize that she had run too fast and didn't wear a coat. And what he just put on himself was his own coat. The coat also has a faint scent of vanilla and the warmth that is unique to a teenager. Because of this action, the boy was very close to him. She could even feel his shallow breath falling on her face. Xu Nianchu's head exploded with a buzzing sound. Chapter 39. The whispers of people around were heard again. Oh my god, does he have a girlfriend? And put a coat on me. It's so warm. I want a boyfriend like this too. Xu Nianchu took a step back in panic, and his face turned red like an apple. I don't need it. I'm not cold. As soon as she finished speaking, she shivered from the cold. Xu Nianchu. Finished. Everyone is going to be lost. Sure enough, there was another chuckle from above his head. Stop it, put it on quickly. You'll catch a cold soon. Stop joking. Why would he use such a term of endearment? No. How could he use such an intimate word on her? As far as she can remember, no one except her deceased parents has ever said such things to her. From the day they left, she became an obedient child. Xu Nianchu felt as if her heart was scratched by a cat's claws, and it was itchy and uncomfortable. Their boy was too close to her. Xu Nianchu only felt that the scorching gazes were about to burn her to death. Her head lowered further and further. I'm going to put on my coat, wait for me. She hurriedly got out of Lin Zhou's arms. After taking 2 steps, he realized something and turned his head in panic. Here, this is for you. After handing the bag to Lin Zhou, the girl ran away again. She didn't even realize that Lin Zhou's down jacket was still on her shoulders. Hey! My little deskmate. Looking at the girl running away, Lin Zhou wanted to laugh. She also. Too shy, huh? But it's really cute. The cold wind blew and Lin Zhou became a little more sober. He lowered his head and looked at the pink bag in his hand that Xu Nianchu had thrown to him. What's this? Because the scene was too sweet, the students around couldn't stand it and left on their own. Lin Zhou slowly opened the bag. Inside, there was a grey and white scarf. Lin Zhou slowly took out the scarf and looked at it carefully. Men's? This is. Is this the scarf given to me by my deskmate? Such a wool scarf can only be knitted by hand. The ones sold are not so delicate. In other words, this is most likely a scarf knitted by my deskmate for myself. She said she had something to do over the weekend, so this is it. She actually spend a weekend knitting yourself a scarf. Realizing this, Lin Zhou suddenly laughed. As he laughed, he covered his eyes. The corners of my eyes feel sour. At the heart, a sweet feeling came over me. For the first time, Lin Zhou felt how wonderful it was that there was someone in this world who cared about him. He could even imagine the girl sitting at the head of the bed, knitting a scarf bit by bit with the wool she had just bought. It's so sweet. Xu Nianchu didn't know that because of her scarf, Lin Zhou had become so stupid that he didn't even feel cold. Now, her mind has become blank. She quickly rushed back to the dormitory, leaned against the door, and gasped for breath. The scene with Lin Zhou just now almost suffocated her. Xu Nianchu didn't know what was wrong with him, so he could only pat his chest hard, trying to ease this inexplicable emotion. Eh? Xu Nianchu, why are you wearing a boy's coat? Her roommate's voice brought her back to her focus. Only then did Xu Nianchu realize that Lin Zhou's clothes were still on him. Chapter 40. She pulled her clothes off in a panic. I want to explain, but I don't know where to start. The roommate thought. Xu Nianchu, you don't have a boyfriend, do you? No. Xu Nianchu immediately retorted, even raising his voice a few degrees. My roommate looked incredulous. But Xu Nianchu did not give her the chance to continue asking. He put on his coat, then went out with his black down jacket. Lin Zhou is still outside. His down jacket was in her hands and he would freeze. Realizing this, Xu Nianchu sped up again. Only when she walked to Lin Zhou's side did she realize that she was still nervous. But now, she couldn't care less about such emotions. Because she saw Lin Zhou standing there holding a scarf, looking at her with a smile. Xu Nianchu hurried over and handed him the coat. Put it on quickly, why don't you put on your scarf? Wearing it can keep out the cold. It's okay, I'm not cold. How is that possible? Look, your face is red from the cold. Xu Nianchu said as he took the scarf. Lin Zhou also took the coat. After he put it on, Xu Nianchu handed him the scarf. Put it on. Lin Zhou didn't take the scarf, just looked at her steadily. After being stared at for a long time, Xu Nianchu began to feel embarrassed again. Well, you treated me to many meals, and also gave me candy every day. I really don't know what you need, so I wanted to knit you a scarf, thinking it would be useful today since it's snowing. But, I didn't finish knitting yesterday, and now, the snow seems to have stopped. After saying this, Xu Nianchu didn't dare to raise his head. She held the scarf in her hand forward. Lin Zhou, do you want it? Can. After waiting for a while, Xu Nianchu found that Lin Zhou had not yet taken the scarf. She was a little panicked. Could it be that because winter is over, Lin Zhou no longer needs a scarf? Thinking about it this way, my gift seems a bit redundant. If you don't want it then I will. Before she finished speaking, Lin Zhou said. Who said I don't want it? My little deskmate, hold your head up. When you give someone a gift, you should hold your head up high. Xu Nianchu raised his head blankly. She saw the young man in front of her with bright eyes. It's full of warmth inside. She heard him say. Put it on me. Xu Nianchu was stunned, feeling that his brain was not enough. For a moment, I didn't react. I said, put it on me. Didn't you want to give me a scarf? I'm so cold now. Can you put it on for me? Well. Xu Nianchu instinctively wanted to refuse, but when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. She has never liked interacting with people. She doesn't like getting too close to people, and she even deliberately keeps her distance from girls. She doesn't know whether she will be hurt, so she always chooses to stay away. So, she never gave anyone a scarf to wear. Such intimate actions are too difficult for her. But if the person standing opposite is Lin Zhou? If it was Lin Zhou? Is that okay? After all, that's Lin Zhou. It was Lin Zhou who was willing to give her candy, chicken drumsticks and bread, and who was willing to encourage her to study hard and go to college. Thinking of this, Xu Nianchu slowly took a step forward. Walked towards Lin Zhou.